Welcome to round 4 of the UzChess Cup, and it's been a whirlwind here in Tashkent. We have 3 early leaders, but the field still wide open. Who will rise? Who will fall? Well, we'll find out today. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with the absolute queen, International Master Tanya Sajdev.
Ivanka, super excited for today. I mean, if it's chess has showed us anything, that classical chess lives on. It is so incredibly exciting. We've had 9 decisive games so far, all of them won by white. Will those fortunes reverse for black? But before all of that chat, it's Ivanka Hauska's birthday. Let's give it up in chat with all the hearts. Yovi, I'm not a great
Thank
singer, but
you.
I'm still going to do it. Happy birthday to you. And before you all leave, let's get to the chess video. How does it feel
Thank
to be
you.
the birthday girl?
This is an interesting day, but I will be super happy if I see a load of decisive games today.
That's what you wish
That's what
for.
I wish for. I just want the chess to win, and already we have been winning when it comes to the chess. 3 rounds, 3 amazing days. Let's take a look at the standings. And as we see, well, it was Madaminov who began the tournament with a bang, winning 2 games. But yesterday he was stopped in his track by Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. Big question, will he manage to recover from this? We'll find out. Also, we have the number first seed and the number 2 seed, Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. They are at the top. Will they hold on? A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure, and today, as we reach the midway mark, it only heats up. I will point out Madaminov was the last minute late replacement for Javakir Sindarov at the UzChess Cup. A late backdoor entry, but he's at the top. 1 loss, 2 wins, all 3 decisive games. You know, he brings the fire on. But Nodirbek and Arjun, I don't think anyone's surprised to see them find their way at the top of the standings. But Ivanka doesn't stop there. With just a half point separating each of the players, it's still a field wide open.
Completely open. Absolutely anything can happen as the players find the momentum. And let's take a look at the pairings for round 4 in the Masters. And we are in for a treat, as you've probably seen on the cameras. Nodirbek Abdusatorov playing with the black pieces against one Jan Pomniachtchi. Jan wants to make an impression in this event. And then we have the all-Indian derby between Arjun Erigaisi against Vidit Tanya. You're going to be excited about that one. There's a lot of pride at stake here.
I'm super hyped. That's a generational clash, but also a stylistic clash. You know, Arjun Aragaisi always looking for that chaos on the board. Vidit Gujarati trying to keep things under control. Vidit hasn't had the best of the starts here. He's at the bottom of the table. Arjun at the top. It's top versus bottom. It's going to be a fun one, but it doesn't stop there. Hans Niemann takes on the shock attack on that next board. Madamino, one of our other leaders, takes on his compatriot Nodirbek, Yakuboev, and Nicholas versus Shamsuddin. It's going to be fireworks. Ivanka, I think we get a ton of decisive games today. That's been the storyline, the defining factor of UzChess.
That's been my wish. We will see whether it comes true. Let's dive in to the games. Let's have a look at the multi-board view to see what is happening already. And Tanya, I'm super excited. My eyes are already drawn. Top right between Nicholas Theodorou against Shamsuddin Vohidov. I'm seeing h3, g4 in the air. There's a lot of fireworks to be had there. Whereas it's a gentle game between Hans Niemann against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, as we see an Italian in full force top left there. And everything's blown open in the top middle between Madaminov and Nodirbek Yakuboev.
You know, it's your birthday, Yovi, and the goddess of chess, Kaisa, is saying, your wish is my command. The birthday gift shall be given. Because look at the action that we've got. We've got a range of openings, right? We've got Sicilians on the board, boards with going 1e4. We've got an English as well that I spot on that bottom right between Jan and Nodirbek. And then we've got d4 action with the bishop landing up on that top right board on f4. More exciting than the bishop, though, is that h3 g4 on the board by Nicholas, which means it's going to be a lot of fun. The bars shifting around already in early days, giving advantage top center to Madaminov, giving advantage to Jan Nepomniachtchi bottom right and bottom left as well. Something to play for, but early days. Where should we start the party today?
Okay, so I think we should do a quick overview of everything that's been going down, but I have to go to the top right between Nicholas and Shamsuddin. We saw Nicholas with the white pieces first round. He employed g4. in that game against Hans Niemann, and he was ultra successful. So let's do an action replay and find out exactly what went down, because it's perfect. White center is pretty static, and white is like going, I want to take the space on the right side of the board. So Tanya,
We are going to fix this. We will have the moves really soon as we go back to our bird's eye view. Let's go full screen on that just for a moment, as we are facing some technical difficulties on our board currently. We also have the view of the very tensed arena there. We've got challengers, futures, and masters, all of them together, and that's going to be inspiring for the young players.
exactly. And one of the perks about playing in UzChess Cup is that if you win in the futures, you get an automatic qualification the next year into the challenges. If you win the challenges, well, then you can fight against the big guys in the Masters. And even the winner of the Open, where anyone can play, if you win, you are straight propelled into the futures. And lots of games in progress, a lot of maneuvering going around, and I can't wait for the action to keep on brewing as we see tension. I mean, this is one of the great things about a tournament such as UzChess Cup. We have super exciting players. We have a lot at stake. We have 3 local players invited per section. And these are not just your average local players, Tanya. It's like your number 4 in the world in the live ratings list, Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
It's the top of the top, right? And that was the vision of starting UzChess Cup 3 years ago. This is the 3rd edition right now, to give that platform to the young Uzbeki champions, the future of chess from Uzbekistan, the platform to play against the best in the world. And of course, that future is now for Uzbekistan: Olympic gold medalist, Olympic bronze medalist, candidates winner about to fight for the world championship. As you mentioned, players at the top of their game in world top 10: Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Javakir Sindarov, and the list does go on. And for them, this has just become a battle of the elite.
It is a battle of the elites, and boy, is it a testing ground for the local talent. And it's also a big test for our experienced players. For players such as Shak Mamajarov, he will have to pit his wits against the new generation. Also, players such as Nicholas Theodoru. Last year, he won the challenges. That's why he's here in the Masters. Can he successfully play in this kind of field? Those are questions that everybody is looking for answers, and they want to know. We want to know.
And speaking of Nicholas Theodoru against Vachier-Lagrave, that's the top right board. The last move, the pawn in front of the king, moving 1 step forward, and replied by Vachier-Lagrave, getting the queen out currently, hitting a b2 pawn by Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. He's had an up and down tournament. Who can forget queen to f7? For me, one of the most dramatic moments of UzChess so far, missing a draw in 1 after a big struggle against Hans Niemann, but then coming back with a boss statement yesterday in round 3, taking down the tournament leader in what I want to call a flawless technique by Vachier-Lagrave against Madaminov.
Yeah, it was really good endgame technique there by Vachier-Lagrave. What he did there was he didn't rush with the endgame. He simply slowly improved his position, did not give his opponent a chance to fight. And that's what we want. We want fighting chess. And, well, we have the board up on our screens. Nicholas Theodoru against Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. We can now take it from the top.
Let's do it, Yobi. And
Tanya?
this was one of the queen's pawn opening start. The queen's gambit declined is what we saw on the board. And this is the moment that black takes on c4. Then it's unaccepted, but none of that. Gambit decline continues with development. Bishop to e7, one of the most solid openings seen at elite level chess. And we do see a trade at the center of the board. Early trade, getting the bishop out. So just denying Vachier-Lagrave any chances of taking that pawn on c4. And once the pawn moved forward, the g4 square was taken under control by white right now. So the bishop has a square to come out. I will point out, though, very often in these positions, white does stop the development of the bishop to f5 with ideas like queen c2, which then potentially could run into g6. Has its own drawbacks, weakening some dark squares, but making sure that the light squared bishop does arrive on f5. A different approach by Theodoru, where he invites Shamsuddin's bishop to f5 only to be able to hit it on the next move with g4 with a tempo. It's aggressive, but it's also positional. It takes away some key squares here by black. And very often, what white wants to do is not fianchetto the bishop, but keep the options flexible. You even are considering options of eventually trading the light squared bishop with d3, not showing your hand which diagonal you're landing up on. And Vokidov, before the bishop comes out, replies with the queen, hitting the pawn on b2. And here we are, Yavanka, where once again we see Nicholas. He is a theoretician. He's worked with some of the top grandmasters as a second, as part of the team. So, really fresh new idea here. Getting the queen out, making sure that the bishop is about to land on g2. The queen defends the pawn. And I'm just wondering, what are the chances that we actually get an opposite side castling in this one by Nicholas? The path is going to be open both ways.
Totally agree. I mean, I would be completely spoiled if we see opposite side castling. And I gotta say, queen to b6 is not the main move. It's actually a lot more popular to go knight bd7 or to jump in with a knight to e4, but queen to b6 played. And did you look at Theodoros' clock? He's like, yeah, I know this. Queen e2 is going to be my response. And it's going to be super interesting here because white has ideas, as Tanya indicated, now putting the bishop on g2. Ultimately, you want to get rid of the bishop on g6. It is controlling some really important light squares. So a knight will jump into e5, maybe even to knight h4 is an idea. And then we could be seeing, Tanya, opposite side castling. In which case, if that happens, wow. I don't know what came to my mind is this old like dance hall song which goes crash bang what a picture, what a picture, what a photograph. Okay. And the whole thing with these dance hall songs is that you have to go super fast.
I think this will be super fast. It's going to be a bit of a party, and whichever side the white king does find safety, ideas of the h pawn moving forward are always in the air. So Nicholas making his intentions clear of wanting an attacking fight on that right flank. Yavanka, let's continue going around the horn right now. This is going to be a fun-filled battle. Let's just take a look at the clock as well, chat, because Vokidov is the one who's spending more time here. Nicholas, with more time than what he started with, the players get 90 minutes at the start of the game with a 30-second bonus time every time the clock is hit. And after the 40 move mark, an additional 30-minute with a 30-second increment there. So it's very clear the picture in front of us. The nature of the position, h3, g4 on the board. The clock timings here, that Nicholas Theodorou is in preparation mode right now.
Completely in preparation mode. And that is what we like to see. Okay, I agree with you, Tanya. Let's go back to our multi-board view just to get a quick oversight on what is going down. And then let's dive into the games in detail. So I've also got my eyes there on the top left between Hans Niemann, Shak. Things are just brewing up very, very nicely. And it's the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That's the game I would like to go to because of all of them, there's not a symmetrical pawn structure on the board. And this one looks like it came from an English.
I was just waiting, Yovi, for when you will call that game out because it's the English on the board. And I know if you had David Howell with us, it would be the first game that he'd want to jump to right now. It's his favorite opening. Jan Nepomniachtchi has employed it against Abdusattorov today. And I'm going to take this from the top. Let's backtrack.
Yes, let's completely backtrack. And I have a question for you.
Tell me.
Do you think chess players are like elephants? Do they have long memories?
That is one of the things that has always amazed me. And I'll be honest, while I think I have a reasonable memory, when I look at the elite players, the top grandmasters who are playing very actively, I just feel like that is one of the skills that I absolutely do not have. Ivanka, what's always amazed me is their ability to recollect not only their own games from the past, but games of other masters, other grandmasters from tournaments that to many of us might even seem irrelevant. They're able to draw out patterns from there. They're able to draw out ideas from there. And it's sort of just at the back of their head. So to answer your question in one word, hell yeah. Huge memory there for the chess players.
Okay, they got long memories.
Long memories. And I want you to go wherever you want to take us. But I think in chess, it's also sometimes important to have the memory of a goldfish.
That is true. That is true. The reason I'm asking, Tanya, is because we can remember back in 2021, as we have this beautiful image.
Beautiful view.
Okay, we get back the chessboard. I quite like this and reminding us that
we'll just like refresh it once in a while.
Exactly.
Just take a little
holidays
pause and
in the sun. But the reason I was talking about long memories is because, remember, these two played a match right at the end of the Rapid World Championship back in 2021.
Wow.
And we can all remember that Nodirbek just 17 years old then. He defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi. So I love your answer, but I was kind of talking about the most basic human instinct. Is Jan Nepomniachtchi going, I want revenge?
Apart from memory, I think chess players are also the type who want to have a grudge match,
Yeah.
who want to come back on that board and give a response in the best way possible, which is a win. And I was talking about having a goldfish memory. I think it's really important in chess to have that ability to leave results behind as well,
Yeah.
to try to be objective on the board. So while it's the opening, you want to have the elephant's memory, trying to recollect all the ideas. We're going to see for Jan Nepomniachtchi, how much does he remember of that 2021 battle? Right now, let's dive into the English that we
Yes,
have at hand.
totally. And why an elephant? Because an elephant never forgets.
Never forgets. Do you know elephants are actually my favorite animal?
Really?
Yeah, I find them just incredibly sweet.
They are. They're very noble, aren't they?
They really are. And they're huge and humongous, but I feel like they have a soft heart. And they also say elephant memory because you can actually, it's really sometimes heartbreaking. Like when they have to train an elephant, they use that.
Yes,
Humans use that to
against
their
them.
advantage. Yes, they use it against them.
Yeah, because they keep them all chained up, and then the
We digress.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that's the cruelty of using elephants as circus animals. But yeah, we definitely digress. Let's move over
To
to
the
the
English.
Yeah.
C4, E5 on the board. Again, a lot of patterns of the reverse Sicilian do appear in these openings. And we see the knight come out, the other knight come out. Try to think about what it's like when black plays the Sicilian, and you will see a lot of ideas like that with colors reversed right now. And we do see Jan Nepomniachtchi bring the other knight out. What you want to do as white is develop the bishop and at the right time strike in the center with d4 as one of the ideas. Jan with a different approach. He first decides to scatter his bishop. And it is indeed Nodirbek Abdusattorov who does go the Sicilian way. When you play 1e4, you want to go d4, open Sicilian ideas. We see the trade happen. The bishop lands on the longest diagonal. It's a very dragon-esque way of playing. The knight falls back against any ideas, any tricks at the center of the board that would have targeted the knight on d5. And white decides to castle here. We see Nodirbek continue with development. And Nepomniachtchi says one fan-catted bishop isn't good enough when you can have two, and places the other one on the longest diagonal as well. Jovanka, lots of different ways to approach the Sicilian. I think Jan is showing that he wants a slow game in this one. But very often it does open up and it is still full of tension. The white knight at some point heading over to that c5 square with an attempt to try to win a bishop pair. And queen d7, indeed, we do see the move knight to e4. I am going to pass the ball to you. But before I do that, I will say that I'm slightly surprised with this choice because it does allow Nodirbek, I was going to say, it does allow Nodirbek to plant his bishop on h3 to get rid of the light squared bishop. But instead, what Nodirbek does is places it at the center of the board. So essentially allowing white's knight to come forward and hit the queen and the pawn.
Yeah, no, I completely was with you there with bishop to h3. I expected that to be the move of choice. You can meet knight to c5 with capturing on c5, and then you can trade off that beautiful light square bishop. And we have a completely different game, but I guess this wasn't attractive to Nodirbek. Maybe he just thought, well, hang on a second, white is very active along the half open c line. So instead what we're getting is bishop to d5. And now the big question is, first up, the most direct move. I'm a direct person, very simple. Simple is as simple does. Knight to c5. That's the first move I would be looking at. And what is the answer here?
That's a great question. Our live board is at the bottom right, so knight c5 still hasn't been played as we deep dive into the most, attractive move for white. You hit the queen, you want to win that bishop pair right now. And Jovanka, I don't think it's a happy choice to retreat with the queen, disconnecting the two rooks here. Also, white has a beautiful hit on that bishop on d5. No good squares for that. So I'm expecting bishop takes knight once the knight does land there. And the big question is that Nodirbek has definitely looked at this, but how does he want to follow it up? I see this position, and after rook takes bishop, the feeling is that black still has to fight against that bishop pair. White about to line up with the queen on the c file as well here.
Yeah, I completely agree, actually, because it feels like there's some tactical weaknesses happening on the e5 point, as well as we are seeing whether knight to c5 will make an appearance. That's not the only move in the position, but it sure is a tempting one. But as we are seeing, Jan Nepomniachtchi in his preparation here, barely using any time on the clock. Knight c5 could be one move. Another idea is just simply just to pile on the pressure on a half open c line. And then what you start doing is start targeting the c7 point and destabilizing the knight on c6.
All right, let's go back to that board right now and see if we can have that up. And this is the moment that we are looking at. Jovanka, rook takes bishop, queen to c1, but the big question right now, bishop d5 is our live board. Knight c5 still hasn't been played.
Yeah, and it's a problem, but okay, well, this is something that Nodirbek sure has an answer to. I'm pretty certain that what he wants to do is he wants to solidify the point on e5, which is currently under threat, and he's going to be hoping that his bishop on d5 is going to offset the power of the bishop on g2. And with a wall of pawns, with pawns on f6 and e5, the bishop on b2 will be out of the game, and black is the one who is at the right time going to be able to jump the knight into d4. Let's go back to our multi-board viewer and have a look at what else is going.
Let's do it. It is action all around. Jan Nepomniachtchi there on the camera. I don't know if you noticed it, Jovanka, but maybe we just have that camera, the board of Jan Nepomniachtchi there. It was very fascinating because I think bishop d5 has taken Jan by surprise as well. And that is that bottom right board right there. He went into a think tank for the first time in the game, and now the clock's ticking low. So still not sure of how to respond. And I would say that means that for Jan as well, the move that was expected by Nodirbek, bottom right, was bishop to h3, the other side of the board, and not putting it at the center. Sort of giving this free hand to white to win that bishop pair. But we're back to our bird's eye view. We continue the party. And Jovanka, I think we have to go to the bottom left board, the all-Indian showdown there. Arjun Aragaisi versus Vidit Gujarati, which started as the slow Italian game right now. And the thing is, you call it a slow Italian game until there's tension on the board, until there's a break-free move, and d4 has arrived.
D4 has arrived. There have been maneuverings. There's been a lot of comings and goings. Can we backtrack, Tanya, or no? Okay.
We will do that from the very start as we move over to that board, Jovanka, and there we have it. By Arjun, the last move played, the pawn moving forward, asking some questions to black. Do you want to keep the tension? Do you want to trade on d4, which would give white some space advantage? And we will take this from the top. It started as the Gyöko piano, the Italian game, the slow game. And we did have e4, e5. This is where it all begins with the Italian. The bishop comes out. White getting ready to go d4 at the right time. The knight moves forward, hitting the pawn at the center of the board, defended. And we see a theoretical battle so far.
Yes. And what's very important to note is that the bishop on c4 is immune to any knight a5s because it does have a little mouse hole on b5, a4, and it can escape on c2. So you don't need to look after your bishop just yet, but bishop to b6 just anticipates a d4 pawn break, because the whole key with white playing d4 is you want to do it, but you really want to wait until your opponent is not ready. So every side is just anticipating, and this is the whole idea that black has employed. You can basically play anything and everything as black and white in this position, but knight e7, there is going to be a transfer of the knight onto the king side, and a4, no, you're not going to allow the bishop on b6 to be trapped. So a5 indeed is the response. And both sides, again, anticipating what the other is going to do as the bishop goes back to a2. That is anticipating an eventual bishop to e6 or even a c6, d5, which will occur. So good to kind of tuck the pieces away. And after c6, the queen comes to c2. More maneuverings going on. Queen c2 is a little bit mysterious for me, but perhaps, as Tanya's indicating, is to fight against knight to f4. It's a very clever game. And this is why I've never felt entirely comfortable playing it, Tanya.
I completely agree with that. I think facing the Italian is always very difficult, just simply because white has so many different maneuvers, subtle changes. Do you have an h3 on the board? Do you have an a4 that's been committed already? Do you strike with d4 early on, or do you play it slowly with d3, getting the queen out and only then striking with d4? And the thing is that all these small nuanced changes lead to very different kind of positions. Vidit's approach has been to focus to remaneuver the knight to the king side, getting ready to strike with d5. But the point is that before he does that, Arjun's first to that party with the move d4. So not allowing Vidit the break free central break right now. Also look at the clock situation. Arjun, again, more time than what he started with. Vidit, about 20 minutes below the starting base time right there. And it means that Vidit is sort of navigating these nuanced Italians, the changes that Arjun's bought. The queen on c2 is not a very typical way to play here. Rook to e8, just getting ready for any eventual trades at the center of the board where perhaps e4 could then become a target. And the white knight, the aim for the white knight is to try to make the most of the light squares on the king side, starts its journey just in time. Notice how the queen and the rook are now perfectly placed so that there's no pawn takes pawn, an attack on that e4 central pawn. After knight to f1, it's once again with it on the think. And the idea you want to employ with black here is to get rid of white's most active minor piece, which is the bishop on a2. I am expecting Vidit sooner or later, and sooner rather than later, to go with the bishop to e6 and just neutralize all the pressure on the f7 pawn.
Yeah, that's a move that I also expect as well. You know, you want to be taking on e6 with a piece. So after bishop to e6, maybe we have a look at the most direct response to white setup. Bishop to e6. What is going to happen there? Because I find the Italian game so complicated because I've seen bishop takes e6 being played just in the same manner. I've seen bishop to b1 occur, and I've seen like very strange goings on. But let's just go again for the immediate response. Bishop takes bishop. And what is the way to recapture with the rook? Makes a whole lot of sense. After all, why did you go rook e8?
The drawback of capturing with the rook in these positions is that you lose a lot of control on the f5 square. With the light square bishop gone, and I completely second your opinion, because suddenly after pawn takes bishop, you can see that white has this capture at the center of the board that completely destroys the pawn formation and leaves black with immense weaknesses. And I'm just going to have that in front of us. And you can see who's got the healthier pawn formation here. And this is not something that you want long-term advantage for white here.
And I got a big storyline
What
for
is it?
you,
Tell me.
Tanya.
Story time with Jovanka.
Well, it's not story time as such. I'm just gonna give you some intrigue, because Vidit has played this position with the black pieces against Wesley. So back in 2024, he lost. So let's have a look at how that game continued.
Did he go bishop e6?
He went bishop e6.
He did go
so
bishop
this is
e6.
why Vidit is thinking, he's like, oh, got bad memories here. Bishop takes e6 happened. Rook takes e6, which is all very, very natural. The knight came to g3. And one thing I got to say about Wesley is excellent at the maneuvering game. And after queen to c7, bishop to e3 was on the board. And after rook a8, rook a d1. And then Vidit broke out with d5.
Ooh.
D takes e5. And then there was a whole load of exchanges.
Yeah.
And the question is, do you go into your opponent's preparation? Because not Vidit, but Arjun has deliberately chosen this line, knowing that Vidit has played in a certain way.
Mind games.
I know.
Mind games already. So what you're saying is that Arjun has checked out this game of Wesley and Vidit.
Yes.
So he's gone into that exact line, which would get Vidit thinking. And I will say one thing, Vidit has an exceptional memory on these things, especially games that he's played. So what he's trying to do is get into Arjun's head to feel that if I repeat what I did against Wesley, which was the idea of going bishop to e6, and how did that game end?
Wesley won.
Wesley won that game. Bishop to e6, with its thinking that Arjun's seen that game. What is the improvement in that? Is that something that I want to walk into, even if I know that bishop to e6 is objectively the best move in this position? But do I really want to play into Arjun's hands with an hour and 31 minutes on the clock? And that's not an easy decision, because on one hand, you know that bishop to e6 has to be the top move. It's your preparation.
Yes.
But on the other side, you also know that your opponent has exactly prepared for this.
Or he could be thinking, does Arjun know about my game against Wesley? That could be the other side of the coin.
Vidit knows Arjun exceptionally well.
Yes.
And what Vidit knows about Arjun is that he is one of the best theoreticians of modern chess right now. He prepares like a maniac. Arjun's prep is second to none. Yovi, it will be a shocker to me if Arjun hasn't checked that game before his round against Vidit, knowing that he's gone down that path. And Vidit is too smart to miss out on that detail.
Okay.
Vidit knows that Arjun knows this game 1000%. But if not bishop e6, if he really wants to take Arjun out of known territory here, how do you do that with black?
At some point, you're going to have to go bishop to e6 because you have to connect the rooks. You have to complete development. So, as you mentioned, you have to trade off the light square bishops. There was one other game in the database I just want to point out that didn't go bishop to e6. That one went bishop c7 just to reinforce e5. But then
It
what is
also
the next
sets up
move?
d5, by the way. That is the big idea of retreating with your bishop. You've consolidated your center. And just like in the Vidit game where d5 did happen, that is a key theme for black in these positions. You want maximum pressure and then you want complete liquidation at the center of the board, all 4 pawns off it. So this move would prepare it. Notice how it wasn't possible in the previous move because white would just simply go on to win the pawn. There are far too many attackers on that. I do like the approach of bishop c7, and look at the amount of time that Vidit's taking. I will not be surprised if he decides to deviate from bishop to e6, but to just finish the line that you were earlier mentioning, Ivanka. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop. You know, there are still ideas of knight g3, knight f5 as well that white can employ, which would be potentially part of Arjun's plan to get Vidit into his preparation and out of what happened against Wesley. All right, getting ready, bishop e6 on the board.
He's gone for it. He's decided to be consistent. Okay, well, now we will see whether Arjun is surprised at this. He's not even on the chair, Tanya. I mean, I think with this time control, it's a lot slower. There's an increment of 30 seconds per move. The players do get a time bonus of 30 minutes once they've crossed move 40. So Arjun, we'll see. No hesitation.
Yeah. He doesn't hesitate. Arjun's a player who puts a lot of pressure on the clock as well. He truly uses his opponent's clock as a weapon. And if he's prepared, he's not going to pretend to take you into a false feeling of security. He will make the moves fast and quick, as they are coming fast and quick indeed. After knight to f1, we saw bishop e6 by Vidit, a trade. Rook takes bishop. And immediately the knight comes out to g3, taking advantage of the weakened f5 square. And this is not what happened in Wesley's game. Wesley went for something else, right?
No, he went knight g3.
Knight g3
he went knight
well.
g3. And in that game, Vidit went queen c7. It is possible for Vidit to perhaps go d5. It is also possible to make another move. He doesn't have to go queen c7, but queen c7 is the top choice.
Vidit also incredibly well prepared in the lines that he plays. And I will point out one thing, what's been sort of interesting off the board here at UzChess. We're in Tashkent. Beautiful hotel, by the way. Stunning venue. While I've seen Arjun, I think he's with a family member here at Tashkent for the UzChess. I've seen Arjun at the dining hall several times, enjoying his meals, have had some brief chats with him. I still haven't met Vidit. I still haven't seen him around. And, I know he's had a tough start. He's currently at half out of 3. He's had 2 losses in the tournament. Vidit desperately needs a win.
Yes.
With the black pieces, his approach will be against a player like Arjun to try to keep things as solid as possible. He knows that Arjun will try to create chances. And if that happens, he might capitalize on it. But I think for Vidit, even today, the storyline is to make sure the bleeding does not resume.
Exactly. And he lost those 2 games with the black pieces. He's back playing black.
And we're back to our forests.
Yes, this is beautiful. Take a look at that and enjoy. I really do like looking at those kind of landscapes because, you can wish of being in the tropical climates. But we are in the heat of the battle right here on the chessboard in Tashkent as we take a look at our multi-board view, and we see that things are developing as we expected between Nicholas Theodorou against Shamsuddin Vohidov. Knight to h4 being the move, hunting down the bishop. That's top right. There's also tension galore in the bottom left between Arjun and Vidit, as we saw. The valuation bar, can we track that one and go to...
It feels like it's slightly higher on all 6 boards for white. If we just take it purely at objective values right now, that all games interesting, but right out of the opening, early days, and at least the bar seems to prefer white's position. But again, all of them full of fight. Most of the boards, if you notice, Ivanka, in fact, except one of them, we're going to change our bottom row right there. A board is missing. All minor pieces still remain on the board.
Yes.
So it's an incredibly tense battle all across. And I want to draw our attention to one of our tournament leaders. I think we should go to Madaminov, who's playing his compatriot Yakuboev. Madaminov with the white pieces, the youngest player in the field currently. And Ivanka Yakuboev at 1 out of 3. Oh, look at that Vidit on camera. What body language read here? What do you think is going on? Is he trying to channel his elephant's memory currently?
What am I thinking? I always kind of and Vidit takes his
Can you do
meditation
that
very.
again?
I feel like I'm being stung, and I'm gonna walk right into it. Let me, because he takes his meditation very seriously.
Yes.
It's not just a flippant joke, you know. And this is one thing I've noticed with the younger generations, and also Vidit, that they can slow down their breathing and just make sure everything is under control when they feel the tension. And for Vidit, he is feeling the pressure right now because there's a big question on the board. Should he play Queen C7, go into the same game that he played against Wesley, knowing his opponent has perhaps prepared an improvement, or does he now play something different? Does he go D5? Does he perhaps play Rook E8, try to take his opponent completely out of preparation? Those are the questions that are there
I've
in
known
Vidit's mind.
Vidit for so many years. And if I had to bet, this is Vidit just recalling everything that he knows about this line. He's trying to understand, not only get into Arjun's mindset here, he's trying to remember that game with Wesley. He has studied this position several times. The Italian is something Vidit has played many, many times against before. He's very well aware of Arjun's level of prep. Vidit's trying to recall all the possibilities that Black had, the ones that you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And more than that, Ivanka, he's trying to understand where things went wrong with Wesley, because he knows that the reason he lost out on that game was not the opening. It wasn't that he got into trouble out of the opening. It was a very complex and a tense battle. So for Vidit, he's trying to see, does he deviate now from that game, or will it happen later? This is Vidit with that situation is just recollection all along.
Okay.
Everything that he studied about this, what does Arjun know? All these thoughts going on in his mind. And you're absolutely right. Vidit is somebody who does rely on meditation a lot in high critical tense moments.
Yes.
Not just Vidit, it's the entire Indian young golden generation.
You know, you're
suspect.
really bigging them up and making them super scary.
They
You're
are
basically
super
telling me that they know everything. They have studied everything and anything. Even a sideline that you looked at, nope, they have it all covered. But we will see. This is a massive encounter for the pair. For Vidit, it's all about pride. It's all about finding his momentum, stride. For Arjun Erigaisi, he's currently at the top. Can he break away from the pack? But let's go back to our multi-board, because let's pull up the game between Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek Yakuboev. Now, in that game, earlier on, we saw, just to kind of set the scene, Mukhadin, he started with a blistering pace, won 2 games out of 2. First game, defeated Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. Second game, came armed to the teeth against Nicholas Theodorou with a whole load of theory. Yesterday, it was a draw until he made one mistake, Tanya. Just one mistake, and that was it. That was enough to give him a losing queen and pawn endgame against Shamsuddin Vahidov. And we have this situation, and the big question is, can Madaminov, can he come back from this loss?
And that was a really surprising moment, right? When he rushed in with the move G6 in pretty much a dead equal position, made the most natural looking move, and was pretty much lost after that.
Yeah.
There was no coming back. And for Vachier-Lagrave, he played a game to perfection, to his credit. And right now, Madaminov does start with the white pieces. In this one, he employed the king's pawn opening. We see a Sicilian. It's not an opening Sicilian, it's an opening, the Rossolimo, which was made very popular, especially in the recent World Championship match. Well, I say recent, it's still been many, many years. 2018, Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. We saw so many battles with the bishop coming out early on. E6, the idea is that as black, you want to get your knight to reinforce the knight on C6. So in fact, if white wanted to double up black's pawn structure, it's now or never. After shot castle, you don't have that flexibility anymore. The rook came to the center of the board, and white is getting ready that at the right time, you want to fall back with your bishop to F1. And in fact, we see that happen right now, right here. And for Yakuboev, he strikes at the center of the board with d5, white ahead in development, but black is gaining more space right now. Pawn takes pawn, the knight jumps forward. Just a few moves away from completing development is Yakuboev, which is why Mukherjee takes this moment and goes d4. And we've still got plenty of games in this position, Yovanka. It's still within theoretical realms.
Yes, we still have a lot of games in this one. And I just wanted to also highlight that White's pawn structure is very flexible. And this is one of the perks of playing the Rossolimo. You can break with d4. You can also set up a c3, d4 formation. You can also go for c4 in the right situation. And here in this particular one, it's really all about an accelerated break and out in the center. And now what you want to be doing, and is exactly what's happened, is that you want to start applying the pressure. You want to go bishop to e3, c4, you grab as much space as possible. And the big goal is to kind of, again, claim that this bishop on c8 is not the best piece. It's not going to find an easy route to a home.
The dream for this bishop is to land on the b7 diagonal, but it's not easy. And it looks like black with the last move, Yakuboev is just giving up a pawn on c5. But it's not as simple as it looks. If white was to take it, it wasn't the move of choice of Madaminov. He, in fact, went with Yovanka's plan and idea of gaining more space in the center. Black simply captures here and then quickly starts asking questions to the dark squared bishop, which really doesn't have great squares. You know, you move it anywhere, you end up losing the pawn on c5. And yes, the bishop on c8 is still inactive, but often finds its path either via b7 or a different pawn move and comes into the game with attacks across the board. So not allowing, not falling for any of that, not accepting the temporary gambit. c4 was the move of choice here. And black castles. Knight comes out. A lot of trades at the center of the board. And black decides to step up. Not only putting pressure on c4, but with some ideas of the queen landing on c7 with threats on g2. h3, no more knight jumps for you. The bishop on e3 remains stable. Black trying to solve problems with his own bishop, trying to get into that long diagonal that we were talking about. The other advantage of the move of c4 is that it makes sure that black never breaks free with b5.
Exactly. And you get your 3 versus 2 pawn majority. Now, this looks like it's a really small thing, and it's not a big deal in the middle game, so to speak. But in the end game, it's one majority that you can easily mobilize. You can see in the future, when all the pieces have been traded off, that there's going to be an a3, b4, c5, b7 is going to be perpetually weak. And there's just a very nice, easy plan of just pushing on that side of the board. Small thing, but it could become very important later on.
What's really fascinating is the next two moves that happen. At this moment, Madaminov played bishop to f4, hitting the knight at the center of the board. Yakuboev falls back with the bishop. And Madaminov essentially invites a repetition of moves. Comes back to e3, mind games here. And of course, who's to say, had Yakuboev played knight e5, would Madaminov have been more ambitious? Did he have a plan? Was he just checking? Was he playing the psychological battle here?
Exactly. It could have been just checking. Could have been like, ha, 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 you want a draw, but I do not. I love that. And I think it's a good philosophy, actually. And this was like, I remember the advice of the old Soviet school of chess where they said, always repeat the position once.
Do you do that in your own games? Have you tried it? I never do it.
I never do that either.
Because I feel that if I do it, I will get tempted. Even if I want to continue, somewhere my resolve to play on breaks.
Yeah.
If my opponent does walk into it.
I just don't have the sophistication for the mind games, Tanya. I'm a very direct player. So I'm like, nope. No, if I want to draw, I will repeat. But if I don't want to draw, then I will not be playing the mind games.
And Nodirbek could have had this position for the second time, repeating with knight to e5, but instead he says he wants a game. Brings the queen out to c7, getting ready to line up the rooks on the d and the c line. Rook to c1, first lines it up against the white queen. a3, Yovi always with your ideas in the air of expansion on the queen's side. And this is where we are at. It's Yakuboev to move here. And the big question is, how are you continuing? Do you simply play rook to c8, or will you maybe fall back with the bishop with some threats along the d file, threatening e5 as well?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. First up, as white, I would be very uncomfortable with having my queen there on d1, you know, because one move that you mentioned, which I think is very, very normal, is to go bishop to e8. You just get the bishop out of the rook's way. And then suddenly, oh, look at that, e5 is in the air, and you have to get your queen out of potential discomfort. And then the question then becomes, is like, where should the queen go? Like, is she very at home there on queen c2? But Well, yeah, I mean, those are the kind of issues. And then the rook will come to c8. And again, both sides are going to be looking for that small progress. Again, as white, how to go forward. I mean, when will you be able to get b4 in and c5 and try to get that clamp? Probably later on, we're going to be seeing a lot more maneuvering. But it's a very clever game here. And I'm going to say a lot of energy is going to go onto the pieces. Like, for instance, the knight on d4 is very well placed.
You might start hitting it already.
Yeah.
Bishop to c5, asking some questions. If you move the knight, black is happy with this trade. You know, black is the one with less space. And if you're playing with a side that doesn't have enough space, you want to get rid of as many minor pieces as possible. I do feel that Yakuboev is quite comfortable with the middle game that he's got. I'm going to quickly rewind to our live position currently. A3 on the board. Bishop e8 hasn't been the move of choice yet. Yakuboev is on the think. Jovanka, how would you wrap up your evaluation? Who would you say has won the opening battle, or are both happy with the chances that the position has?
That's actually a really difficult question, and I'm not really hedging my bets here. It's because if, for instance, black has harmonious development, then black has won the opening battle because white doesn't really have anything to shout for it. Just a very small possibility of going b4, c5 at the right time. Everything has to be timed to perfection. And you feel like there's a lot of energy still remaining in the position. So it could easily sizzle in the sense that black doesn't manage to break out, could also fizzle out to a draw. We could be seeing a lot of trades. So I'm going to sit on the fence, Tanya. And I know this is not what you want to be hearing.
But it is a fencing kind of a position because the prodding and prodding here and there right now with really no direct threats. But the position's rich because not a single minor piece has been traded off. There is a structural imbalance, 4 versus 3 on one side, 3 versus 2 on the other. So you know that it's going to be a complex battle. And it's sort of brewing to be an exciting middle game right now.
Yes.
So I fully understand the fencing philosophy currently. I want to go back to our bird's eye view, to our 5-board multi-board view here. You mentioned sizzle or fizzle. Should we do a round of sizzle or fizzle?
Yeah, let's do that. So, and I got one game in my mind especially, but we're going to start from the top. Let's be logical. Hans Niemann against Shakri Mamadov.
Whoa, what just happened there? Oh,
no,
just a glitch.
Yeah, it was just a glitch in the matrix, but that game on the bottom right was definitely, in my opinion, a sizzle. Okay, so when it comes to Hans Niemann, Shakri Mamadov, at the minute, it's not a sizzle, but it has the makings of one, right? There's going to be a breakout.
It feels like that when a central break was to happen. We are talking our top left board here, Hans Niemann with the white pieces. I would say for now, it's the potential of a sizzle far higher than the potential of a fizzle in that one.
I am completely in agreement there.
And I maintain that for our top center board as well. I think that also headed towards sizzle territory before any fizzling out happens.
Yes.
So that's 2 sizzles. The other one, when you got h3, g4, a definite sizzle on the board. That's a sizzler, a really delicious one as well. Bottom left.
Oh, but at the bottom left, it's like the mind games that make it super interesting, isn't it, Tanya? It's the fact that Arjun has barely used any time. So and the fact that Vidit is deep in thought, just thinking, how should I continue? He's not made a move. And so I'm going to say sizzle. But the one between Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek of Dusatoroff, bottom right, in my mind, with a knight jumping out to g5, a queen on c5, a lot of imbalance in the position. That one is a sizzle for me. So basically, I've just said all of them are sizzles.
I love that. I love that we've got a full fighting board all across right now. And I think the most sizzling of the sizzlers is that bottom right board currently with the knight that's jumped to g5, the queen on c5. And Jovanka, I think that's exactly where we're headed. What a battle this is. Again, a generational clash with 2 players who love combative chess, right? And I have to say, we look at the screen, we look at the clock situation. This is not theoretical battle anymore.
No.
Both these players are on their own ideas, over the board inspiration.
Exactly. And we've got to quickly just rewind a few moves and see exactly what went down, because first up, bishop to d5, that was back on move 11, I want to say. And that came as a surprise to Nepomniachtchi. He had been very much in his own preparation. Bishop d5 appeared. And suddenly there was a pause for thought. And what is really interesting here is that Nepo did not go for the direct knight c5. Maybe he felt that that was a little bit too accommodating. But queen to c2 was the choice. And the whole idea is you do want to go knight c5, but you want to be capturing the bishop with your queen. You want to be centralizing Her Majesty. And then here in this particular position, Nodirbek, by the way, in going f5, also livened things up because he could have also done something like f6, e5. This is what I was advocating for. Set up that wall of pawns just to blunt this bishop on b2 and have the bishop on d5 just fighting it out against his counterpart on g2. But Nodirbek doesn't have that same chicken style as I do. And he went for something immediately, you know, dynamic. You have e4, the knight goes out to g5, and we have this position on our boards.
Knight g5 and another move a5 was played. This not only controls the b4 square for eventual knight jumps, but you're eyeing a4 at the right time, you know, when white doesn't have the possibility to push the pawn and break free with a2 hanging as well. It just becomes incredibly tempting to open the other flank if you're Abdusattorov right now, with the two knights ready, with the bishop eyelining the a2 pawn, the rook ready to get active. I think a4 is a threat that you need to be careful about at all moments. But look at Jan's next move. It completely is unconcerned. He plants his rook to the center of the board. And the first question has to be, can black strike immediately with a4? Maybe you flick in an a6 and drive the white knight away, which kind of looks like a thorn in black's position currently. You know, you've got to be careful of any kind of tactics because Jan has set up a d3 break here.
Yes.
With the rook lined up against the queen. And I think that's the one thing that's going to discourage Nodirbek from striking and going ahead with his plan, is that white is beautifully prepped here. The knight on g5, the bishop on g2, the rook on d1, lining itself against the queen, the bishop in d5 feeling the heat right now to get ready to take the pawn at the center. And suddenly, Nodirbek will not have the opportunity to kick that knight anymore. No more time for you, Mr. Abdusattorov, because Jan Nepomniachtchi is ready to capture in the center thanks to the rook on d1.
Yes. And also we have to investigate, like, can you go a takes b3, which my vibe is no, you cannot. You have to resolve the tension. If you go a takes b3 and the same issue, d takes e4, and you have problems. After pawn takes pawn, you're not solving anything because bishop takes e4, and then look at that. You have fun against the bishop on d5, fun against h7, and the pawn on b3 is just a little bit useless.
The only one having fun is white in this position.
Yes.
Would be Jan Nepomniachtchi. Too many double downs. Make that a triple down on that d5 pawn. So rook f to d1 actually has a really nasty idea of d3. It's preparing it in the best case scenario for Jan, with everything playing a big role here. Which means, Jovanka, that Nodirbek might have to use this moment to kick the white knight out of there before there's too much pressure on e4 to handle.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but there are consequences. The knight, of course, goes back to h3. Then it's primed, as you're indicating, to go knight f4. And there's still d3 in the air. And d3 is such an amazing counter-strike. Look at this. Okay, the evaluation bar is saying it's completely even, but why is it even? It's not that clear. Unless you want to be... For me, you can't allow the opening of the D-line. Black is not ready for such activity.
And I'm taking a quick peek at our engine right now. And Jovanka, you have hit the nail on the head. You absolutely cannot allow the D file to open up, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. So for black, right now, the best move, the top engine move, is to just simply say, I will give up my central pawn. The b3 pawn is weak. You're forced to take queen takes pawn. Well, pawn takes pawn you could take, but the structure you can see gets really bad for white indeed. And after queen takes pawn, suddenly it's all game on. Black's winning the pawn on the other side of the board. You know, you've got a long-term passer. The rook is coming to a2. And even if the bar says it's advantage white because of the bishop pair, the open nature of the position, I think this is a game for 3 results.
It is a game for 3 results. I mean, so many pieces
and more,
on.
Sorry, I'm just going to finish that line by saying that I did see the bar go up after bishop takes pawn. So really important to flick in a rook to e8 to use this moment to hit the white queen first. And only once the queen retreats, Jovanka, you need to neutralize the bishop pair. This is super instructive. You don't capture on b3 immediately, giving that bishop pair to white, but you pick up the bishop, and this is how you regain material, keeping the balance in the position, as now there's no bishop pair to boast of for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, and here this is a completely different situation as well, because the bishop on b2 is just too slow to really attack the pawn on g7. There's no assistance there from the white forces, and the knight's coming into a4, rook a2 in the air. So really, black has to be super precise here. So you can't, I don't think you have time to go a4. Or maybe you do have time, but you have to back it up with e3, as you mentioned.
Yes. And I'm just trying to understand what is the difference between if, let's say, we saw a4 and we see that after d3, it is advantage white. Why is e3 not so good at this moment? What is the big difference? Why does black need to flick in h6, knight g5? And my feeling here is that it will have something to do with the square on e6. So if you follow through with the line queen takes pawn, we do the exact same stuff here, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. If you take it directly, white just has a long-term really nice advantage of two beautiful bishops in this position. So let's say you first get rid of that, and again,
where you have to throw in rook e8, because
you need to
otherwise
throw that in.
Otherwise, queen e6 is going to be super
Annoying.
poisonous.
And I'm just going to quickly have that on the board as well, Jovanka, to make your point. Queen d5. Well, it's not even queen e6, which is really strong at the end after moving the king back, but queen f3. And the point is that suddenly there are ideas of queen h5, and all the pieces are looking at an attack here. Jovanka, this is the problem why you need to flick in h6, knight h3 at the start of this line.
Okay, let's continue.
Suddenly, you're a bit too late.
Uh-huh.
And you were talking about checkmates. You know, 3 is the magical number when it comes to an attack. Look at that knight, queen, and bishop combo. It's not just the kiss of death checkmate, but the sideways kiss as well.
Exactly. Queen takes g7 or queen to h7. That is going to be the checkmate. So Nodirbek has to be super precise. That's what we're finding out in conclusion. He should take the time to kick back the knight on g5. He should also be very aware that after d3, he has to meet that with e3. And he also, at the same time, has to rely on some active compensation with a4. So it's a 3-step plan that he has to do.
He has to combine all these elements on the board. And what makes that fascinating is that he needs full board awareness. Because look at all these 3 ideas. One is on the right side. Kick that knight back, start with h6. The central part of the board, e3, a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah.
Before you decide to open up the D line for Yan upon the Shizrak. And the active counterplay idea is on the other flank. So for Nodirbek, he can't focus on one end. He has to keep all these elements, put them together, and figure the right move order. He needs to execute it accurately. You start with a4 and you're worth. You can't pitch in an e3 before d3 comes. He needs to play h6 right now. It's a really important moment for Nodirbek to take that pause. He's been on a bit of a think, now under an hour on the clock.
Yes, and it's a good time to think because the position we mentioned, it is sizzling away. There's a lot of bubbling on the surface.
What do you think, Jovanka? Does he play h6 here? And more importantly, will he be able to figure out the resource of going e3? Because that is the absolute key response when Yan plays d3. And Yan has just set up d3. This move screams, I'm about to play d3.
Yeah, and I'm going to set the position on fire. Yeah, he has to find it. Will he find it? I absolutely think it's very much his style. The young generation, it's all about, you know, playing actively, and we see him locked in.
You know, I think it was Magnus who said when he was asked that amongst these young generation of chess players across the world, from the US, from India, from Uzbekistan, from Turkey, what would you say, who would you say scores the highest on Killer Instinct? And he said Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Well, Nodirbek, look at him. He's incredibly confident. And he's had this confidence since he was quite young.
The youngest ever world rapid champion.
Exactly.
He did it at 17.
And, you know, you have to be confident to be amongst the world's elite. You know, we have this little joke, you know, the higher the ego, the higher the elo. And it's so true, because you do not want to be low on confidence and taking a decision here and just overthinking, second guessing yourself. You need to trust in your abilities to navigate the danger.
You know what is the sweet spot for confidence in chess, according to the world number one? Somewhere between optimistic and delusional.
Yes.
That's the level of confidence you need to be at the top of the chess world. And I was thinking about this, and I completely, I think, second that. I think it's far more valuable to be overconfident and to have excessive self-belief. I think that gets you much further than constantly questioning yourself or even having a realistic level of confidence in chess.
Exactly.
you have to be overly optimistic.
I totally agree, and it's a fantastic skill to have when you're defending. I remember I was helping this young kid, and it was in Gibraltar in the juniors event, and he was so optimistic about his position. I was a bit so bad, and he kept saying, "No, no, 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 but I have this, and no, no, I can do this," and he kept because of this confidence. He kept finding resources that if he had just been like, no, my position sucks, he would never ever have found them. So it was a big lesson for me, actually. I ate a big slice of humble pie that day.
And Hikaru's also mentioned this, right? That you just always have to believe that there's a resource in a position.
Mm,
And how can you believe when you've given up in your mind? So to have that approach that no, I'm absolutely fine, no, there has to be something,
yeah,
is actually a very valuable asset in chess.
exactly. They should hire us as the
Where
people
are
to
you on
give
the
pep talks.
on the pessimistic optimistic scale, Ivanka? When it comes to chess, life we'll discuss later, different kind of stream.
Yeah, when it comes to chess, I would say I am, as a person, I'm generally optimistic. Sometimes in my chess, I can be a little bit pessimistic, unfortunately.
We
It
really
kind
are
of,
birds of a feather.
yeah. But generally in life, I'm like, yeah, if someone comes up to me and says, I want to invest all their life savings in this, I'm like, yeah, good idea, go for it. But in over the board, I'm a
Yeah.
bit more, think about the risks.
Don't kill me for this, but Ivanka is literally the kind of person who wakes up in the morning, blasts off music, and goes off dancing first thing in the morning.
I do, I do.
Getting ready for the day.
I'm that person. You can shoot me now, yes. Let's go back to this one is super interesting.
It is.
Let's leave this game for a while and let's head to the one game we haven't done any justice to, and that is Hans Niemann against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We think that this is boiling up to something, especially as the players start their maneuvering. So it starts off as the slow game, otherwise known as the Italian, but we like the slow game with that dramatic voice as well. But e4,
And it's the same opening that happened on the Arjun Vidit board, e4, e5, Yavanka. Exactly the same approach so far by both on both these boards. Knight f6, we do see the castle. On the Arjun board, at some point, Arjun's choice of move was to go a4 and h3. But on this one, a slightly different Italian. It's Shakhriyar who starts with a5. And this move aims at stopping White's expansion on the queen side. It also vacates a square for the bishop to fall back. The drawback of a5 often is that the b5 square becomes available for a bishop or a knight to nicely land on at some point. Black is often looking for counterplay on the left flank, sometimes even managing to get a b5 in. Rook e1 gets to the center. Castle, we see the g4 square being taken up, not allowing the black bishop to come out happily. Again, preempting the d4 break. Shakhriyar falls back with the bishop. Hans continues with development. The knight, of course, we know the route, how that goes towards the light square weaknesses on the other flank. The bishop, once again, a trade, an idea that we've seen at the Arjun Vidit board here. It's a very key thematic approach here. This is the bishop you want to get rid of for white. And after the bishop goes there, the drawback that we were talking about with that move a5, it is the white bishop that lands on b5. And Shakhriyar says, I'm ready for that knight transfer. Again, a plan that we have seen on the Vidit board eventually to get the knight to g6. But it also comes with a hit on that bishop. Excuse my arrows there. The knight to g6, a hit on the bishop, consolidating, getting ready for the move d5.
okay, and we can apply some of the plans that we saw on the Arjun Vidit game, perhaps to this one. First question is now the time for white to start going d4?
That's the big question, and I think it's the most important one. Usually in the Italian, the player to break in the center first.
Mm-hmm.
If black does it, you've solved your opening problems. If it's a successful d5, you're not losing either of the pawns at the center of the board and there is no big tactic involved, black is absolutely fine. If white is able to break through with d4, it means that white has the chances to take the initiative. Because suddenly it's very difficult for black to counter with d5. You need more preparation. And Jovanka, I think this has to be the move that's on Hans Niemann's mind as well. Again, asking some questions, which means that black has two choices essentially. Continue with the plan, go knight to g6, consolidate the center, keep the tension. Or do you want to liquidate? Does Shakhriyar think he's ready to open up in the center with pawn takes pawn? And here you can start with knight takes pawn. It comes with a hit on the bishop. You know, the other knight ready to jump on to g3 and then target f5, queen f3, bishop takes pawn ideas as well. I have a feeling that I would be happy as white here if I'm allowed to do this.
Yeah.
Bishop takes knight. You know, you've given up a bishop pair. I've got the beautiful center as well. It's not what you want. And I think moving back with the bishop just doesn't look attractive. I'm expecting if d4 was to happen, Ivanka,
They
Shakryar will keep the tension with knight
Yeah,
g6.
he'll bolster the center. And I found it really instructive, by the way, that after e takes d4, it wasn't pawn takes d4, which is what we're often taught. The rules are, capture towards the center. And that's because the evaluation starts rising up. And that's because of d5. And then after e5, well, you can jump in with your knight to e4. So that's a constant response that black has towards this particular pawn structure. So let's rewind. And as Tanya's mentioned, I also expect black to keep the tension. So knight to g6 would appear.
We do have a move.
We do
d4
have a move.
was that played knight e7. And in fact, I believe that... All right, I see on our camera that it's Shak on the move, but I'm not getting an update on my board that after knight e7, what was Hans's response? If we try to zoom in...
Let's try to get a full camera view on the players.
Yeah, can we go full camera on a full screen on the players?
Yeah.
It looks like a very different position from what we have on our live board, at least on this angle, Yovi.
Okay.
I do see a knight on g6. Whoa, a lot of moves have happened.
That's
the queens are off the board.
Okay.
Wow. All right, so clearly we've got to solve this mystery right now. My board currently stuck at knight to e7. Our live camera is showing that the queens are off the board. The central pawns are off the board. We're in endgame territory right now.
Yes, and so that means that d5 must have occurred, and there must have been massive breakout. The queens are off. Aha, I understand. Some d4 happened, Tanya. I think we can maybe
work
put on.
backwards.
Yeah, we can put our deer stalker hats. Sherlock Holmes.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Miss Holmes.
Yes, no, but hang on a second.
I have a feeling that we should just wait for the board to update.
Yes.
Because there's too much that has happened there.
But I suspect it's something to do with knight g6.
Yes.
And then pawn takes, at some point, pawn takes pawn happened.
But there are no pawns on the E line as well, Yovi. That's the point. All right, we will leave this mystery
we'll
for
leave
now.
This
We'll put our
detective
hats and come back to this. But I think we go back to our bird's eye view, our multi-board view, as we wait for this technical glitch to be resolved. Currently, we're not getting the moves in on this one. Let's get back our 5-board view, Yovi. What else we got?
Yeah, and I think we should take just a brief glance into what is going down between Nicholas Theodorou against Shamsuddin Vohidov, and then I think it'll be time for a break. So let's just quickly dive in, make a spot assessment on what's going down in that position.
Should we just do a quick roundup before we do a deep dive on that one? Because I see once again, bars are at the level, battles are brewing. We're going to ignore that top left board, as we did see on the Hans camera there, that a lot of moves have happened. It is in an endgame between Hans and Shakryar. So we let that be for now. Our top center board is where we'll do a deep dive. It looks like it's in the balance. The ideas that we were discussing with the bishop falling back, the D line opening up by Nodirbek Yakuboyev has been employed. Top right there, Nicholas Theodorou taking on Vohidov, who took down the tournament leader in round 3. And that feels like an interesting battle. All the minors on the board. H3, G4 has happened. I think fireworks all along in that one, Yavanka.
Yep. And we're seeing tension between Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati. Vidit burning a lot of time on the clock, whereas it's very exciting stuff happening between Yana Pomniachi and Nodirbek Abdusatov on the bottom right. You know, Tanya, I think it's perfect time for us to go.
A big update, though, that Nodirbek did find h6 and a4. So playing very precisely the ideas that we looked at. He pushes Yana Pomniachi's knight back, bottom left there, and then goes on the offense on the other flank.
Absolutely. He's found the first 2 steps, but will he find the third? That's all about, locking down the D line once D3 occurs. Well, as the players are thinking, Tanya, I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a break. When we come back, we're going to deep dive into the game between Nicholas Theodorou against Shamsuddin Vohidov and, of course, explore all of the action. See you in a few minutes. And we are back with round 4 of the UzChess Cup here in Tashkent. And well, it's my birthday today, and I asked for fighting chess, and that's exactly what the players are delivering as we look at our multi-board viewer. Before the break, I did promise an in-depth dive into the game between Nicholas Theodoru and Shamsuddin Vahidov, and we've just arrived to some decisions being made because during the break, Tanya and I were kind of having a little bit of a bet. Would the white king go to the left? Would it go to the right? What kind of mood was Nicholas in? Well, the questions have been answered.
They really have. And I have to say, Ivanka, it looks like it is your day. I mean, after all, it is your birthday. So maybe you're the queen of predictions today. You were saying that I'm expecting a short side castle by Nicholas with the idea to go f4. And I was like, no, no, no. This is going towards the left. You always swipe left and then f4. And we had a little bit of a debate on that, trying to understand. And look at that. Nicholas, in fact, has swiped right. He goes short castle. And the threat is clear. The f pawn is about to march up the board. Well, all the way to f6 if it's allowed, but first will be a big threat on f5, trapping the bishop and the knight as well. Ivanka, I'm going to backtrack to the moment we left it last because this has been exciting from the start. We saw an early h3 g4. It was around this point where the bishop was pushed back. The black queen came out. The white queen stepped forward to defend that b2 pawn. We saw developing moves. Knight h4, knight f8. Notice how white doesn't rush with capturing the bishop pair. Just not required. That bishop isn't running anywhere. Plus, you never want to really open up the H line for black here. So instead, knight goes forward. The bishop moves ahead as well, trying to push that bishop back. Now that the knight is on d7, not an ideal spot. The knight on h4 was hit as well. The bishop falls back to g3. We do see a trade. So this is Shamsuddin saying, I want to give my dark squared bishop, but no more the light squared bishop for you. It is on a beautiful diagonal, especially if white did decide to go long castle. After bishop takes bishop, short castle. And once again here, Nicholas kept things open, kept it flexible. With the move queen to d2, it also eyes ideas like a knight transfer to the other flank of the board. You know, you could look at f4 jumps, you could look at g3 jumps. Just places the queen at a square where you're not going to be hit by any knight f4, knight d4 ideas once the rook lines up against on the e-file. Rook fe8 happened anyway. Now threats of knight f4 coming in. So it was the moment that white had to decide safety for the king, and it is to the right, getting all set to push the f-pawn.
Yes, and this is where I was going to have a bet with you, Tanya, because I'm feeling lucky. You know, I've lost every single prediction.
I will almost feel bad about winning any bet
Don't worry about it.
Today, Yovi.
Don't worry about it. So I'm expecting f4, but do you think Nicholas will go for f4, especially now that we've arrived to f6 being played? I thought maybe it was a little bit less clear if he'd gone f5, as black had gone at f5, or done something a little bit more aggressive, whether maybe he would have gone a little bit slow play, like rook ac1, you know, knight a4, you can kind of go for that minority attack on the queen side. But after f6, it's all systems go, right, Tanya?
You know, I have a feeling that f5...
He's going to go f4.
f5 was actually a really good resource that you
really
pointed out. You know, with h3, g4 as target right now, you take that pawn, the bishop gets super active. Look at white's king side as well. You can start rerouting your pieces, you know, the rook on the f-file, the other rook on the e-file. And if you don't take that f5 pawn, this tension is invaluable. If you were to push g5, thank you very much. At some point, I might even do it now. Throw in that pawn, because I just realized that d4 is such a big weakness as well.
Yeah, and the bishop on h4 is like literally locked out by its own pawns, and you can start controlling the light squares. Now, this would be absolutely fantastic for black. So f5 would have been a key moment, key move, but f6 on the board, and that is just like waving the red rag to the bull for me.
The bull here is the f-pawn.
Yes, exactly. Start to advance that pawn. f5 on the board, and the bishop on g6 is going to have to play chicken and go bishop f7. And we are going to be seeing Operation Expand on the king side.
I love it. I absolutely love f4 at this moment. And I'm also...
Can I expand on this point, Tanya? Sorry to interrupt you. But after f4, You got f5. You got bishop goes back to g3. Why be happy with one pawn up the board? Why not go the whole hog?
So f5 here.
No, 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 as black. As white, sorry. As white. And once you get, because I think bishop f7 will happen. And then I'm like bishop g3. And then why just be satisfied with f5? Why not just go h? This is the English style.
Oh, you want all
Yeah,
of
I
it.
want it all.
You just do. It is your birthday, Ivanka.
I cannot put a foot wrong.
Your
pawn
week
wrong.
wants it all today. All right, so f6. Step one to give it all would be f4, and I think that one definitely happens. I just want to point out one thing, that yesterday what stood out to me in Vachier-Lagrav's play, even though his technique was top class and he won the game very convincingly against Madaminov, it felt like he was being super cautious. It felt like he wanted to keep every single point on the board under control. And I wonder if that is what we're seeing, and that's just his style of play, Yovi, where f5 feels like you're pressing the chaos button while you want things more consolidated as a player. So for Vachier-Lagrave, f6 might be his more stylistic approach, but in this particular position, it might come to bite you, especially if Nicolas does get active here. And look at that. Look at his eyes. He is looking at that side of the board, Jovanka. It's all attention on the king side.
I mean, look at it. He's completely forgotten that the queen side exists. Look at that. I'm sure he's going f4. And we saw him do this against Hans Niemann as well. G4 in the opening, go on the attack right from the beginning. F4. Come on, Nicholas.
Look at him.
Don't keep us hanging.
He's going to play it. It's the side. It's literally, he's looking at the king, rook, and the pawn right now.
And if things were working our way as a commentator, he would make the move. No, he's reaching for the cup of coffee.
But I say he makes the move in the next 1 minute. In under a minute.
In under a minute. Okay.
In under a minute. So if we've got the timer in front of us.
Okay.
Before that goes down to 101.
Okay.
We'll have f4. I want to see f4 for the score. It'll be hilarious if he just decides to go on the other side with a4.
Yeah.
Be eating my own words.
And that was
on my birthday.
Yeah, sorry for my tune. It was a very niche. Only the Brits would have gotten that. It's like this game show we have called Countdown, and they have to find as many words as possible, or the biggest amount of word or something. So they're looking and they're thinking, and there's a numbers game as well. And yeah.
Have you ever played Word Box?
No.
Okay, that's a similar game where basically you have to find maximum number of words, and it's a 1v1.
Yeah, it's not maximum number of words. You have to find the longest word possible from a collection of letters, and there'll be like 3 consonants and 4 vowels and something like that.
Stuff.
Yeah,
I know that there's this longest word that exists, and I can never pronounce it or remember it. Do you know what's the longest word?
It's a Welsh. It's a Welsh name.
Yeah, I'm gonna cheat a little bit.
I don't think I would be able to pronounce that one. Well, actually, I'm not saying that I'm the queen of pronunciation, but I would not even.
Oh, good luck. Here, I've got it for you. It's pneumono ultra microscopic something.
Okay. No, I did not know that. Interesting.
It's 45 letters, guys. It's 45 letters.
They could have just shortened it. There's no need. Can you imagine?
I feel like I just feel like they've taken 5 different words and just smashed it together.
They do that a lot in Norwegian, Tanya, and it really trips me up big time. So what is the longest word? Is that a job title, by the way?
This one?
Yeah.
It's a disease.
Oh no! Just imagine if you say I'm suffering from this.
Yeah, how do you even get it across? Like you're gonna run out of time by the time you get this out.
Pneumono
microscopic, and the rest I gave up.
Okay,
coming back to the chess, Ivanka, we'll talk about this in a bit, but that is the longest word in chess, and this feels like a pretty long chess in English. This feels like a pretty long thing, as now Nicolas has reached the R mark, but regardless, I think it's going to be f4. You played h3, you played g4, your queen is out of the way. There are no hits on that file. Nicolas, f4 for the score.
F4 for the score, but he's taken more than a minute, Tanya.
Yes, I told you it's not my day, Ivanka. You could go buy a lottery right now and become a millionaire today.
Oh, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that. Okay, well, let's take a pause from this one, but we are expecting f4 is going to... What is the... Okay, let's go.
We have to head back to our bird's eye view. Let's bring up our multi-board view, and then Ivanka, you know exactly where I want to direct your attention to.
Okay, I know exactly where you are going, and it's a game that we promised would be a sizzler. It would be fire on the board, and I'm looking at it. It surely is. Let's go back to the multi-board viewer, and you can pinpoint exactly where we want to go.
Bottom right.
Bottom right, between Yana Pomniachtchi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Earlier on, we established that there were 3 steps that Nodirbek had to do in order to get a safe position. First up, it was to do with kicking back this white knight on g5. That has been achieved. Then it was all about getting in a4, getting counterplay. And then the third and final step, Tanya, was to lock down the D line.
Yes.
That hasn't happened.
No.
Let's go there.
Let's do it. Step 1, step 2, but step 3 is where Nodirbek faltered, but he found a very resourceful idea. Instead, I will add that, Jovanka, we left it last here. Yana Pomniachtchi has just made the move rook after d1, and the threat is clear. He wants to go d3, and once the d line opens up, there's just too much pressure down this file. The bishop and d5 extremely vulnerable to attacks from across the board. Yana Pomniachtchi making his intentions clear, and we discussed all the various plans that Nodirbek has. The counter offense via a4, the counter defense, 8-6, push the knight back. And the most important point was that when d3 happens, Nodirbek had to find e3. Let's see how this progressed. He started with 8-6, pushing the knight out of the way, goes back, goes on the offense on the other side, a4 played, Yana Pomniachtchi continues according to plan d3, and this was the moment of truth.
Yeah.
e3 was the move, a pawn sacrifice, but a temporary one, just simply to make sure that the rook on d1 doesn't open up against the black queen. And then we saw some incredible lines following up with queen takes pawn takes pawn. You have to throw in a hit on the queen. Once the queen falls back, this was the path to the safest neutralization, and not to d6, but to d5. And you just neutralize white's material advantage and the bishop pair.
Yeah. So that was the most precise way for black to handle this. I can see that that hasn't happened, but I see a rook on a5. So I'm assuming that instead of playing e3, rook a5 made the appearance, queen to e3, and that this is where we're seeing pawn takes pawn being played out.
And indeed it is. And this is something that Nodirbek had in mind when he played rook to a5. Pawn takes pawn has to be the response. There's just too much pressure otherwise on that central pawn right now. No good way to defend it. He does take. And it is Yan on the thing. On our camera, we say he is leaned in. By the way, that's classic Yan posture. I feel like if we had a clip of Yan straight 10 hours of playing chess, we'd see that leaned in, head on hands, folded hands, either with his head literally on his hand or slightly raised right now for 95% of the gameplay.
Yeah, he literally was
or
doing that.
And the rest 5%, he's not on the board.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's walking around. Yeah, I completely agree with you. He basically has two. This is his calculating phase. So now he's calculating what is going to happen after rook takes d3, which is the most obvious move. Of course, there is a queen takes d3. That's another possibility. So let's have a look at the most obvious recapture. Rook takes d3. And first up, let's have a look at what Nodirbek could be planning. The first move that springs to my mind is you got to deal with the pressure against the bishop, is either dodge this pin with a queen, queen f7, or can I just have a look at knight to b4? Because I see a rook and I want to attack. And,
super spicy.
And that would be a mistake. That would be a mistake because of...
I have a feeling, Jovanka, we hear of this concept, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. And the knight on b4 did have a lovely hit on that rook. But suddenly, there are all these ideas of bishop to c3, the rook on a5. Also, watch out for queen c3, which potentially could be a double hit on two soft spots. And I just don't believe that you have time to pick up the pawn on a2. Amongst other options, white can simply disconnect the defense of the black rook at the edge of the board. And again, the pin on the queen will be decisive in this case.
Okay, can we just break down absolutely everything? Can we just go a few steps further? Just because, if I can steal a pawn, I will. So rook to c5, rook takes rook.
Queen takes rook.
And queen takes rook. And then c6. I understand this knight on a2.
And also the knight on b6.
Knight b6 is not... so you cannot defend. It's as easy as that.
This is just game over. I've got 3 attackers. You're not going to have a third defender join the party. Rook d8, I'll get my fourth one
Oh,
in, and that's it. The knight on a2 completely offside.
yeah. Okay, that was definitely a failed mission. So you can't go knight takes a2, and then there's no point in going knight to b4.
And it just makes things very difficult, life very difficult for black next because of the threat of bishop to c3. And I just want to also point out, let's say you move your queen somewhere, trying to offer a queen trade. Again, lots of winning moves, but the one that makes the most sense to me, you go queen c3, the knight is hanging, there's checkmate in one as well, and you end up either losing your king or your knight in this position. So while knight to b4, it's a one mover. You hit the rook and the pawn, and the moment white steps back, that knight is heavily misplaced in this position. Ivanka, there's another idea that you mentioned that I like quite a bit in this position. After pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn. By the way, our live board on bottom right. So still a decision not made by Jan Nepomniachtchi as he's navigating through the labyrinth of variations that we're looking at right now. Rook takes pawn. You said sidestep the pin.
Yeah.
And I love the square that you pointed out because the moment you see it, you see the pressure on the diagonal, on the weak pawns that white has. And now knight b4 will be a bit of a power move after this. The bishop's
Ooh,
free.
the bishop is free. There's no horrible pin. And you can also go bishop takes bishop and get rid of the pressure there. So what is happening now after the trades?
Maybe jump in with your knight,
Yeah.
hit that rook as well. And I'm just wondering how are we evaluating this position, have to take with the queen to defend this pawn. And very likely we might see this sort of a simplification on the board, Ivanka. I have to say, I see the bishop on b2. It's going to be unchallenged for the rest of the game. G7 is always a spot that you have to watch out, which means the queen will have to be passive, stopping knight h5, making sure there are no checkmates in one. But that said, it also feels that black will have play on the open file. I see the knights, they can be super tricky. I'm still picking white here with this unchallenged bishop, though. I think slight advantage, Jan Nepomniachtchi on the push in this.
Yeah, you know, especially now you've highlighted knight to h5. That would be massively awkward. So a big fight, though, on our board is going to be a battle between the king side and the queen side. And, well, we'll see. But for now, Jan is considering whether to capture on d3 with the queen or the rook.
And I think that's key, right? I think we'll all just agree that pawn takes pawn is a move that you don't want to make because suddenly the rook on d1 makes no sense at all. You have a weakness as well. So we can refute that just on pure positional grounds, not even to mention. Another option that you were talking about is the capture with the queen, which also makes some sense here because you're, again, eye-lining the queen on d7, bishop on d5, feeling a bit tender right now. And it also comes with the idea that if you take bishop to bishop, suddenly you see the bar go, and this is the windmill. Did I get that name right? Is it the windmill here?
Yeah, it is the windmill. Yes, that is completely right.
Is it? For the first time in the history of commentary, I get the name of a tactic right. I always struggle. I'm always confusing them, and it looks like white has just given up an entire piece. You're sure it's a windmill, right?
Yeah, it is a windmill.
Okay.
It is completely a windmill. And there you go. Your king goes back to g8 and then back again. You can win the b7 pawn, just the kicks.
You can win everything. And at the end of it, Ivanka, the checkmating idea would be that, you know what, I'm going to take this knight. Pawn on h6 is hanging.
Yeah.
Rook's about to move away. And there's a very nice detail on this tactic, which I'll just quickly point out, that at this moment, black could have stopped it with knight e5. But this is a plan that we saw earlier on, where white can just simply double down on the pin with the move f4 and the problems remain.
Yep.
Oh, queen takes pawn. Queen takes pawn. Do not capture that bishop on g2. That is the windmill incoming with queen takes queen.
Yeah, okay, that's not going to be happening. Nodirbek has seen it, but the pressure is on the bishop. And now the big question remains is how to handle this. And
can we just slowly see that line one more
Yes.
time and just check if it's forced? Because it's tactics.
yeah,
Bishop takes bishop. If you take the bishop, black is super happy, right? Amongst other things, you can also trade queens, maybe even line up the rook on the d5.
Mhm.
And I think this is what Jan was working out as well with his hands and head leaned in. Rook takes bishop, and it looks like you're sacrificing a piece here. If you defend the pawn, white simply picks up the bishop. That's an extra piece in the endgame. And suddenly there's no running away. Ivanka, this is just game over.
It is 1-0. GG.
GG's.
Yep. So you can't go for this one whatsoever. So therefore, you just have to, if we go back to the live board, this is just beautiful. Rook will pick up the c7 pawn, the b7 pawn, the knight on c6 falls. So you don't want to be touching this one, but after queen takes d3, as played on the live board, bottom right, and we can see that they've got some options. You still got this idea of queen f7, and I would also suggest that the knight coming to b4 is going to be a case of LPDO, loose pieces, they drop off, because it just looks a little bit shaky, as Tanya showed when the rook was there. And that would be a massive mistake, actually. You see the evaluation bar
Ooh.
really rose up.
And it's again, it has to be the
Yeah.
tactics, right? The knight on b4, pin to the rook on 8, and let's say you sidestep the pin. I'm seeing threats on c7. I'm seeing threats on g7. I'm seeing a queen that's overloaded Ultra Pro Max.
Yes, and it's the windmill again in operation. But of course, knight to b4, just way too shaky. So queen to f7, quickly played. And now the big issue is, how is Nodirbek gonna not Nodirbek, how is Jan gonna be handling this? Is he gonna go knight to f4? The knight on h3 isn't working. That would be the most natural move. Or is he gonna play something else? Should we take a pause from this one and move back to our multi-board viewer, because I see the evaluation bar dancing on the other board games.
We're going to do just that, Ivanka, but we'll end this by saying that Nodirbek is handling the complications extremely well in this one. You know, there's still a lot of tension. There's tension on the left flank. There's tension along the bishop. The rook on a5 laterally keeping things together. The bishop open. This is fireworks all along. And we'll come back and see what Jan Nepomniachtchi's decision is on this. What catches your attention on our multi-board viewer as we pull up all our 5 boards in action? And just as we do that, knight to f4 has been played. I'll just have that move up right now. Attacking the bishop. Moves are coming in fast and quick. And we see on our live board right now, Nodirbek Abdusatro, bishop under attack, says, I want that fianchetto bishop out of here.
Yes. Get it gone. Yeah, bishop takes bishop, and the king steps forward to take the bishop. And now, again, is as Tanya has mentioned, the bishop on b2 is such a monster. Sniper shooting away at the g7. And black has to be very careful that there is no knight to h5 in the air. So I would say, as you mentioned earlier, small advantage to white, not quite equal just yet for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But let's go back to our multi-board viewer, Tanya, because there have been some developments elsewhere. And I gotta say, we are in an endgame in the middle between Hans Niemann at their top left, Hans Niemann, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We finally have a conclusion. And I also want to have a look at what's happening between Arjun Erigaisi against Vidit Gujarati, especially with a black knight sitting there on h4. But let's go to Hans Niemann against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Even though it looks really tame, you want to go.
It just feels like I see a knight and a queen together. Ivanka, it's your pick. You're the birthday girl. Do we go into the end game of Hans and Shak, or do we take it to fire with Arjun and Vidit?
Okay, we take it to fire. We take it
like
when
that
you
was
put
a very leading question.
That was a very leading question. But on the other hand, I just kind of wanted to play detective. We can play detective after this one. So here, I mean, first up, let's backtrack and see how the position developed after we last left it, because the mind games were plenty. And whoa, Tanya, just look at that. Look at the clock time.
Oh my goodness.
Vidit is down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
And he's still got a lot of moves to be made right now. I will quickly catch up with the live board as we are in time pressure territory. And this has been the story of Vidit for so many years. He struggled on the clock. And then it felt like he had solved that problem when he had an incredible candidates run. But now it just looks like it's back to square one, Ivanka.
But I'm looking at the clock, Tanya, and I'm thinking, no, that cannot be correct. Because look, Arjun, according to this clock time, has 1 hour and 33 minutes.
Unbelievable. He's got more time than what he started with. All right, let's catch up with all the action. The rooks came into play, and Vidit strikes in the center, trying to get rid of all the pawns. They're completely prepared with all the pieces centralized for black. We see a trade, both knights being hit currently, and white's choice of move was knight takes pawn. If you do capture the white knight here, black is ready to take a right back. And in fact, the complications work in black's favor because of the double rook on the e file. The bishop nicely lined up against the f2 pawn. Knight captures an e4, the knight captures an e5, not allowing any doubled pawns. The white knight jumps ahead, hitting the rook. And look at this. Check out this move, Ivanka. He takes it. He's relying on the fact that you can't really pick up the rook and hit the queen. No, black's not going to regain the knight, but instead a huge tactic here. And once again, I'm only able to see this because I've got my engine on. I am taking a peek here. Knight f3 is a
Whoa.
bombastic move here, just finishing this off in style. You take that, and guess what? Queen coming in, that's a checkmate. You go to f1, queen takes pawn. You go to h2, it's a stunning knightmate on f2. Knight f3 would have been game over had white gotten greedy with that rook. So with some tactical foresight here, he gets ready, but of course it's spotted, and rook takes knight was instead the move of choice by Arjun, who's basically the king of tactics himself, so not allowing any knight f3 stuff. None of that business for you, Vidit Gujarati. We see trades now that the rook was hit. We see a fallback. Rook's being challenged here. Takes. White is left with a weak d4 pawn. Black has an open e file. Knight and queen, a deadly combo, but it's all about the clock. Immediately trying to solve problems at the center of the board. d5, rook d6, lining up against the d file. And there we see the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn has disappeared, as has with its time on the clock. Queen b3. This is the position that we have. This is our live board right now. Arjun has just made this move. It's move 27. Ivanka, do we have more moves on our camera? Because I feel like there's a different position there.
Yeah, we've got to zone in on the camera. Can we pull up the full camera view between Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit? Because, yeah, you are right. Is this the correct position? Also, I suspect that the clock times are wrong. I think Vidit has a bit more time than that.
And it's not Vidit's move, it's Arjun's move. We can see the clock right there. Let's go full screen on our players to understand what's really going on here. It's not 12 seconds. Do not panic, chat. It's still game on as we try to get our players and the board on camera.
Okay. What has Vidit played? Because we see the knight still there on g6.
But it was on h4 and the pawn was on g3. See, Arjun's pawn is on g3.
Yes. So
I wonder if he went knight h4 here. I'm trying to work this out.
He did go knight h4,
and
g3,
and
then
knight
knight
just
g6.
fallen back. And this is panic mode by Vidit. He basically just gave a move to white, where white was able to block the diagonal, push the knight out, Arjun to play right now. And I think this is where we are on the live board.
Okay. And so for Arjun, he's being granted a free move. So now is a chance for him to go improve the bishop. The bishop's in the way of the rook. Bishop, wasn't thinking bishop e3, I was thinking bishop c3.
I love it.
Bishop c3 also prevents knight coming to e5. And then you can start centralizing your pieces with queen to d5, queen to d8. And you are in the business. Also, I've got to point out, just to help you, a rook and bishop work better than a rook and knight in endgames. Whereas the queen and knight work a little bit better than queen and bishop. And I say a little bit better because apparently the stats don't actually play out.
Your move on the board. That's
he's
been played
it.
out. Arjun's gone for bishop to c3, and especially the rook and bishop combination in the endgame is very strong when you've got pawns on both flanks.
Yes.
Bishops are long-range pieces. Knights take a while to travel from one side to another, so the bishop can start targeting weaknesses across the board. Ivanka, I think for Vidit, it's big pressure. I can't see his clock timing right now. It's not getting updated on our screens either. But he's got to be feeling the pressure because positionally as well, even though there have been a lot of trades, problems are not behind here. Queen to d5. I love that idea as a follow-up. a5 under attack, potential endgame.
He's going to play something. It looks like it's a b6.
Is it a b6 or is
it looked like a pawn move.
b6 would make a lot of sense, right?
Because defending a5.
Consolidate a5.
What is he going to do? Vidit, by the way, if my screen is to be believed, he's down to 8 minutes and 20 seconds and ticking down. And Arjun has 1 hour, 24 minutes, if my screen is to be believed.
And imagine just sitting across on that table scenario, right? If you're with it, you're looking at your opponent's clock with having used about 6 minutes to get to this position from the start of the game. You're playing on your final few moments, by the way, with it has gone rook to c5 instead. So he just says, I'm not only defending a5, Yovi, but I'm making sure your queen does not get centralized.
Yep. Okay, that's a good idea. At least prevent the queen from working together with the rook. Okay, so what to do now as white as... Well, we can see a little bit clearer.
But still no clock times there. And I just wanted to say that it is so unnerving, as you mentioned, that Arjun is at an hour and 24 minutes. To see your opponent having blitzed out his way through to this point and still the game is left, the imbalance of the bishop versus knight is an eternal one in this game.
Mhm.
There's no way to completely take it to liquidity, to a safe endgame for black.
Yes. But okay, I got to say that we have the computer evaluation in our screens. As white, I would not be feeling entirely comfortable because I can visualize a future where black goes, can you guess it? H5, H4, and you cannot do anything with that G pawn because if it steps up, that knight is jumping into F4 quicker than you can spell. I don't know what you can spell, but faster than
Definitely not the longest word in English dictionary. That
exactly.
one I can't spell.
I can't spell too much there. But it's a very nice move actually, because after H5, you probably have to step up with the pawn to H4. And suddenly there is the skeleton of an attack against the white king. So I would say both sides have to tread very cautiously here.
I really like Vidit's choice of going rook c5. It just felt like once the queen did land on a really nice juicy post, potential endgames, weaknesses to defend, it would be very, very tough for black. And
Yeah.
rook c5.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I got a bit excited there, Tanya, so I'm sorry. But I started looking from the black side and I was thinking, oh, look at that, the queen can drop back to c8 and there could be attacks against the h3 pawn and then the rook can swing over to g5 and then suddenly there's like knight f4, knight h4. Tanya, this is getting spicy even though it's reduced material. So I would say Arjun now has to stop playing instantly. And start thinking. I mean, as you mentioned, all the long-term trumps are with white. The bishop is so much better than the knight. So how to neutralize any potential funny business with a rook coming to g5?
It's the point I was going to make, that I think rook c5 is such a smart move by Vidit. And, with little time on the clock to play this, just really cool stuff. And we see Arjun now go on a think. We'll come back and see how he responds. It is advantage white, and I'm just wondering that, we're singing praises to Vidit's last move. It may be time for Arjun to think about actually getting rid of that rook with the rook sliding over, trying to at least neutralize that. And for now, saying, well, 95 isn't as attractive. Bishop takes knight, game over. So I've stopped that idea for now. H5 as well, with rook takes rook, b7 tender. It might be the move. And Arjun looks like he's about ready to make his move. He knows he wants to play on the board, on the clock as well. Rook to d5, getting rid of a very active major for Vidit. Might be one of the candidates here.
Yes, I actually really like that plan of yours, Tanya, especially because the knight on g6 is offside and the bishop on c3, anchored by its own pawn on b2, is going to be a monster. So this one, if you played rook d5, that would kill any black activity.
How are you evaluating this position? Let's say the rooks come off the board. a5 is attack. You go b6 to defend it. It's the queen bishop versus queen knight combination. And usually the queen and the knight, if they're combining, if they're able to build an attack, are really strong. But let's not forget, the knight on g6 is currently being dominated. It doesn't really have any jumping squares. e5 under control, f4, h4, nowhere for you to go. And this bishop looks really strong. I think there's still a slight pull. Add to that the weaknesses on the dark squares.
And that's exactly the point that I was going to make. Like, you can see, and you're putting it on the board right now. You can read my mind, Tanya. The bishop will come to d4. The queen can come to b5. And suddenly, how do you defend b6?
And if b6 falls, a5 definitely falls. So I am thinking rook d5, when we play through this line, it just starts looking really good for Aragaisi right now. And he's got all the time in the world to swirl in his chair. Vidit under big pressure. If Vidit goes down in this one, that'll be his third loss out of the first 4 rounds of his chess.
And could this harm his selection chances in the Indian Olympiad team if he has a terrible tournament and falls below, say, the number 5 player? Who is the number 5 player in Indian chess? Is it Sasi Kiran or is it?
It's there's Arvind, there's Hari.
Oh yeah,
there are quite a few. It's a full bench of players there. I think for Vidit, it was very important to play this tournament to get the number of games that are required to be considered for the team. And I'm not sure how many points he has as a buffer to make it to the team, because Gukesh, Pragnananda, Arjun, these 3 are definitely there. And then you're looking at, an entire, you're looking at Nihal, you're looking at Arvind, a few other youngsters there fighting for that top spot, two remaining. Vidit, I think if he has a decent run at this tournament and doesn't give away too many elo points, is definitely making it to team. But already 2 point deficit, potentially this game looking tough with the time control, with rook d5 in the air.
You know, Tanya, I just kind of pulled it up, the ranking list. So Vidit has some margin to play with, but you are completely right. Aravind is there, Hari Krishna is there, also Karthikeyan is there. I mean, so many people are
Yeah,
chasing him down. I
it's
mean, how
tough to
many
make it to the Indian
grandmasters
team.
does India have?
95.
95 grandmasters. Wow. What a time to play chess in India.
It really is. I think there's never been a better one to get into chess than right now in India. And it's not only the top of the pyramid, right? It's not only the elite, but even at grassroots level. And it just sort of filters through. The more people who get into the game, the more people you find at the top. Just the interest has never been this high in the country. And that's why we see everything that's happening around. You know, you have Pragnananda winning the Norway chess. You have the youngest ever world champion from India as well.
Vachier-Lagrave challenging for the crown.
For the crown, winning the candidates herself. She also just won the WR Masters Women's Tournament in Philippines just yesterday. So Indian chess looking good, but right now with its position not looking so good, although Arjun hasn't made his decision. Should we bounce over to some of the other action, Yovi?
Definitely. Let's head there. And I'm just going to say, let's just quickly glance over what's happening in Hans Niemann, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, because just, you know, for completeness, we left it at a very tense game, a very tense position. And now we do have the conclusion. I don't think it's that interesting as we speak, but let's do this and then let's move on to more exciting stuff.
Let's do it, because when we left it last, it felt like a full game to play for everything, and it was around this moment. I'm not going to go all the way back, but here pawn takes pawn was the decision by Shak, and as we had predicted, the knight does jump forward, and I like how Shak handled it, getting rid of the light squared bishop here. Finally, white is eyeing the f5 square. Black doesn't care because there are squares for the knight of his own. There are ideas of knight h4, knight jumping to the center of the board. Also watch out, rook e8, e4 being a tender. The other knight jumps forward, just making sure that e4 remains intact right now. Rook e8 was played. Bishop e3. Again, you always want to get rid of these long range bishops. Takes, d5 at the center of the board. I think really well timed everything by Shakhriyar to neutralize the pressure. You know, at the right time, lining up the knight on the king side, getting the rook to the center, getting prepared to play d5. And after all the pawns from the center have disappeared, we went into this endgame. The rooks came off as well. The white knight jumps in. G7 is the vulnerable spot. But black's piece is super duper active right now. Says take that pawn. I'm also looking at ideas of coming in with the rook. But first, getting rid of one of those two knights. Watch out. That knight on G7 has no way home. Knight takes knight. Knight takes knight. And the only square would be knight to e8. So that just starts looking incredibly scary for white. Instead of going for this line, which was possible, we see a reinforcement step in with g4, just making sure that the white knight has a path out if needed. The rook steps in, and this is where we are. This is our current board. But yeah, we've had more moves, as we can see on our live board. The analysis board isn't updated. Rook to e2.
And b4.
How did it go?
b4 was played, and then a4 was the response, and a3, and this is the game. And we have Shak deep in thought, and you kind of feel like Shak is the one that was better because the knights on f5 and g7 look a little bit tangled.
They really do, like, right, superfluous knights. They look really pretty close to the black king, but they're kind of just coming in each other's way and not letting things be flexible. Now, white has an extra pawn. It's 6 versus 5, but look at this rook activity. At any moment, you can go c2. I'm not even seeing a good way to defend that c3 pawn. Not just that. Black's knight is ready to jump into the game. Knight f4 starts looking pretty scary. I would say that even with a pawn deficit, if I had to play this position from a side, I'm taking Shakhriyar here.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I mean, the only danger I can see is if somehow Hans gets frisky with the rook, I was going to say, and go all the way up to d8. And even then, it's not easy to construct any form of threats. I mean, you'd have to drop back the knight to h5, and you know, black has to be very, very accommodating. But Shak is doing everything to perfection. If he keeps a knight there on e7, he can make the necessary trades. whenever his king feels a little shaky. So I'm going to say Shaq is very comfortable. The evaluation bar tells us it's equal, but I would say that Shaq is the one that's on the better side of the equality. So that's how the game between Hans Niemann and Shaq has developed. Let's peek in at the game between Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek.
We'll do that. And just to finish this off, it's not because Hans wanted to push these pawns on the queen side that he's done it. He absolutely had no other choice, right? After Shaq did infiltrate with the rook, how else are you supposed to free your own rook to try to get into the game is why we saw these moves. And I love this very instructive moment, the last one I'll point out before we move on to Madaminov's game here, that instead of easing off the pressure, allowing white a free hand to even in certain cases create a passer, the decision taken by Shaq is absolutely A. You're also threatening a3, just making sure that this pawn remains on a2. So Hans was forced to block that idea. And that's why he sort of landed up in this soup of a structure on the left flank, giving black enough resources to go after this.
Yeah, they're so instructive, as you point out there, Tanya. A4, A3 permanently weak. Yeah, I think actually the more I look at it, the more I feel like Hans really has to play very actively and energetically to offset these structural weaknesses. A lot of danger in the position, despite what our friend, the evaluation bar, is saying.
I am with you on this. It just feels like the piece activity of the rook and the two knights and the tension between the four knights that are there on that side of the board. The knight on g7, the knight on g6, ready to jump onto the board via the dark squares. It just feels like Shaq has everything to play for, and a good defensive technique is what is required. Needs to be hands-on. Hans Niemann here.
Hands on, Hans Niemann. Absolutely. All hands on deck here. It's the first time I've joined in on something like that because I'm normally not quick enough. But okay, let's go back to our multi-board viewer, or we can just dive into the game between Madaminov. Okay, then let's do the multi-board viewer and see how things have progressed. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, we see some small advances. We see the king come to h7 there on the bottom right, but it's very much progressing as we expected. The bishop on b2 is going to be his big asset. Also, it is pawn roller time between Nicholas Theodoru and Shamsuddin Vahirov there, top right. And in the game between Arjun and Erigaisi, he did go for Tanya's recommendation of rook to d5, which basically locks out any black counterplay and just firmly puts Vidit on the defensive. So I wanted to check in on a game that we haven't caught up with in a long time. That's their top center between Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek Yakubov. It is an all Uzbek derby. And there's a lot of pride at stake, as Shakhsot was telling us yesterday, that when the Uzbek players play each other, it's more than just a game. They're playing for pride. There's a lot of rivalry.
I love a good national rivalry storyline.
Exactly.
These are players who very much are the present and future of Uzbek chess. For Nodirbek Yakubov, he's been part of the Uzbekistan Olympiad team. For Mukhadin Madaminov, what a story it's been. He's the youngest player in the UzChess Masters. He's all of 19 years old. As a 10-year-old, I still remember the photo that I've seen of him. He idolized Javakir Sindarov when Madaminov was unrated and Sindarov close to about 2,400 back then. I think this was 2016, if I'm not mistaken, that photo is from. And we see Madaminov going up to Javakir to ask for an autograph and a photograph. And then 10 years of friendship is what these two had, to the point where now Madaminov is a big part of Javakir's team. He was present in Goa at the World Cup, played a big role in Sindarov's run of a lifetime that was at the World Cup, which he won, booking his spot into the candidates and then eventually winning it. Madaminov has been a part consistently of Javakir's core team, not just as a second, not just as a training partner, but as a really good friend, as a really close friend. And here, it was Sindarov who had a withdrawal from the tournament, giving Madaminov the chance. And what a chance he's had, right? Comes into that first round, takes down Jan Nepomniachtchi in such an attacking game. Second game, wins, takes pole position, but a setback on round 3, looking for a bounce back today is Madaminov.
And they're kind of close in age, right? So Mukhadin is just 19 years old, whereas Sindarov is 20.
He's going to be 20 when the World Championship happens. This I'm sure.
Yes.
And so I don't know if he's 20 already or not, but I know when the match happens, Yovi, maybe he'll be 21 when the match happens. It will be the youngest World Championship match in the history of the game.
Yes.
And before that, it was Gukesh versus Ding, where I
Yeah.
think the average age was around 30.
Yeah, I mean, Kukesh has been around for such a long time. One forgets that he is just 20 years old.
And recently turned 20.
Exactly,
That as well.
just a few days ago. So, wow, okay. Well, let's break down Mukhadin, just a teenager, 19 years old. When we left it, we felt that this could be sharpening up, as both sides were just building up their positions. White was going for the a4 idea just to get that queenside majority mobilized. And we both kind of said that everything is going to depend on how you activate the pieces. So maybe we can fast forward quickly and see how things worked out as we see the bishop come out to c5, attacking the knight. And no trade of the bishops, and instead bishop to d6.
And no retreat, no repetition here.
Yeah, what
after
is
the
happening
retreat.
here? Hasn't Mukhadin offered twice a repetition?
The first time the repetition was offered, and I'm just to make your point there, was when the bishop moved back, Yavanka. And it was back in the day, after the move, bishop to d7. Watch this, everyone. Bishop to f4 is what Mukhadin played. Once the bishop was hit, it falls back, and essentially saying 95 is a repetition.
Yes.
And now we fast forward to current day. Bishop to d6 played. This is the moment. Bishop c5 hit the knight, falls back, bishop d6, knight d4, essentially saying bishop c5 would be a repetition.
Exactly. How
But guess what? Nodirbek once more.
Exactly. Nodirbek is like, no, my friend.
Not giving the nod to
because
that repetition.
I'm sure these guys are all friends, and that's the vibe I get very much from the team. But you would get so much bragging rights.
I
if you
declined
win.
repetition twice in this game as black.
Exactly. And if you win, you're able to say, hey, I remember that game that we played? I
Right.
won.
Not only did I win, I also declined the repetition multiple times, but in hindsight is when we'll know if that decision comes to fruition or not. Because if it doesn't, and Madaminov takes the win, he'll be the one having the last laugh.
Exactly. And there will be laughs. If because that's the thing with chess teams when you're representing your team at the Olympiad, is that there's a lot of laughs, there's a lot of tension, not amongst the team, but it's just by nature. It's a very tense event because you're looking to perform well for your country. But there's also a lot of teasing, shall we say, going on. A lot of banter. Yes.
Gotta love the banter. So, but Yakuboy found a different way to destabilize the knight at the center of the board. He now comes back with his bishop, and this is super instructive. I just want to point out that he could have done bishop to e5 on this move, but just making sure that the white king remains at the corner. You know, there can be ideas of back rank issues. There can be ideas that eventually when an endgame arises, the white king is far away from the center. It's long vision, but super instructive. When you can throw in this check, putting the king in a less ideal spot, and then return with the plan that you want, take notice.
But look at the next move that Mukhadin played. So first up,
Rook d1,
Rook d1, yeah.
Rook d7, and both are getting ready to double up on the d file.
Exactly.
And
Okay.
I believe you've got more moves than
I
do.
I
Yobi.
do have more moves, and that we're seeing after h5 making an appearance.
So I have rook to d2 as the last
I have.
move.
Okay, I have. Okay, I'll tell you. What move are you on?
So the rook's doubled up, as I can see on your screen. And then we had white do the same, just making sure that the knight on d4 remains defended.
And then after h5,
Ooh, spicy.
and look what happened next, Tanya. King to g1.
No.
Yes. Will you have the draw, for goodness sake? And he says, I will go bishop h2,
On the board.
king h1,
Okay.
bishop e5,
Oh my goodness.
king g1,
No
draw.
way. And
no.
is this where we are?
No thanks, young man. h4.
That's the third time in
I
this
know.
game.
I know.
So Madaminov denied a repetition for thrice in a row now.
Exactly.
That is unbelievable. And that also, Nodirbek Yakuboy playing for more with the black pieces. But this has got to play mind games on you, right? Because you just feel like you're really going after that repetition. Your opponent is just saying, access the knife. Not today. Not today, my friend. You shall not pass.
You know, a friend once told me the story that he was very young, I think maybe early teens, and he offered a grandmaster a draw. And the grandmaster in a booming voice said, "Let's play, kid." And I feel a little bit that if they could talk, that's exactly what have come out of Yakubov's mouth. Let's play, kid.
Game on.
Exactly. Because h4, okay, it means business. But okay, is Yakubov perhaps pushing a little bit too much? Because that pawn on h4, and it gives me like echoes of a line in the Caro-Kann main line where white does the same with their h-pawn. They advance it all the way up to h5. And this pawn is either a strength in the endgame or it's a big weakness. And the reason why it's a big weakness is because that knight on g6 in this particular position is constantly tied down to the protection. And so that way, what white can do is that white can just focus the play in the middle of the board, and that knight on g6 is going to be forever offside because it has to keep watch.
This h4 construction with a knight on g6 would be super powerful if the bishop and the queen can actually reverse their setup and create a battery like this. But it's a far way off. And while I say it's a far way off, I'm just wondering if Nodirbek is being a visionary and actually planning a sneaky little maneuver here, Jovanka.
He could very well be doing something like that. I completely agree. That's like super terrifying because how on earth do you defend? If that bishop were on b8, you could not stop that battery from appearing on a queen h2. No, you can't do that. And I also just wanted to point out in terms of an endgame, a bishop endgame, this pawn structure is really, really nice. So it's even more in the future if it gets there, because then you have g5, f5, and g4, and you have the ability to create an outside pass pawn.
Wow.
So this is why the h pawn in the Caro main line that I'm referencing is either the hero or it is the villain.
Wow, it looks like middle game planning and end game planning, both under control by h4, and the storyline of declining a repetition thrice by Yakubov just seems to imply that he wants a fight in this one. He feels, we can see also going to rating, by the way, Mukadin Madaminom is the lowest rated player in the field. You know, you want to strike, you want to take your chances. And chess is a game where if you play super safe, we do have a move, by the way. And Jovanka, I don't have an update on my board, so you have to help me.
He has
b4 is what it looked like,
yeah,
no?
b4 is exactly what it looked like. Hasn't updated. No, c5.
Ooh.
c5 was the move of choice. And, well, consequences. That's the first thing that I'm thinking of. So, you know what, Tanya? I reckon he is fighting against your plan of going queen c8.
And this is what it felt like it's being set up. c5 does come with an idea of pushing the pawn
d6
forward, and you're just disconnecting all of black's queen side.
Can we just try, like, if, like, the whole idea of c5, is it to stop queen c8, bishop
Let's
b8?
do it. Let's take a look. So queen c8. The bar doesn't hate it,
But it
feels
doesn't love it.
It doesn't
c6.
love it. And it's got to be around c6, right? Because otherwise, what have you done? And you give black one more move. I just want to demonstrate that b4 and bishop to b8. And suddenly you can see the evaluation bar reacting. No more time for you. Now c6 comes with queen to c7. And these are the problem ideas here. You know, you might feel like you've got a knight coming into the defense. But with all the trades, after rook takes rook, bishop takes pawn, you actually end up just at least losing material here, being down a pawn.
Yeah. Well, suddenly the bishop is unleashed in the position, and
Nodirbek
still
getting
the
some
white king.
stretches in, by the way.
Yeah, it's work. It's hard work being a chess player, Tanya. You got to stretch away, and it's tough, you know, to sit there at the table playing chess. The older you get, the more these things matters.
And I'm just gonna do a quick get us up to date with this position, as I am struggling with my live board currently. c5 was played. And right now, Yogi, you were pointing out that after queen c8, how white is discouraging this is the move c6.
Yeah.
Take us through this line.
So this must be what he's planned. c6, b takes c6, and I haven't yet come up with another move.
Because it's a pawn.
Because it is a pawn.
You just take on a6, but that doesn't feel right.
Well, maybe you can take on a6 whenever. It's not running away, Tanya.
Right. Okay. Let's come back. You got something stronger for me?
Yeah, could you? I was thinking knight to. I don't want to be.
Knight
I
a4?
was thinking knight b3 to jump into knight c5,
Oh.
but then
you
your
wanna-
idea. Yeah, let's try knight a4.
But maybe knight a4, you anyway go bishop to b8.
But then you have to go knight f3.
Yes, at some point, because here I just want to point out suddenly it's a double attack and you end up losing material instead of winning it.
Yeah.
You know, this bishop b8 with his h4 combined is actually incredibly powerful.
Okay. So maybe what
Just
you
simply
do.
taking sure that you don't have any g3.
Okay, so if there is no c6 in the
Okay.
board, maybe we can just go.
This is instead of c6. So
I was
this
thinking knight
position.
f3.
Ooh, Javanka making a lot of
No,
commitment.
no,
moves.
knight
Oh,
f.
sorry. I was like, f3 is just such a non-Javanka move.
No, that doesn't fall in the brackets of chicken. Chicken
Not,
doesn't do that.
not even a lioness should
But
do
maybe I
that.
can throw in c6 and
And
then
then
knight
knight
f3.
f3. Let's try that.
Because you pointed out, I forgot about this bishop on f1.
And now you're hitting the bishop.
Yes.
And you can always take on a6.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happens if black actually tries to take on c3 first, because I don't want to allow knight takes e5.
Yeah.
You take here. And if black tries to defend the pawn.
Okay, well you do have like ideas that I mentioned before, like this pawn on h4 is so bad. So you have, first up, you've got queen c4 as a way to centralize
Ooh,
and
I
improve
like
the
it.
queen. You also got bishop to g5, as you pointed out.
Mm.
And somehow, I like this construction
Yeah.
a lot more for white.
I agree. I think c5 is a very creative resource, wanting to throw in the move c6, and it just takes
Yeah.
us right back to this moment. But I'll just back up here.
A-
This is
and-
where we're at. Yakuboev on the move. He still hasn't played queen to c8. I just want to point out, you don't want to take this pawn, lining up your queen against the bishop. Many knight jumps, but I think the most attractive should be knight takes pawn, queen hanging, rook hanging.
Yeah, and you can't go rook takes rook, because then you just,
Maybe you
or maybe you can.
And then you take the queen.
You take the queen.
And the point is that the rook on d8 is hanging, still in the balance, and still anyone's game really, because this bishop on e5 and this pawn on h4 just making sure there's no g3, the knight on g6 making sure there's no f4, always back rank things to be careful about.
Yeah. Yes. So c5 with a sneaky idea of going c6.
Love it. Gotta love it, Madaminov.
Yeah. So what to do? What to do for Yakuboev? If we look at the clocks, he's down to 11 minutes. They're on 28 moves. And the players do get that 30-second time bonus per move, and they do get an additional 30 minutes on the clock once they've passed move 40. So I wouldn't say it's like massive time travel, but it is getting critical on the board. Yeah, okay, and what you need to do, maybe we can go back to, so this one is getting critical. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Let's go back to the multi-board viewer.
Let's do
and
that.
let's have a look at what is going down.
Let's go back to our 5 board view that we have.
Yeah, let's go back to and see. Yes, as we get the cameras up and running. Look at how everyone is thinking. So we see Muhyiddin there against, on the bottom left, against Yakuboev. And here we have more updates from our players. And we're seeing that it is going to be back there on the bottom left between Arjun, Erigaisi, Vidit. Well, Arjun is going to try to control the game by improving his queen, targeting b6. And now Vidit has to play very accurately if he wants to survive this, especially with his clock ticking down. And we appear to the game Hans Niemann against Shakarian Mamedyarov. So rook c2, not necessarily the best move, but still looking like Hans will have to play very, very well in the top left in order to save that one. And meanwhile, it is a pawn roller there on the top right. Maybe we go in on that game. No, okay. Let's just keep on with our round the board analysis. As we see from Nicholas Theodorou, he is really going on the front foot on the top right with moves like f5, this bishop stepping back, h4, g4 in the air. And the question is, has he gone too far forward? And we also see there between Jan Nepomniachtchi that and Nodirbek Abdusattorov that the bishop on b2 is such a good piece. And now Nepo is in full grinders mode as he's just played h5 himself in order to secure g7 as a weakness. Very tense game there with Nepo being the one with the small plus. There's some uncomfortable questions in the bottom right for Nodirbek to answer, primarily how to activate the knight on b6, which is completely dominated. Well, I can see that we're going to get a few decisive results, Tanya.
Yes, I think there's tension all along, and even the one that's the most advanced game, as you mentioned, top left there, Hans versus Shakhriyar. It's an end game, but one for all three results right now. Up a pawn, but a lot of initiative. The last move by Shak given across there, but felt like the most human move on the board. And of course, all the other boards super active, fire all across. I think Arjun versus Vidit most likely to fizzle out. Yes, we've been talking about the trumps in Arjun's positions, the beautiful unchallenged bishop on c3, that's the bottom left board, pawns on both flanks, and more importantly, black's pawns stuck on dark squares on the queen side right there.
Yep. And as we just recap all of the 5 games in play, we are going to take a very short break. And when we return, it is going to be time, trouble, time for our players. Stick with us. We We are back with the middle game here at the UzChess Cup. It's round 4. The games are in progress, and we left it with Mukhadin and Nodirbek Yakuboev in real tense mode, especially as there are so many possibilities of Nodirbek Yakuboev perhaps lining up a battery, setting up a kingside attack. With so many possibilities, but do we have any more moves, or has Yakuboev just simply gone into the tank?
So this is where we left it last, Ivanka, when we took a short break and you were considering the move queen to c8 to set up exactly that battery that you're talking about right now. But instead of that, Yakuboev goes aggressive on the spot. He brings the knight forward, hitting the queen. A slight inaccuracy, but you can't fault the player. I think a very natural move in this position, hoping to get a bishop pair, which would be quite deadly in the attack. The queen falls backward. Really an uncomfortable position here on the first rank for Madaminov. And look at that. The knight now reroutes itself to a really nice spot. You were talking about a problem knight on g6. It doesn't exist anymore. Knight d5, attacking the bishop, hitting the knight. c5 pawn. Always watch out once this bishop is out of the board. Knight takes knight was played. The other knight jumps in, takes its spot. And this is where we are. This is our live board right now. I'm loving black's position. It still keeps the chances of queen c8, bishop b falling back, the queen lining up, the battery the right way around. But the only question to be answered is, does white have time to go bishop g5 here, trying to pick up the pawn on h4 while hitting the rook on d8?
Well, the evaluation bar tells us no. But why can you not do that? Is it just because of a simple bishop to f6, or is it just to remember, no, that's not the solution? In fact, you see the evaluation bar suddenly go in white's favor.
Really instructive, because bishop f6 would have been super strong, Ivanka, had you not had the move b4. And now suddenly all the problems are solved. There's no more attack on the king side. I think it's exactly your idea, but a different piece. Bishop to g5, and it's the knight that falls back. The bishop on e5 hits the knight on d4. b2 is hanging. It's x-rayed because of all the tactics. And let me just have that on the board. You know, you think you go knight f3, you solve your problems, hit the bishop, but guess what? Boom. Bishop takes pawn. Suddenly, rook takes bishop, runs into a lost variation here. You lose the rook at the bottom of the board. So with the knight sort of tied down to that square on d4, knight f6 is a big power move. Not to mention c5 tender as well. No time to go b4 as the d4 knight hangs.
Oh, okay. Well, tricky stuff here for both players as they have to navigate this whole series. For Yakuboev, it's whether he can handle the clock and come up with ideas, such as understanding that after bishop to g5, you can just deal with that by going knight to f6. Such a cool move. Also for Mukhadin, what is he going to do? How is he going to untangle his pieces on that back row? Those are the critical questions. Let's move on to Arjun Erigaisi against Vidit, especially as the clock starts ticking down. You can see that Arjun has set up the piece formation exactly as we suggested. A queen on d5, maximum power there for the piece. Bishop on d4, targeting b6. And the question for Vidit is, how is he going to defend b6? How is he going to keep the queen on d5 from infiltrating, if she so wants to, onto g8? So it's going to be questions all round. The evaluation bar says slightly better for white, but I don't believe it. I think this is practically very difficult.
The human evaluation is going to be very different from what we see on that bar right now. I'm going to do a quick action replay. Not too many moves has happened, so we'll get up to date super fast. Rook d5, getting rid of that active rook that Vidit had placed there. We were praising this move. The rooks get traded off. You want to capture with your queen, not disconnecting your pawns. And look at this. Arjun shows the way to activate your queen. He falls back to the starting square, now looking at some juicy posts to land on. Once the queen tries to prevent that, it centralizes with a threat of checkmate in one, essentially forcing Vidit to create weaknesses. The only move to fight against that threat, f6, gives a check on the weakened diagonal, forces the king out there, and the bishop now takes that spot, eyelining the weakness that we earlier highlighted, and that's the sore point in Vidit's position. The knight tries to get into the game via e5, also eyeing the f3 jump if it's left unguarded. The king now, an active piece with such few pieces on the board, places itself at the center, but notice how it's still a dark square. I think you have to be really careful if you're Vidit Gujarati to not land into any checks. h5 has been played. This is where we are, Ivanka. It's Arjun on the move.
Yeah, and the big question for Arjun, though, is Vidit has a fantastic knight on e5. He's going to have to find a way to kick that knight from that square without allowing any checks to his king. Because as it stands, if you go f4, Tanya's got it on the board with the arrows. Queen c2 is going to make an appearance, and you cannot hide that king on h3 because at the very least you have knight to g4, and now white is going to have to pedal backwards as quickly as possible and try and force a draw because queen h2 is going to be checkmate. So this is the big issue for Arjun. Can he manage to push back the black pieces, keep control on the position? If he does that, then he's going to have a very comfortable position because the b6 pawn is a target. Also, the queen can come into g8. It's looking shaky, but at the minute, it's standing.
I will point that out that, you really want to put your queen on g8, but the same ideas from a different problem do exist here. So white's king, though, looks safer. Because the queen and the knight combo, you have to make sure that there are no checks on the board. And as we can see, wherever the king goes, the knight will jump into. The ones where you don't want to go is to h3. That walks into a checkmate in one. Thank you very much. That's game over. But anywhere else you go, either the knight comes in with a devastating check, picking up the bishop, or there will be more checks with the queen. So the white queen is actually tied down to defending that diagonal. With f4 not possible, with queen g8 still not an option for white. It's not as simple as it looks because getting rid of that knight with bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, black has completely solved all problems on the board. That king can step up, defend the pawn, the black queen can start getting active as well. I don't see Vidit losing control if it's a pure queen pawn endgame.
No, that's not what Arjun is aiming for. So for Vidit right now, the clock might be ticking down, but it looks like everything is completely stable. But he does have to move.
He is threatening f4 next, Arjun. Queen c2 defended now. A pin on the e-file.
And a very nice move actually from Arjun because you cannot relieve the pressure by going queen to c6 because the pawn on b6 is vulnerable. So what is the move for Vidit? How is he going to dodge this threat of f4? Maybe he just has to step back with the king.
And it feels like it's not super comfortable where you move because if you move to the f-file, Ivanka, you have to watch out, right? King f7, bishop takes knight. If you take with the queen, queen comes in with a check, picks up the b6 pawn. If you take with the pawn, there's queen f5 check, picking up the h5 pawn as well. And though the computer says it's in the balance, but this is not the kind of line that you want to play. It all relies on tactics. Queen takes pawn, and black at the end of it all has to spot that after a check from c6 will end up, whatever white decides to play, will end up winning the a4 pawn. With a material balance on the board. So Vidit needs to spot this entire sequence of move to sidestep with his king.
Okay, and that's a hard spot. Also, it looks like we're going to be headed into our traditional queen and pawn endgame, which we have seen already, not once, but twice. Very instructive. And
with
for
one
Vidit,
player on the side of it. Once with a loss and once with a win.
Exactly.
Walk it off.
Back it off. But he's not playing this one right now, but it is Vidit who has to decide. What is he going to do? How is he going to handle this? Is he going to go king to f8, king to f7, try to dodge the idea of going f4? Does he have a more active move? He's got 1 minute on the clock. Tanya, let's stay on this until he finds a solution because right now it is situation critical. Clock ticking down. What do you think he's going to play?
Big question. He's got 2 moves to make time control before the additional 30 minutes is added as well. And this could be one of those 2 moves where you go entirely wrong. He needs to calculate the long line where he does win that a4 pawn at the end or find a different resource. Vidit getting fidgety there on our camera, moving a little back and forth. He knows he doesn't have all the time in the world. He will get an additional 30 seconds after the next move that he plays. And look at that. Just a little indecisiveness there by Gujarati. As he does have the head nod, and that's usually a sign that a player has figured things out. To me, it feels like he's going to move his king. Well, it felt like he calculated a long line, and that head nod showed that he spotted queen takes pawn at the end of it.
Well, he can't take too long. He can't forget the time. He plays king f7. Wow. Okay, he has spotted that there is a queen c6 at the end of it.
And you know what gave it away, Ivanka? It was that head nod by Vidit. That just showed that he has seen that this entire sequence after bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, queen check, the king hides, and queen takes pawn. Queen c6, Vidit saw that and the head nod and went for king to f7.
Okay. He saw that, but he still has to defend. Quite a tricky queen and pawn endgame. 47 minutes for Arjun. Arjun can take all the time in the world. Let's move away from this one, Tanya.
We will. And to finish that off, I'll say that you're saying this is tricky simply because there are still dynamics of a king side attack. Sure, you can pick up the pawn on a4, but at some point, Arjun can start targeting the h6, g7 idea once the queen's out of here. Yovanka, where do you want to take us to next?
Okay, I've got to take us to Yana Pomniachtchi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov because the evaluation bar is telling us that it's all in White's favor. So here we see the situation, and it's something that we mentioned time and time again. White's advantage hinges on the power of this bishop on b2. Look at how it is pointing at g7. Look how Yana Pomniachtchi has secured the square for his knight on f4. The pawn on ah5, securing those light square weaknesses. And now with the rook lining up to d1, how can Nodirbek Abdusattorov move? He cannot move the knight on b6 without allowing the queen to infiltrate. The knight on e5 is not going. A knight on c6 is not going to be particularly stable if it jumps to e5, and there's a weakness on f5 to take care about. And I just don't see an active move or active plan for Nodirbek. And Nodirbek, the local hero, is in big trouble.
That's a fantastic breakdown. You just simply compare each of White's pieces to its counterpart, and you realize that why the computer loves Yana Pomniachtchi's position so much. So much of it hinges on the pawn formation and the way the pieces are placed. I'll also highlight the g6 square that the knight is always ready to jump into. The queen about to set up a battery with that bishop, with all the ideas that you earlier pointed out, opening up the d line as well to the rook. Meanwhile, what are these two knights even doing at the edge of the board? And a very mysterious move by Yana
He's just saying Nodirbek has got no moves, Tanya.
Yeah, he's just saying my position's so beautiful that your pieces are ideally placed. Everything you decide to move is going to be less desirable, and good luck finding a move right now. Yovanka, I just want to quickly check in what happens if you do go knight e5, because there were certain patterns that we were earlier talking about. You know, ideas of back rank weaknesses, ideas of getting to that pawn on b7 and then getting in with the rook, the knight on g6, really boxing up the black king if it was about to step forward. And the bar does confirm that this is massive advantage to finish that line. After c6, the rook would go in, king to h7. You're not surviving that once the knight goes in. And if you go rook to e8 in this position, White's got a lot of options. You could even simply just trade the rooks and make a case for this f5 weakness. Just a quick tactic here. Queen takes pawn, queen takes queen, and that's a knight pawn endgame with an extra pawn.
That's
close to a winning advantage.
That is close to a winning advantage. There's no way that Nodirbek is surviving this. And some beautiful points. And in fact, what we are saying is coming to pass as we see Nodirbek retreat that knight to c8. He's trying to home it on d6 just to try to lock up the d line and just overprotect f5. So a very nice move there. Knight to e5 wasn't really working, but is this good enough? The consequence is that you can jump in with the queen to d7. Any other moves for Jan as he, look at him, he leans forward and starts to assess.
And that reaction by Jan was also appreciating this idea of the knight retreat by Nodirbek. It suddenly feels that the knight from b6, once it lands on d6, will solve so many of the problems. Everything that you stated, I think even for queen d7, that's the kind of response. By the way, decision by Jan, he pushes b4, trying to destabilize the other knight. But queen to d7, on the other hand, would have landed up with the black knight jumping to that desirable square. So a really cool resource here. Knight to c8 by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. b4 played, b5 coming up. Knight d6, b5. Questions not over for Abdusattorov.
No, and we have to deal with the issue of what is Jan planning after knight takes b4. What is the response from that? Is it just to simply go queen to b5 and start infiltrating that way? Because you see the evaluation bar just go all the way up.
And the only retreating square that you have right now is knight to c6. You definitely don't want to place it on a6. And this does not help. Queen takes pawn. You win the material back. The knight, again, unhinged in this position right now. You can't get to the center of the board. Knight e5, bishop takes knight. The rook is overloaded. b4, incredibly tricky by Jan. He plays the move. He gets up. He leaves the board, leaving Nodirbek to all his problems.
Yeah. That is a massive problem.
b5 is coming up.
It is coming, and immediately we saw that the back rank is going to be an issue for him. So it feels like knight to d6 is the only move that you can try. b5, you continue as promised, and then the knight is going to jump to e5.
And that's the move you really want to make. But every time we're making this move, the bar is shooting
Mm.
up, saying that there's a knockout. And I think this has to do with the fact that suddenly that B pawn is a monstrous pawn. It first destabilizes the knight on c6, and now the same questions to the knight on d6. The knight on c6 out of the board, the knight on d6 about to be out of the board. You can't even jump up anywhere. There's queen c7 check, pawn takes pawn is game over to be followed.
Wow. And that's absolutely game over, Tanya. B5, B6. There is going to be no knight d6 for Nodirbek. Nodirbek is not given time to breathe in this position. And I just got to give a shout out to Jan for making the move b4 at tempo. He didn't even pause.
He literally did not. He made it with 44 seconds.
Right.
In 44 seconds, he found this idea after a beautiful, resourceful knight to c8 by Nodirbek, and head and hands one more time for the Uzbekistan superstar right now, as he's been stopped in his path to get that knight to d6 to consolidate the position.
Okay, and we're going to take a pause from this one, Tanya, because there's big updates in the game between Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek Yakuboev. There we are seeing that Yakuboev is taking control of the position. We saw Mukhadin, he really wanted that draw. He kept offering to repeat the position not once, but 3 times. And what we're seeing here is that this passive mindset is favoring Nodirbek, as we are seeing bishop takes b2 on the board. And it's not just the fact that the b pawn is fallen, it's also the fact that the c5 pawn is also gonna fall off the board. a3 is vulnerable, and there are 2 pawns on the queen side for black to walk up the board hand in hand.
You're already up a pawn. Yes, you lose h4, but win the entire queen side in the process right now. And absolutely, it looks like Kaisa is rewarding Nodirbek Yakuboev for the courage that he showed with the black pieces, declining a repetition thrice. And Madaminov there, he looks distracted either with what's going on around him or in his own brain, trying to understand where things went so incredibly wrong for white, but not happy with what he's got in front of us.
Yeah.
One way that I see that Madaminov could try to keep things under control, defend a3, attack the bishop on b2, not giving enough time to take on c5 could be the queen move, but this does allow the bishop to fall back. And again, the same problems. Yes, you can take the bishop on f6, but after knight takes bishop, taking the pawn on h4, Ivanka, we might see this being played out because it feels like the only way that you're actually regaining that pawn currently.
Right, but the left side is creaking. You know, black is just going to plan knight d7, the c5 pawn is going to fall, and then it becomes all about just pouncing on the pawn on a3.
How do we feel about this? c6,
Queen
takes
takes.
pawn, queen e7.
Okay, then the
Just
knight
trying to
moves.
spare you.
Knight moves out, knight
Knight
to
f6,
f6.
keeping everything under control.
Mm-hmm.
So no counterplay in this position right now. We'll go back to our live board. Knight d7 was the last move played here. And I'll just quickly do an action replay. This is where we left it last, where Yakuboev did decline a repetition. The knight falls back to f3. And this was the tactic that we were looking at. It was played out. And I wonder if Madaminov completely missed this, Ivanka. We had this in our analysis, that this is something to be very careful about. The pressure on the d file. Notice the bishop can't be picked up. The rook on d1 is hanging. The trades we saw, I don't think this was voluntary. You don't want to fall back on the pawn in this position. He just had a blind spot, I believe.
Yeah. I think that he was just thinking his position is solid, queen to b4, making an appearance. So we could be seeing the analysis that you highlighted on our boards. But I'm just going to say, you know, I would say the biggest mistake that Mukhadin made was wanting to draw. We saw that not once, but 3 times. He kept just making small moves like king h1, king g1, saying, can you draw? And that gives like a psychological edge to your opponent when you make it clear that you are just looking to draw the game.
Exactly, right? It gives so much confidence to your opponent to just know that you can take as much risk as you want, because it feels like your opponent in his mind is playing for a draw in the game. Yeah. Pretty much asking for repetition 3 times with the white pieces. It's just not a bold statement. You don't want to be doing that, and especially against a player like Nodirbek Yakuboev. I have seen him at the Chess Olympiad. He goes for the throw if he's given the opportunity, and here it felt like it was a free hand. He sort of pushed the h-pawn, set up the pieces in an ideal manner, while Madaminov was just trying to keep things under control, trying to escape with that draw, with that repetition, denied every single time, and now up a pawn is Yakuboev.
Upper pawn is Nodirbek, Yakuboev, and we are expecting bishop to f6 just as we predicted. Yes, the h pawn will fall, but the c5 pawn is the target. Okay, let's pull out from this game and move on to Nicholas Theodorou against Shamsuddin Vohidov, because that one was fire. And we did see Nicholas be brave. He went for the pawn storm, but suddenly, look, there is a beast of a knight there on f3. Maybe we can quickly do an action replay to see how the players actually got here.
And I won't go all the way. Actually, I will go all the way because we left it last when white pushed that f pawn all the way up to f5, really clamping down. And Ivanka, you were screaming for the pawn storm on that right flank, and it did come to fruition. h4, knight reroutes itself to the king side to assist in the attack. The bishop gets itself to a nice diagonal there as black is desperately trying to create counterplay on the other side. One small move pretty much takes care of all knight jumps. Really instructive to take a pause and stop the counter offense that your opponent is setting up. And look at that, just getting ready to get g5 on the board, protecting that square, first bringing the knight in. The white knight steps up. The bishop gives itself up. The knight is the attacker that you need in this game. Eventually, you want it on h5. You want it targeting e4. So giving away that light squared bishop, striking with g5. We see the king sidestep. Get ready for doubling up on the g line as well if you're white. But black slowly starts taking over because it just feels like Nicolas has been slightly slow on the attack. Notice how rook on g8 will just defend any ideas, any checks on g7. Bishop lands here, and this was the key moment. I believe that Vachier-Lagrave really found a beautiful path for that knight to a6, knight to b4, knight to d3, only to go back, Ivanka, and suddenly a big brilliancy appears, a royal fork being threatened. Yes, you can step up with the king and save your queen, but not the exchange. And now for Nicholas Theodorou, if that rook is picked up, he will have to prove compensation, but my gut feeling is that Vachier-Lavrave's knight is priceless.
Yes.
I think it weighs far more than the rook on g1. And we might not even see a capture on g1.
I don't think we're going to be seeing a capture, Tanya. That knight on f3 is such a beautiful piece. You can just visualize, like, if a black queen manages to join the attack, start targeting h4, it's going to be game over for white. But the question for Vachier-Lagrave is, how is he going to continue? How is he going to introduce the queen into the attack? And you also have to also remember that white's queen b2 is not without its poison. D takes c5 in the air, followed by queen takes f6 ideas. So both kings a little bit shaky. This position is wild. I'm expecting moves such as rook to g8, to be honest. Rook g8 and start to work the magic down the g line.
I love it, Ivanka. It's just that the question is that after pawn takes pawn, I'm tying down your queen here to defend the f6 pawn. What's the follow-up? It's just all about getting the queen into the attack, but not so easy with the black king boxed up on h8 as well.
That is true.
What I want to look at before we put rook g8 on the board is knight takes rook. I just feel like that's such a tempting option. You're winning in exchange, and we do see the bar react right now, but from a human perspective, it's really the move you want to make, right?
Exactly, because then you kind of cash your chips in, and if you survive the initiative down the g line, you are an exchange up. It's going to be 0-1 for Shamsuddin. So, okay, let's play that one. And then now I guess you go.
You got to go something that stops the idea of the white knight jumps, because bishop g7 is a threat. Let's just say you're slightly, you take the ball, your eyes off the ball for just a moment, and suddenly knight to h5 looks like a blunder, but this should be game over.
Bishop takes pawn.
You're coming in on the attack. You're winning the queen. The white queen ready to step up to deliver checkmate next as well.
So if knight h5
is
a massive threat, it currently is in a game position, Tanya, as well. So this is why I was quite keen to rush a rook to g8 just to cover g7. But yes,
maybe you do it now.
Yeah, maybe you can do it now. But then there's the same issue that the pawn takes. You can also threaten queen takes f6, knight takes e4 is in the air. Is wild.
Well, rook g8, the computer doesn't absolutely hate it, but it's interesting that it does give the advantage to white in this very, very dynamic position where you're down in exchange, but black's getting boxed up. Too many checkmating ideas. I'll also point out the strategic factor of an opposite color bishop. And usually, when that's the case, the side that's on the attack, on the hunt for the king, has a huge advantage because the dark squares cannot be controlled by the defender.
No, it cannot be controlled by the defender. And goodness me, this is so complicated. Maybe we can switch on the engine and have a look at what the best path for black is, because to human eyes, it's not entirely clear. Should you take that rook on g1?
It's really a beautiful point there that you make. That should you take that rook, and I did take a peek. I'm taking a peek at my engine right now, Ivanka, because we do need all the reinforcements we can get in such a crazy position. And the reality is that knight takes rook, in fact, isn't the best move. You have to keep that knight there. It's the star in black's position. And the defensive setup that you're looking for is to stop the idea of knight h5. You go queen d7. You're basically saying the white knight has to stay tied to that f5 pawn. No more jumps for you. And pawn takes pawn is what we're looking at. And this is why rook g8 might have been an inaccuracy, because the square the rook belongs to is e5. Not only does it block the white queen from getting to f6, but it's also getting ready to sacrifice itself on f5 to make inroads towards the white king. I love it.
Wow, that would be such a cool defense if Shamsuddin finds it. Queen to d7. How findable is this for a human? Because the computers, not only do they look beyond the horizon, but they don't have the human attachment.
And you know what the
to
second
material.
best move is?
What is it?
Same idea, different square.
Queen
so
to
that
d8.
is absolutely Ivanka. That is, oh, and look at that. He makes the more human move right now. The difficult spot was not queen to d7, but blocking it with rook to e5 on the next move. I think that's the hard find there.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to think about, do you want to be allowing bishop to g7? Do you want to allow this knight to h5, but queen to d7? Oof, that was a very classy way just to drive that knight out of any chance of moving forward. And yeah, queen to d7 in the end wasn't human, because Shamsuddin has gone for the most logical approach. g7 is the weakness. Let's cover it. And as we saw, what Nicholas should be playing
There's
is
only
pawn
one
takes
move.
pawn.
It's the only move. Everything else, and Nicholas is dead lost in the position.
No way.
Pawn takes pawn has to be played. It has to be found. And I'm trying to figure out what's the first thing is, let's try to see what happens if white says no more extra exchange for you. What's the winning plan here? And apparently, Ivanka, you simply take on d4, and you're making a case that if you recapture the pawn, it's not even winning the material. You just go queen to d5, and suddenly f5 is incredibly weak. You have ideas of rook takes knight. You have ideas of bishop h5 next. Bishop, okay, this is beautiful. I need to show this.
Yes.
Rook c1. Take this in, everyone. The queen, knight, and rook beautifully poised. White's king in a kill zone. And bishop h5, the fourth attacker, would be an absolute killer. We've got a decision, by the way. He finds the only move. It's the brilliance. He keeps him in the game. Bishop g4, checkmate. And if you take knight to h5, that only delays the inevitable, which indeed is a mate on the board. Ivanka, on the other hand, Nicholas not allowing any of this stuff. He does take pawn takes pawn. And the reason that this is a brilliancy is that now there's no queen to d5 with f6 under attack.
Yeah, wow. That was such a lovely idea that you showed there, Tanya. Bishop h5, the queen coming to d5. But now you can't do that. Queen d5, no longer possible. Queen takes f6 will make an appearance. And this is now a very tricky position for Shamsuddin. What to do? Does he take that rook on g1? Does he simply go queen to e7? Does he cash in his chips right now, or is he in trouble if he does that?
Good questions here for black. And again, it's the kind of position that's for all three results. It's so difficult to suggest anything. I think knight takes rook is always an attractive option. Again, just winning material, getting that tangible advantage in. But for black, for Vachier-Lagrave here, the question is going to be, how does he free up his queen? You really want to get to d5. You want ideas of bishop h5 on the board. And Ivanka, you can't immediately go with bishop to h5. Whoa.
Well, knight takes bishop is what you'd think, but rook...
But it's not that, because rook takes g1, and this is what I wanted, and I felt that white is just incredibly powerful in this position. But this is the draw. Good luck figuring that white has to black. The max you can get is a perpetual in this position. I'm sorry, that's the wrong square. You have to go to g2. You have to hit the rook. And the computer says that the best move, the only move, everything else is checkmate, is rook to b1.
Wow. Well, whilst things are certainly heating up on the board, things are also heating up in studio. So we are going to take a very short break. We'll be with you in just a few minutes. We are back and we are ready for this critical stage in UzChess Cup round 4. The clocks are ticking down and we are seeing some dramatic stuff. We're going to start with the multi-board viewer. And we can see between Hans Niemann and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov that, for goodness sake, there is a passed pawn on a4, but the black king could potentially be in trouble. Are we going to see Hans Niemann start pulling the brake, forcing a draw? Maybe that's going to be one big question. Also, moving along to the right in the top center, Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek Yakubov. We can see it is an endgame, and it also is a big trouble for Mukhadin as he's going to have to battle hard to survive this endgame, a pawn down. And it's fire between Nicholas Theodorou and Shamsuddin Vahidov. Vahidov finding rook to a6, some nifty footwork to defend the weakness on f6. This position is razor sharp as Nicholas Theodorou, he wants to rely on his attack down the G line in order to get compensation for that sacrificed exchange.
Wow. This is just fascinating across the top row on all three boards. It's three games with potentially decisive results right there on our top row. For Hans, I will just add top right, top left. He's going to try to infiltrate with his king, king, knight, and rook, setting up some checkmating ideas against the black king. While for Shak, that a4 pawn, as Yavanka pointed out, it's going to be a race, a battle. And then we've got the bottom row right now. Arjun Aragaisi still on the think after Vidit's last move of sidestepping with the king. It does feel that Vidit has survived the worst. The storm is behind. And bottom right there, Jan Nepomniachtchi really making a go in his game against Nodirbek Abdusatrov. Look at that h5 pawn. Look at that knight on f4. Absolute two beasts there. Ideas of combining checkmating ideas on that king on h7 that has just sidestepped any check. Huge pressure on Abdusatrov. Where do we start? A lot to look into, Yovi.
Yes, a lot to look into, but maybe we can go to top left between Hans Niemann and Shakhriyar Mamajarov because the Black King could be in danger. Or it could be a situation where Hans has to pull the brakes and has to stop the A pawn from advancing. It's an either or situation. What is going to be happening here as knight f5 makes an appearance on the board? Is white going to start weaving a mating net?
Let's deep dive into that. Let's pull up our analysis board right here, right now. This is what we've got. Hans Niemann taking a sip of his water, looking pretty chilled about his chances. I would too if I'm Hans. Well, if Shak wasn't the opponent that I'm facing right now. And Yovi, just to make all the points that you earlier alluded to, the A pawn 3 steps away from becoming a queen. But it's all about the fantastic four here in the position for white. King to g5 coming in next. A rook check. The king about to move forward, the pawn about to come in. Checkmating ideas. You said bailout. I don't think bailout exists in Hans's dictionary. I say, Yavanka, it's black to play right now. And if black was to push that a3 pawn, look at that. The bar goes sky high. The most natural move while the rook is hanging. But also you could flick in a check with the idea of the white king advancing up the board. So let's just wait with a3. First give in a check. And the point I wanted to make is that you still cannot rush with this move. It's just incredibly dangerous for the black king. You have to be super precise and thank your knight to be able to keep everything under control after rook e6, forcing the king back. And then the pawn moves to a2.
Yeah. And it's so sharp, this position, and it's very scary for both sides. The price of an error is going to be significant. So let's be cool and calm about this. Rook e4, actually, despite all appearances, looks like it's a good move. It gets the time. But what should Hans be doing? King to g5 makes so much sense. Lock in the black king into the kill zone, and then a3. What does Hans have to do to save this?
He just has to go for the perpetual. The problem is that once the pawn gets to a2, the black knight is a super piece, picking up b4 and defending that pawn, and you can't allow it. But the black king doesn't have escape route. So you start with a check, and you just go check, 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 check. And if black tries to hide, tries to escape from a draw, that's not going to help you. You give another check on d8, I would think, and king f7 is just not possible because of knight d6.
It just suddenly turned. And it's also the h pawn as well, Tanya, as we find rook e8, rook takes rook, and the rook is nicely in time to prevent the a pawn from promoting. But it's so sharp, Tanya. I mean, I'm not really sure what to make of this one.
He's getting ready. He gives a check.
He gives a check. Okay.
All right, let's go back. We had a move after knight f5, rook to e5. So he doesn't give a check. Very understandable. You kind of don't want to provoke the white king to move forward. And Hans's reply, he gives a check. Are we going to see a repetition right here, right now? Can we go full screen on the players?
Yeah, let's go full screen on the players. Let's see them all in action, as this is such a tense game. And king to h8 making appearance.
Shakhriyar invites the repetition after a rook check. The only square would be to come back.
You can also kind of go king to g5 if you are feeling really, really brave. Courage is the name of the game in this one. And
king to g5, Yavanka, the only thing that we saw from the lines before is that if you go king to g6 or h6, there's always a check, and that might give black the time to start pushing the a pawn. For Hans Niemann, king g5 and then go in with the checks, or does he just say, I've had enough, black has a lot to worry about, rook d8 would be an instant bailout by Hans.
Yeah, and reading into Hans's body language, I'm seeing that he's going to accept the repetition, he's going to go for it.
The one thing you don't want to do is move your knight away in this position. I'm going to just highlight a potential tactic if the knight got out of the way. For example, a move like knight d6. Okay, the computer doesn't hate it, but knight f7 is coming in with a fork. But after rook takes pawn, king takes rook, you solve all the problems and you still have the a pawn, but white just in time to defend everything with knight c4 at the end of the line.
Yeah,
Wow.
just as hard sometimes. Not easy at all. You'd thought that was completely winning. I was with you there, Tanya. But just to recap that if Hans is feeling brave and wants to go king to g5, the knight can come to e3. No, that wasn't the move that you wanted. What move did you want?
Well, I wanted
You want
a3.
A3. Let's go for broke. A3, and then the king. You
Ooh.
still have rook to d8.
Exactly.
Okay, he's gone for rook
He's
to
gone
d8.
for a check. So none of that, not giving any chances to the black king to escape. And Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is ready for the repetition. Is Hans Niemann playing for more here? I think he's getting ready for another check.
Nope, another check. And now it's Shak's turn.
If Shak wants to continue the game, he has to go back to g8.
But that would be that wouldn't be a mistake, but it would be a mistake to play for more because we saw the king comes to f7, the knight.
Ivanka, this game
This
still
is
goes on.
different.
It's different. It still goes on. If Shakhriyar wants to play this on, he needs to put the king on the light square on the live board right now. But if he's happy with the draw, Hans Niemann has shown his hand, then he just goes back to h8.
Okay, well, if you go king to g8, let's be cool and calm about this.
Okay.
King to g8, what is the move here?
Well, there are different ways to force a repetition, starting with the move a knight h6. It's still not a repetition because king h8 runs into knight f7, so black will have to go run on the other side. The bar remains in the balance after knight h6, king to f8. Yes, it's a check, but Ivanka, no direct path to a draw. And this again is an endgame for 3 results. White has a deadly h-pawn. You can pick up the b7 pawn, lining up rook a7. Things get wild here. This is the live board. If Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is happy with the draw and feels that white has enough counterplay, he shouldn't push his luck here.
Yeah.
King g8 is back into anyone's territory.
Totally agree. King to g8 will allow the knight to escape its attack with a check. Rook takes b7, and do remember, white has a pass pawn on h5, black has a pass pawn on a4. It is going to be madness central. Do you want to go into a position like that? Do you want to take that risk? Shak, are you going to go for it?
It's also Shak's style to take risks, right? And the more that I see him thinking, Ivanka, he's got those extra minutes on the clock as well. It just feels like Shak might be tempted to play with fire here.
But you play with fire, you get your hands burnt. I
dangerous game to play.
I think he's just double checking because this is good practice. You double check, make sure, and then king h8.
And
Wow.
king h8 would only be a second time repetition there, but then the ball will be in Hans's court. Because after a check, you cannot move anywhere else but h7, and that would be indeed the threefold repetition. Hans looking at Shak, asking him, hey, what are you thinking about? Handshakes soon, or the game goes on into wildness.
Yeah, what do you think? Chaos central, Tanya, or will it be an easy balance? You want balance, or do you
I want wild.
You want wild. I also want chaos central, but I don't know. I can forgive both players for bailing out in this incredibly complicated endgame.
All right, let's just take a look one more time at what actually happens if Shakhriyar Mamedyarov wants to continue this game. So the only two moves you have is king h8, king g8. King h8 is a repetition here after rook to d8. That's essentially a handshake, a draw offer by Shakhriyar, which I have a feeling Hans Niemann would be happy to take. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov once more. He's playing for the win.
Oh, this is brave stuff. Okay, so now we are seeing the possibility of white jumping in with a knight with a check, and the game continues. And there's a lot of fun to be had. Tanya, can we show knight h6? The king runs to f8.
You can't go to the other side. You lose on the spot to a fork.
Yep. So now this is the situation. Rook takes b7.
You could flick in a check or go directly. Both work, Ivanka. And now the big question is that what happens if black pushes the a pawn? And I believe that then you can just line up your rook, and there are big questions to this pawn and not easy to answer. Your progress has been halted. Next, white's going to step back with the knight and just start pushing the h
Yes,
pawn.
and you can't go knight to f6 or knight to f4 to surround the h5 pawn because rook to f7
We'll just
is
pick up the knight.
exactly. And that's something actually to bear in mind if you want to play rook f7 check or you want to take on b7 a few moves back.
So you want to keep the option open to not
Exactly.
allow that knight moving from f6. But first for Hans Niemann, on the live board, there are two attractive checks in the position. You could start with the knight check or the rook check. I just want to check on the bar. Is knight h6 the only move? It's not, Yavanka. This still keeps things in the balance. But I have to say, king f7, king e7 coming in, the feeling is that you want to not allow the black king to escape. You want to just make sure that the king remains in the back rank. And I would be hedging on knight h6 to happen on the board.
Yeah, knight h6 is the move, and we will see whether Hans plays it. Of course, as Tanya has highlighted, it is possible to check the king, but I'm predicting knight h6 escape, and we have a situation where the players can roll the dice. All three results are possible, and they have passed move 40.
Let me just tell you the most direct path for black here, for Shakhriyar, to keep things under control, and it's a forcing line. You just chase white's rook. And the argument that you're making is that any trade on e7, black's completely winning because the pawn is unstoppable. It's going to be much faster. The h pawn just is not in time. The king and the knight ready to defend against it, but all pieces offside. a4 about to become a queen. So after rook to e7, essentially in that position, Yavanka, here, the only escape route for white is to step up. And black just keeps doing the same thing over and over and over again. And that's it. There's nothing to be done. You can't actually hide from this repetition.
So it's inevitable then. Absolutely. Oh, but then why entertain us a little bit more? Why not just keep it steady with king to h8? But a very nice try because rook takes
And
rook.
maybe that's the reason, Yavanka, why the engine was advocating for a check on f7 before picking up the b7 pawn. You know, everything makes sense, including life and chess in hindsight. Look at this. If you start with knight h6, king f7, and flick in a check before picking up the pawn, forcing the king to e8, not to that square, I will go right back, but to the right one, pick up a pawn, and suddenly at least the game goes on. Rook e7, and tables turn completely. You've
Yeah.
got rook b8, forcing the black king back. Now rook a8 defends, knight f5 comes in with a tempo, and it's white who's faster in this position.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So all three results are possible. For Hans, will he throw in knight h6 followed by this rook f7 and then capture on b7? Will he go for something else? They have plenty of time to work through the calculations. Let's move to our multi-board viewer because I want to pull up the game between Nicholas Theodoru and Shamsuddin Vohidov. Maybe we can go there direct and look at this. We saw rook a6 being played, and we are seeing that Nicholas is playing this position and exchange down. So he has to play super precisely right now.
And we were on a break when we saw the move rook to a6 by Vachier-Lagrave, and we were praising because it just suddenly comes out from the other side to control the f6 square and freeing up the black queen to try to make inroads towards an attack, towards a potential weakness on f5 with sacrifice galore there. And I'm just going to backtrack because only a few moves have happened from when we left it last, Yavanka. Pawn takes pawn was the only move in this position for white to stay in the game. It was found by Nicholas here, just making sure that the black queen stays true to the pawn on f6. Queen takes pawn would be devastating if you moved up the board. And now, at this moment, the most human response, cashing in on material here, picks up that exchange, lines up the rook, defending the pawn, gets awarded an exclam on the board there. Rook to c1, and the queen does get centralized. Now, you have to be very careful if you're white of threats like bishop to h5. I'm lining up a check. I want to pick up the pawn, and if you take that bishop, queen takes pawn comes in with a check.
Yeah, I was going to say the evaluation bar shot up in white's favor, and I'm wondering why. Why is there something wrong? Because the only thing that I can see is that there is some potential queen takes f6 in the air. Maybe bishop to g5 is the problem. Because Otherwise, black has to be, black is threatening moves like rook takes knight, queen takes pawn, and there's going to be issues.
Wow. Queen d5, a moment of pause here for Nicholas. And you mentioned that the f6 pawn is weak, so we might be seeing some ideas here for white.
Yeah. There are some issues indeed to be solved, and this is such a complicated position. Both kings in danger, and with 4 minutes on the clock and with the time ticking down, it is situation critical as we get to this particular position. And I mentioned that f6 was a liability, and I'm looking at this pin, and the only move that I can see that will actually deal with black's potential ideas of going rook takes knight, destroying white's defenses, is this bishop to g5 move. And that will come with a lot of power.
I love it, Ivanka, what you're pointing out. And if that bishop was to line up, double down on that pin, not seeing a good way for black to actually defend the pawn, going back with your queen would only make e4 weak. Bishop g5.
Yeah.
Big idea here. And look at that, Nicholas, he's kind of locked into the position right now. Do you think he spotted it?
It is. Look at him. He's twirling the piece. I think he's definitely spotted it, because otherwise he's very much on the back foot. He's in big trouble if he does not find bishop to g5. He has to play with a lot of energy, a lot of momentum in this particular position. So this is the only move, in my opinion, to keep the balance. Otherwise, black is taking over.
Big tension on this one, Nicholas. I have a theory that the faster the piece twirl is, the more sort of nervous energy the player feels. You know, it's either you've spotted something or you're in deep trouble. One of the two. And in this situation, it feels like Nicholas is with the former, that he spotted something. Bishop to g5 would ask some big questions to Vachier-Lagrave. f6 pawn falls. The diagonal opens up. Both players locked in right now.
Yeah, both players extremely locked in. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. They're on move 38, Tanya. So,
ooh, and look at that.
C6.
He misses it. He doesn't go bishop to g5. Same plan, but wrong move. Disconnects the black rook to that pawn on f6. And it's all around the idea, you can't take the pawn with the pawn. Queen takes pawn will be game over. And then after that, if you take it with the rook, Ivanka, it feels like the only way. What does he want? Rook takes rook. Queen takes rook. And do you think now he wants to go bishop to g5 with no rook on a6 defending, guarding f6?
This is still, I gotta say, mighty dangerous, right? Because the only piece that can step up and defend f6 is the king. So the black king is gonna have to go walking. And suddenly you're looking at sacrifices like knight takes e4. I mean, put that on the board. It may or may not. Wow, it works.
It works, and
Tanya.
how, Yovi? And that's just game over. You give a check from here. King to e8 means mate in one, the only square. And you're going to force the king to the corner of the board, strike with the bishop, and you're only delaying the inevitable. That is GG's.
That is definitely
We've
GG's.
got to move on the board, Yovi.
Yes, we've got to go.
Move. C6 was played, rook takes pawn, gets an exclam because it's really the only move in the position. You could not have allowed the pawn to move forward by defending that f6 pawn. Rook takes pawn. Are we about to see a trade on c6 and the bishop sliding back to double down on f6? Big moment as Nicholas gets ready to make his decision.
And that is exactly what he is going to be doing. He has to do it. Why else would you give up the c-pawn? It's the only tactical point in the position. Rook takes rook. Step one. Done. Okay. They're on move 40. And now both sides can actually settle in for a long think.
I just want to point out before we move on to another board that, you know, the line that we saw looks incredibly dangerous right now for Vachier-Lagrave. If Nicholas was to find and spot and play bishop to g5, you can't defend this pawn. King stepping over, that's GG's in just a few. The path to defending this position, Ivanka, is to go 8-6.
No way.
You're simply creating a runaway, a hideaway spot for that king on 8-7. How difficult is this to find?
Yes, well, I think you find it by a process of elimination once you understand. Can we just do an action replay on that beautiful move? Knight takes e4. Knight takes pawn, it works. Queen takes knight is impossible because after queen takes pawn, if the king tries to hide on f8, what do? You check on the diagonal. King has to slide over. Queen to d8 is going to be chef's kiss, checkmate.
And this will be the other way around, a game over on this one. Ivanka, and I just took a peek right now with all the complications in the position. Even after knight takes pawn, the only way to stay alive in the game would be to throw in an 8-6. Sooner or later, you essentially need to make an escape square for your king.
Yeah.
On 8-7. And simply argue that after bishop takes pawn, the king, I don't know how safe it's actually feeling from a human evaluation, but at least for now, hides on 8-7, the knight on e4 under attack. And don't forget, the white king as well isn't feeling super safe. You know, if you come back with your knight to g3, and knight is a king's best friend, but doesn't really help in this case.
No, it doesn't, because the queen and rook are infiltrating very nicely. You can defend the knight on g3, but you're not going to defend against ideas such as queen to g4, and the bishop is also coming in. So this is not what white wants. But it's such a sharp game, as we're seeing Nicholas going into thought. It's okay, he's made the time control, so he can just pause. He can just assess whether he can go bishop to g5, queen to d4. Very tricky moves.
And though down in exchange, I really want to highlight that it still remains a position and a game for all three results. White could be winning this over the next 5 moves. For Vachier-Lagrave, it's extremely important to be careful, to be precise, to keep that tiny edge on our bar there. I mean, up in exchange, and for the most materialist thing on the planet, which is our silicon friend here, to give such a little advantage to black just shows the dangers that exist.
And we have a result, Tanya. We have a draw between Hans Niemann against Vachier-Lagrave. We can see it there on our screens. Maybe we can quickly catch the players. Maybe they're discussing something. Maybe if you can pull up the camera view on that. But that's how they finished, as the arbiter is called over.
And this was the moment we left it. We'll just go through the action as the players are leaving the board right now. Vachier-Lagrave declined repetition by falling back, and Hans, in fact, did give a check. The king running away there, and Hans being precise before picking up that b7 pawn gives a check. The black knight now wants to target the h5 pawn, and we see a bunch of simplifications here. Knight g4, rook takes pawn. With that threat gone, it's slightly surprising to me that Vachier played rook takes pawn and offered a draw.
Yeah, and I think it all just basically turns on the fact that
King g3.
King g3, the knights will trade, and then the a pawn looks like it's a beautiful pawn, but unfortunately it isn't really going anywhere. It's well under control with white going rook to a7.
It really is, and the fastest way to finish this off, which would require a bit of calculation, but I'm going to show it, is the idea of just going rook to b5 here.
Yeah.
And in fact, funny enough, Ivanka, you can't afford to take the rook, so you have to plant it on a7 and give up the b4 pawn and just make a case for your g pawn up the board. And my point is that the game could have gone on. Vachier, I wonder if he just offered a draw too soon, because it is an extra pawn, yes, within holding territory, but would have been fun to see if Hans had the technique. We will move on to our other boards. This one has ended in a draw. The first game to finish of round 5, Hans round 4 even. Hans Niemann with a hold against Vachier-Lagrave in a tense fight.
Definitely. It was so dramatic, that game. Let's pull up our multi-board viewer and see what progress the other games, because I can see, if you look at it, that there has been a whole lot of moves played in the game between Mukhadin and against Nodirbek Yakuboev there, but it feels like Nodirbek with an extra pawn, is that top center game, is very much in control. It's just about slowly moving forward with the pieces. Big decision for Nicholas Theodoru. He's in the tank as he considers whether to go bishop to g5 there on the top right. And Arjun Erigaisi Vidit is as you predicted. We've seen this position before, but on our analysis board now it's played out in real life. Queen and pawn endgame there. And this is the game that I'd like to just quickly take a look at. It's the bottom right between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek and Mustatorov, because there Jan looked like he was in complete control. But it seems like Nodirbek is a tricky customer, and he seems to have escaped.
And I'll also just point out both these players currently in the middle of the leaderboard. For Nodirbek Abdusatrov, it's been a story of one win and two draws. Meanwhile, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's tasted every single result in the first three games, has had a loss, a win, and a draw currently. He's the one who was pushing for the majority of the game. But now with 4 versus 4, it just feels like the white knight has been pushed back from that beautiful square. And Yavanka, Jan has lost a big chunk of his advantage over the last few moves. So I'm going to just backtrack to see where things went wrong for him. And we left it last around this moment. We were talking about the control of the d file that Jan has, a beautiful knight on f4 as well. How did Nodirbek survive this? He gets active with his rook. The queen falls back. You don't have time to really pick up the pawn on b4 with the knight jumping onto the game. Queen d8, and I think that would just be lost. Let's just have that on the board. You could also start with a check, as I'm seeing right now. Queen f8 and queen to c7, knight g6 to follow, knight e6 to follow, rook d1, rook d8, massive threats. And the point is, black cannot control the d line with rook d4 because you're walking into a fork. And on the other hand, queen d6, you've got no time because the knight on c8 hangs. So essentially, white's idea, rook d1, rook d8, unstoppable. None of this happened. The king slides over to h7, so not allowing the infiltration, not getting greedy here was Nodirbek Abdusatrov. Rook to c5, Jan Nepomniachtchi still on the push. Knight defends the pawn. The queen moves, and I have to say it was a very attractive move, but gets a question mark. b7 under fire. Nodirbek gets active with his own queen. The black knight doing a fantastic job of defending the pawn, but white literally doesn't care because rook takes pawn comes in anyway. Please take my knight. I'll pick that up with a check and pick up your rook on the next move. But after rook takes pawn, Nodirbek had set up a check. The white king forced up the board. And Yuanka, look at this. A counter rook sacrifice is the response here. Gets awarded a brilliancy.
And this is how Nodirbek managed to escape, because here knight takes rook happens, and you have to do that because otherwise rook takes f2 is going to be very dangerous. And now we see the situation where everything is balanced and the black king isn't in big danger anymore. Black's very, very active.
And the queen is really threatening to come to f1 with its own set of ideas. For example, if you try to get your knight back into the game, you could centralize your queen, you could plant it on e4 right now. You need to stay connected to the knight, but I just wanted to make a case for, let's say if white for a moment lost connection with that knight, suddenly ideas of queen f1 is something you need to be watching out for, with f2 tender as well. Yuvanka, instead after knight takes pawn, white doesn't allow not only queen f1 but also controls a key centralizing square on e4. Queen takes b4 now, falls to queen takes knight, threats of queen g6. Jan Nepomniachtchi might at some point have to go for the repetition with queen g6, queen to e8 check.
Yes, that's his fallback solution. And for Nodirbek, I feel like Nodirbek also has to play super actively. And as I say that, he does make the queen to c2, so with some hesitation. But this is I think this is a good move, because now after queen to g6, the queen can't sit on that square and introduce the knight into the game, which was looking pretty scary, right? Because now there's queen takes f2, and would you believe, Tanya, you blunder the pawn on f2, but it's still a draw.
That is absolutely insane. And the argument for that is that white has the idea of queen e8. If you defend that, let's say queen goes here, now the white knight, the black knight even falls. So there's really nothing to be done but to repeat. If you're black, king h3, you got to just keep checking the white king. I think we might be headed towards the end of this game very soon, where it might be Jan who just sees all this idea, the knight on e2 not being able to move, and just keep doing the queen dance with a ton of checks, but he wants more.
He wants more. He wants this whole idea of knight f4, but he doesn't want queen takes f2 to come with check, which
sneaky
is very, very sneaky. And now the question for Nodirbek is, how is he going to stop knight f4 once more?
And I just want to point out the black knight actually has no good square to connect the queen to that square. d6 can't go there, can't go to e7, can't go to d4. So in fact, that knight on f5 surprisingly almost feels trapped. So you might even have to watch out for a g4 at some point.
Oh God. So if you were to go b6, just to throw that move, because otherwise,
you can do it, because g4, there's still queen d3 check.
Aha.
So the knight isn't trapped instantly, But keep it in mind. Bear in mind that g4 ideas do exist in this position.
And how narrow is the path to survival if you were to go knight to f4?
Who's trying to survive here after queen takes pawn? Well, knight on f5 is
That's
hanging with a check.
exactly.
You can't go queen takes pawn.
You confused me there, Tanya. I was like, and I thought I hadn't allowed that, but yeah, knight
You
to
didn't.
f4, yeah, and then now here can black go. I
Knight
ain't
d4.
afraid. But do you need to do anything because everything is hanging, everything is protected?
But also, I just want to make sure you don't have queen to g6 without a trade, right?
Yeah, can we show that though? Yeah.
And now you just go back with your king. And I'm making a case that, you know what, my knight's coming for your pawns. In fact, if anything, I think black's super happy here. Better pawn for pawn structure.
And I think it's very practical as well to put the knight out on d4 as well, just to cover that diagonal. Because if you don't, if you're just like, whatever, I don't believe that I'm in trouble, and you leave that knight on f5, and you just continue with c5, queen to g6, king will come out, and then you set up the hook mate. That's the problem in the position. This, if you're looking at the board on the left, this is what white is dreaming about, setting up a checkmating net. With the knight posted up on g6, with the queen on e8, that will be game over for Nodirbek. So Nodirbek has to take care.
I love this scene, by the way. We get a full board view of our players in the arena. Nodirbek locked in. We've got the analysis board on the left and our live board action. This is where we are, chat. King h3. I have to say, that's actually a very powerful move by Yan. You know, he had a repetition. He didn't go for that. And suddenly there are still questions to be answered after the knight comes to f4. We saw all those checkmating ideas. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Is there a forcing way for him to just end his troubles right now? b6, knight f4 doesn't feel like the right path. All right, I've got a plan. What if I want to go queen to b1 to give some checks to the white king, but I just realized that the white king maybe hides on f4, on g4, Jovanka. Okay, I go queen to b1. I see the bar rise, but what's the blow here? How are you knocking me out?
Well, you have, can we not?
Also, I want to point out, I'm threatening a check here, threatening a check here, threatening a pawn on b4. Gonna watch out for my knight, though.
Can we still do the plan? Because there is a hiding place on.
Does it help to start with queen to g6?
Yes, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that you can come in with your king.
It's very tricky. Where do I go?
Actually, can you go with the king, Tanya?
Instead of queen?
Yeah, king to g4.
Wow. But you're walking into... Oh, you want to block it with your knight?
Yes.
So I give it... Oh, you just want to take your knight?
Yes.
So I don't have time to pick up the pawn. I'm just blundering that knight on f5 and on every single move right now. Oh, wait. King g4 is the knight trapped?
The knight is trapped. Tanya, you pointed this out. And I
don't have squares.
Yeah, and this is just beautiful, right?
This is insane is what it is.
So you have to, the big threat is king to g4. Would you believe it?
We have been focusing on all the checks by Jan Nepomniachtchi on g6, knight f4, trying to kill the king. He's actually set up king to g4, king of the hill to win material here.
Beautiful. Beautiful. As you mentioned, knight's got no squares. So Nodirbek has to play precisely here. But why was b6 okay? Why was b6 ultimately okay? Why is king to g4 not the issue? Questions. It's because you need that contact with the knight, Tanya. Because if you let go of contact with the knight, now you can go knight to d6.
And the knight on e2 is hanging, so you still have an escape route. So the problem of king g4 is only if the black queen loses touch with that knight.
Completely.
Which is why queen b1 was losing to king to g4, because now the knight can't run anywhere.
Exactly.
We worked this out.
Yes. And, well, the players were going to have to work that out because Nodirbek has to be super careful here.
Ivanka, this is a very critical moment for Nodirbek. The bar says it's fine, but he has to be precise. And I'm just wondering if there are ways to maybe find a better square for the queen. One that comes to mind is d3. I not only stay connected to the knight, I want to simplify the position as quickly as I can.
Yeah.
I'm creating some squares for my knight to fall back on. And let's say if you give me a check.
Hang on. If I was just going to say, there's a big mistake in the position as well. If black were to play in this position, knight to d4, that would not be good at all.
How
Because,
do we make that happen? I want to show your idea. So should I go king g4?
yeah.
No, but then that works. No, it doesn't. King
No, it doesn't.
g4.
King g4. If you go knight to d4, say, hey, let's trade.
And actually, the only move in this position is knight to d6. But I want to show you Ivanka's deadly tactical
Yeah.
trick. Take it
Because
away.
then you just play queen to g6. You throw in a check. Queen takes, queen is forced, otherwise the queen falls. And now you recapture with a check, and now the knight is loose and it drops off.
Beautiful.
Yes. Well, Tanya, this is super critical, but I also want to direct us to the multi-board because I got to show you what is happening elsewhere.
Wow, Nodirbek Abdusatrov, the Uzbekistan superstar. Big question, can he be precise in a moment when it matters the most? And the other superstar from Uzbekistan, Vachier-Lagrave, is doing everything right on his board. That's the top right corner.
It is in the top right, and I wanted to draw attention to, we were talking about that. If white were to set up this pin with bishop to g5, the best move on the board would to give up the pawn and tuck the king on the h7 square. That's exactly what Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave has found. I also want to go to the bottom left between Arjun Erigaisi, Vidit Gujarati. That is a king and pawn endgame, looking very even as the bar suggests. And we have our first result, as mentioned earlier, a draw between Hans Niemann and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Whereas in the top middle, we can see that Yakuboev, he is looking set for a victory, the first victory with the black pieces in this whole event. It took 4 rounds, but Tanya, we are going to get there today.
It's coming. First 3 days, all decisive games, a total of 9 of them, every single one of them won by white.
Yeah. And as we pull up the king and pawn endgame, let's see if there is any hidden danger in this.
You know, my first feeling as I look into this king pawn ending, it feels like if there's any hidden danger, it should be for Vidit again, because the pawn on e5 is tender. You have to make sure that when the white king lands on e4, you're ready to take opposition, which is, maybe for those of you who are new to chess, a 1 square distance from the king, and you just make sure that the white king cannot shoulder its way in. For example, after king e4, the move that I want to say you want to avoid is king to f6, not taking the opposition and allowing the white king a pathway towards the pawns on the queen side. So Ivanka, as long as Vidit's got king to e6 and there's only one weakness and no passer to be created, while he needs to be careful, feels like it shouldn't be too narrow a path to hold this.
Well, white has more waiting moves than black. So let's start with f3.
So again, you don't want to push your king to d6. That allows one-way entry. This side goes the other way. So you're saying there's only one waiting move here. And this is where the problem happens. Because every single move now will offer a trade. I think a tricky one would be g4, Ivanka.
But I think it would be a mistake.
Very important, because there's only one move that wins and everything else loses for black.
Exactly. And this is with the king and pawn endgames. It's either or, black on white, you know, and here it's completely in black's favor. And it's a beautiful pattern, Tanya. Let's put it up on the board.
We will. I just want to point out one thing. You don't want to, again, move your king anywhere, allowing white king the entry. If you go to d6, white captures, comes in, game over. By the way, a decision there. We'll go back to that. King f6 would allow the king to enter from the other side. But Ivanka, you also don't want to take the pawn on g4. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. It's an outside passer which will be used to deflect the black king, to defend that pawn from queening, and it will be the white king that'll be quicker to the rest of the board. So the idea, the winning move, it doesn't even just hold the position. It looks like, wait a second, g4 just wins for white, but that's not the case.
No. And it's such an amazing pattern, and it's one to store in your memory banks, because here black simply plays at g5, because it's not about the quantity of pawns, it's the quality. And the further outside the passed pawn is, the more powerful it is, because it requires energy from the white king to run to it. It's to get it. So here it would be like pawn takes pawn.
Which one?
hd5, you just go h4. Boom.
It's really amazing. And it's not that the white king isn't in time to defend it, but the point that you were making, Ivanka, deflect the king, and you just start picking up each of the pawns one by one. You're going to take g5, you're going to go to f4, and white tries to push the pawn. It doesn't really help. Again, it's a game of tempo, and after pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, the black pawn even will be super fast down the board, which is not allowing anything. And if you don't push that pawn to f4, I just want to highlight the black king is ready to march up the board. So h takes g5, not the way to go. Notice how black is sacrificing two pawns currently. And after pawn takes pawn, it's again black who's suddenly better because the white king doesn't have a path back.
Yeah.
On e4, suddenly misplaced, right? You go h6, the king goes back, it's going to stop the pawn. You take the pawn, the black pawn is super fast. And if you try to come back, you simply win the pawn and win the endgame.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, because the white king is needed in both the center and also the wing. But we have g4 on the board, and now that I believe the players are going to be making their moves very quickly. King is going to come in, as Tanya's indicating, king to g6. That's a good move. Take the opposition.
Always take the opposition.
And I remember teaching my nieces and nephews many, many moons ago about the opposition. And the best analogy I ever saw was the kings are two sumo wrestlers and they are fighting off against each other. No one wants to give ground. King to g6 would be one way to do it. g6 is a lot more complicated. You need calculation. You don't want to be allowing your white king up to g5. So you can scratch that. King to g6.
He's gone g6.
He's gone g6.
Vidit's gone g6. And I know exactly why you said that you have to be careful about these moves, because pawn tempes are incredibly important in king pawn ending. Whenever there are these zugzwang moments where you need that extra move, you rely on having a pawn move forward. But it looks like Vidit has worked all the calculation in this position and just knows that when the white king steps up, you will have the ability to go to the other side. Now that f5 is in control, you could also just wait here, and g6 stops any king movements. You go up, now you take the opposition, and it's just not enough for white to make any inroads.
And shall we show the conclusion to this? So if, for instance, you go h5, pawn takes, the king will step up to f6. And here, I think the best thing that white can do is skedaddle backwards to g4, and you have the opposition. And yes, white can go f3. I get bragging rights because I'm going to have the opposition, but it really doesn't come too much as the king goes to f6. And there's no way the white king can work its way around. So very nicely calculated there by Vidit. Just going to show in king and pawn endgames, it's all about calculating those variations.
All right, this one heading to a draw right now, and we've had a big turnaround, I believe, in the Vachier-Lagrave game. Jovanka, I'm going to take us straight to that. Very exciting middle game. And in that one, we left it last with Vachier-Lagrave having an advantage. It felt like you're making all the inroads as black. You have the extra exchange. He found the beautiful idea of escaping with h6. But something's happened. And I'm not really sure why, but the bar says that white is right back in it.
Okay, so it's interesting. Why is black and white, why is it so double-edged in this position?
I'm going to just backtrack a little bit, because h6 was quite the brilliancy. Well, not at this moment. Queen to c6 was played, bishop g5.
This is what we looked at, and king to g7 wasn't a possibility because of sacrifices.
Was found, gives a check, the king steps up, and bishop e7, and white just has enough with a pawn and a minor piece, and the black king unsafe just has about enough to compensate for that extra exchange.
Yes and no, but white, the only reason I'm saying and no is because white has to be super precise here. Because if you're asking me how to get the compensation, it's not entirely clear. First up, the queen on b2 needs to be activated.
Also, I want to point out, if a second pawn falls in this position, then mathematically black is right back in the game. Like, you're just winning this position. So actually for white, you have to be very precise right now.
Right. And how to be precise? I mean, you have to activate the queen. Your queen is your biggest attacker, so she has to start to be on c7. That's what I'm looking at. So can she get there via c3? It's the only move. And then after queen takes b3, now you can start diving into c7. She is activated. She is ready to, I'm not sure what she's ready to do, but she's at least being a menace.
This is so incredibly hard to understand and evaluate as a human. I think when you're sitting on the board, you're not even thinking if you're better or worse. You're just thinking, how am I surviving? How do I keep this game going? How am I creating tricks here? It's a game, a position for all three results, where, to my eyes, draw is the least likely of them, Yavanka. Queen d5 was the last move played by Vachier-Lagrave, setting up queen takes pawn. Any endgame, black will have huge odds to win.
Mhm.
And queen c3, we did see the bar did not react, which means it's a great move right now, looking at activity, but it's not really easy to understand because you're not hitting anything. Well, that would hit a lot, but queen c7 doesn't really have a big threat that it comes with.
No. All it does is it keeps the queen on b3 honest. She can't be there capturing on e3, getting close to the white king. And the bishop, something that we've seen time and time again, this bishop can't sneak over to h5. So somehow or other, it's not possible for white or black to make any improvements. So say, for instance, if you were to go b5, can you start trying to run? And that would be a big mistake.
Because you can't recapture Ivanka, and suddenly the b pawn is just going up the board.
And the a pawn, the pawn's queening square is nicely
But he
controlled.
misses it.
What does he play?
He did not go for queen to c3. I believe it's a bishop move that we have on
He's
the
probably
board.
gone bishop to f4 with the
He
idea of
has.
queen to f6.
And that looks quite deadly to me, right? Because it comes in with a massive threat. So I just want to show that after queen takes pawn, queen f6 is essentially game over. You're threatening a checkmate in one. And black just doesn't have any good moves. You can go rook g7, but the attack continues in a devastating way. King falls back, bishop e5. There'll be checkmate on h8, the g7 rook hanging. Bishop f4 super tempting, and black has only one move now. You have to find bishop to h5, everything else, and Nicholas is back in the game. Queen f6 is a massive threat. The point is bishop to h5, and you just don't have enough time. It's black that's first to the white king. Wherever you go, the queen comes in, nowhere to hide, and Yavanka, the queen and the bishop are about to combine to give checkmate to the white king.
Wow. That is just exquisite. Tanya, do an action replay here.
Bishop
h5.
h5. Only move. Everything else, queen f6, the deadly idea that Nicholas has set up, just saves the day for white. Bishop h5 comes in with a killer attack on the white king, looking at coming in with the tempo the moment the queen leaves the second rank.
Okay, we got to bring the full screen, because has Shamsuddin seen this possibility? Where is he looking at?
Let's go full view on our players and have our analysis board on one side and our live board on the other. Let's blow it up right now as we zoom into our players.
Yep. Let's get full screen on the players and let's track Shamsuddin's eyes. Has he seen this incredible opportunity to play bishop to h5? That is a game changer. If he finds that, he is going to win. The whole point is that after bishop h5, the queen and bishop combine beautifully in order to deliver a checkmating sequence. And you cannot take that bishop. I think he's going to find it. This is very much, Tanya, in the Uzbek school of thought.
I'm going to show that really quickly, the point that you want to make. You deflect the defender on the board right now. Queen takes pawn, and you're not winning directly, but you sure are soon enough. With the queen coming into e2 and the h4 under attack, queen f6 just lands a blow on e2 right now. This will be all but over. Bishop h5, deflecting tactic. You don't pick up that bishop. That comes in with a check. 3 is the magic number for an attack. This is the moment that Shamsuddin's bishop can join the rook and the queen and win the game. He either wins it or white's in it with queen f6.
Yeah. So it's all or nothing here for Shamsuddin. He's going for it. Tanya, he finds it.
He does. And it gets a double exclam. That is the brilliancy, if there ever was. A Shamsuddin turning things around. Beautiful stunner move as he looks away right now. Nicholas will realize that it's all slipped away. A move that he definitely missed when he retreated with his own bishop.
That was a shocker of a move, but boy, was it a brilliant one. Bishop h5, setting up checkmating ideas against the white king. And now for Nicholas, it is virtually game over. Wow.
as it dawns on him right now. And what a fight it has been. What an up and down, chaotic battle this has been. And Shamsuddin Vakadov, after everything that went wrong against Hans Niemann in round two, missing that stunner Queen f7, and then losing the thread, losing a marathon battle in that one, comes back, takes down Madaminov, and today about to get his second win in a row.
Yeah. And we were asking the question, how would Shamsuddin react after his loss to Hans Niemann? We had questions, and Shamsuddin came in round three and said, I provide the answers, taking down Madaminov. Now he's on his way to defeating Nicholas Theodorou with the black pieces. And wow, with sensational scenes. We also just announced we have a draw between Arjun Erigaisi against Vidit Gujarati. That was as expected in the king and pawn endgame. And it looks like, Tanya, the floodgates have opened. We are looking at perhaps two decisive results for black.
And one of them definitely coming from this board. Notice how Shamsuddin, he made his move. He found the precise way, has left his chair, has left Nicholas to all the troubles in the position. Now, it was clear that the white queen cannot leave the second rank because of all the checking ideas. You can't pick up the bishop. But let's just see what happens if Nicholas wants to keep everything under control, keep the d2 square defended, and steps up with the queen, hoping for a nice check on c7 someday, at least not allowing queen to d7. But the problem here is that bishop g4 is not only coming in with checkmating ideas, Jovanka, but let's say you fall back with the king. You can just keep it easy. You can keep it light. You can keep it simple. Pick up that monstrous pawn right now. The queen still cannot leave the second rank. You won the pawn. The black king feeling safe. Queen c7 is only a check. The black road ready to block it any day of the week right now. And I don't see a way for white to sidestep bishop g4. If you try to preempt it with the king moving back, well, lots of options here. You could also anyway go with the bishop move to g4. You want to be even more precise. You put it on f3. The white queen is paralyzed to play the role of a defender.
Yeah, it's completely stuck there. And it just goes to show one small bishop move, huge consequences. That bishop very much needed on e5 in order to stop the black rook protecting the king. And as it stands now, there's queen f6, but it does not work. It is the white king that is in massive danger.
And Jovanka, I just want to go back to that moment where it all turned around, because now it just makes perfect sense why at this point it was essential for white bishop to be on the square. The only reason bishop to h5 works is because there's no queen takes pawn. Otherwise, that square is defended by the knight. Any other move and the black bishop struggles to get into the game. But Nicholas played the one move that allows that idea. Yeah. He retreats with the bishop, stepping up the threat of the queen infiltrating, but it's one move too less. And you can see the panic on Nicholas as he realizes everything's gone out of control as Shamsuddin gets that third piece into the game. Now possible because knight takes bishop runs into a devastating queen takes pawn, and everything collapses.
Everything collapses, and while it collapses, the clock is ticking down. 9 minutes, and it is ticking down. Oh, this is something that Shamsuddin is dreaming about. Bishop to h5, brilliant move on our screens, on the board. Beautiful, just a game changer move. Shamsuddin showing time and time again, when he needs to, he rises to the occasion.
An incredibly important moment, because any other move was working beautifully for what Nicholas had set up. You pretty much cannot fight against the idea of the queen coming in. Queen to c6, white's right back in the game. No threats at all. You could centralize your queen, put pressure on e4. And we've got a decision, Jovanka. I think we're seeing the last few moves of this game. Bishop h5 played. The king has indeed fallen back to h2. And now Shamsuddin, it's a pleasant picking here for him. For black pieces, you could go to g4, pick up f5. He's getting ready with his response. You could also go all the way into f3. Paralyzing the knight, rook g2 if it moves, paralyzing the queen, queen d2 if it moves.
Yeah, bishop f3 is such a beautiful move. Also very instructive and instinctive as well. Just as you mentioned, stopping the queen on b2 from ever leaving the second row. And this is it. This is the final nail in the coffin.
Let's see the end of this game. Let's go full screen on our players one more time. I think this is a devastating attack. Shamsuddin is set up, the queen coming onto the first rank as well. Sacrifices on g3, checkmating ideas on h1. The last few moments here in this game, the last few moves, and you can see it on Vachier-Lagrave as well. You know, Yavanka, you said it. When he lost to Hans Niemann, the big questions were, will he be able to come back? Will he show mental fortitude? And what's the best way to answer? The strongest way to answer is over the board. He did it the next day. He's doing it today. One opportunity, and the Uzbekistan grandmaster, a medalist from the Uzbekistan gold medal winning team, on his board as well. Vachier-Lagrave, an individual medal, a team medal. He's showing class today.
He is certainly showing class. I mean, the whole game has been super instructive on how to remain calm in difficult situations. It was a topsy-turvy game. At some point, Nicholas was on the offensive, but some nifty defense there from Shamsuddin. And suddenly, everything got wild. And in the chaos, it was Shamsuddin, the one who found those good moves. h6, finding a safe place for the king on h7. And now bishop to h5, this beautiful maneuver, putting the bishop on f3. And just to drum in the point once more, the queen on b2 is saddled to the defense of the d2 square. The white king has no protection. It is vulnerable to checkmates. And now it is going to be game over. The best I think Nicholas can do is probably exchange of queens. He goes to bishop to e5, but now there's nothing to stop the queen from infiltrating in with queen to d1.
Queen d1 looks incredibly powerful as we see a shake of his head. The point is that when you realize that you've just played bishop to f4 and have had to plant it back to e5 just to hide against any ideas, not finding a better move, in a position down in exchange where king safety matters, you know things have gone out of your hand. You know it's all gone wrong. Head in hands, but it might be too late for Niklas.
Yeah, it is too late. There's no coming back from this. Queen d1, queen d3, the queen can infiltrate. She can even go all the way up the board to d8, start targeting h4 if she wants. And it's beautiful, beautiful position for the black pieces, as we are going to see a decisive result for black. And in the meantime, Mukhadin Madaminov is still surviving, but ultimately losing against Nodirbek Yakuboev.
Let's bring up our multi-board view as we see Nicholas. He's not on the move. Well, Vachier-Lagrave has just come back. We'll go straight into that. But Yavanka, let's do a quick overview of everything that's happened and then rush over to those final few moments as we do see on our camera Vachier-Lagrave just making that notation on his score sheet right now. Meanwhile, on the other board, moves are coming in.
Yeah, moves are coming in. So it was a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Vidit Gujarati in the king and pawn ending. That was we expected. Also a draw between Hans Niemann and Shakriat Mamajarov. It's looking like it's going to be a draw between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but Abdusattorov will have to defend as he finds himself a pawn down in a knight and pawn endgame. And for Nodirbek Yakuboev, G5 is his last move, and the big question is, how is that queen going to move? She can only really move to one square. That is f3, and it's not a pretty one.
Well, going for a queen trade on e3 down a pawn, it just feels like you're delaying your suffering. You know, if you want any counterplay, that's a top center board. If you're Madaminov in this position, you want to keep the queens on the board. Try to create counterplay against the black king, but with the knight on h2 tied to that square, the bishop on d3, no targets, it just feels like it's a free hand for Yakuboev. And our early leader might be looking at his second loss in a row.
Yeah. And that would be a tough patch for Madaminov. He started with a bang, winning 2 games in impressive style, and somehow he ran out of steam. Today, it was all about, I think, the mindset. We can perhaps put the blame on that because he wanted a draw. He made it very clear to Yakuboev that he was more than content with getting a draw. And in the end, that was something that Yakuboev used to punish him.
Absolutely. And I'll also point out that in the position that we have on our top center board, because right after that, we're heading over straight to Nicholas versus Vachier-Lagrave. Top center, black does have the option to even pick up that second pawn on the edge of the board. Queen takes pawn. If you trade on e4, you're opening up some diagonals for the bishop. It just looks like it's not going to be enough for white to create that counterplay. I just want to quickly show that line, Jovanka. Can we do a quick dive in
Let's do
to
that. And let's bring
Madamino?
up the camera so we can actually get a grip on see how the players are themselves looking. So Mukhadin against Nodirbek Yakuboev. Let's see whether we can go full board view. And here, okay, a picture
Perfect.
tells 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Tanya.
You look at the players and you know exactly what's going on. Queen takes pawn. We've got our analysis board on that bottom left, the live board currently on the bottom right there. And the point I wanted to make was it looks like you're losing a pawn, but you really are not, because there's suddenly a check, an intermezzo, an in-between move here. The only way to do is to block it. And now you can choose the way you want to go. I would be just tempted to trade off the queens. I do see the probably the more stronger, objectively stronger is pawn takes bishop, but queen takes bishop, and you just defend your entire army. You're up 2 pawns, and I have a feeling that Nodirbek Yakuboev is getting ready to snatch up that pawn on a5 on our live board and then deliver a check to decide whether eventually he captures the bishop on e4 with the pawn or the queen.
It's, according to the evaluation bar, not the most precise way to continue, but it's the most practical and the most human response. And the whole idea is simple. Get the queens off the board and then just push those 2 pawns up the board.
Meanwhile, Vachier-Lagrave, he's not making a wrong step in this entire game. He's landed that queen on the d1 square. Let's quickly move over to Nicholas versus a Shamsuddin, which has had us on the edge of our seat with all the chaos that we've seen. It's been a roller coaster ride, up and down. Advantage Nicholas, advantage Vachier-Lagrave in the balance. We've seen it all in this one. Now, Jovanka, the queen steps in. Always watch out for a checkmate on h1. Rook takes knight ideas in the air. This is going from bad to worse. The white queen still tied down to defending the second rank.
Yeah. And the first question we got to ask ourselves, if white makes a non-move, say let's put the bishop on f4 just for fun, rook takes knight, is that going to be checkmate? And to my eyes, it looks very, very good. King takes rook, queen g1.
That's it.
King
Game over.
h3, bishop to g4 is going to be checkmate. You cannot take rook, take the rook with the bishop. And he has played queen c3, saying, hey, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down at least with a few checks in my pocket. But how tricky is this?
Has he played queen c3? I don't...
Yeah, he's just played
on the
queen
camera?
c3 on the camera.
Yeah, isn't it on b2? I believe we still don't have a move.
Oh, yeah, we don't have a move. What did I just look into the future and see queen c3? I could have sworn he played queen c3
We'll
on
see.
the
You might
camera.
be the prophet today, you know? Queen c3, and it felt like he was about to make a move, and then maybe he just hesitated. Queen c3 makes a lot more sense than bishop to f4. And now my question would be, because queen c7 is coming in with a deadly check.
Yeah. Then I get
You
just
don't
go,
have time.
No, you go rook to d8. Because rook takes
Uh-huh.
knight, there's queen c7, rook d8, and you say, as long as I block on c7 with a rook, I'm good.
You're
And
coming
not
in.
only that, you have rook to d2, as you're
Massive
pointing out.
threat.
Massive, yes. And that's going to be game over. Massive, massive threat.
Vachier-Lagrave looks like a picture of calmness right now. He's so controlled in his approach in these positions. We saw it yesterday, allows absolutely no counterplay. He's getting ready to make his decision. But first, Nicholas has to figure out where he wants to try to survive. Jovanka, looking at him, it almost feels like he's resigning himself to put his hand forward in resignation.
Yeah, but you might as well go down in a blaze of glory. I think I would do queen c3, rook d8, resigned. Prolong the inevitable.
Ooh, and Jovanka, we see queen c3, so you were predicting the future. Well done there.
But I could have sworn that on the camera he played queen c3.
I completely
Was
missed
there
it.
some kind of...
Whoa, look at that. What a move by Vachier-Lagrave. We were looking at rook to d8. That is, I don't even know which brilliancy. Deflection tactic one more time. That is stunning stuff. You take that rook. We've been talking about the queen, the guardian of the galaxy for the white king. Queen d2 check. It's all over on the other side. You step up, you step down. There's checkmate on g2. Yes, you can block it for one move, but that's exactly where the check is anyway, landing, and that would be game over. Rook to c8. Stunner.
Absolute stunner. And this is it. What a finish,
What a way to
Tanya.
wrap it up.
Exactly. To do it in style. And now for Nicholas, he can resign or he can just let the game finish in checkmate.
You can't even move your queen away, Yavanka, because rook c2 comes in. It's the same idea that we had with planting the rook on d8, but this comes in with a really strong and a powerful tempo. If you're forced to block that with your bishop, if nothing else works, I think the most easy find is come back with your queen, pin and win.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Let's go full screen on our players as we see a big result about to come in for the Uzbekistan youngster, getting his second win in a row.
Yeah.
As we go into the tournament hall with a full screen.
And the emotions are very clear. For Nicholas, it's just frustration. What a game. But what a finish there by Shamsuddin, finding bishop to h5.
Can we go full screen? I
Finding-
really want
yes,
to go into the
let's go
tournament
in.
hall right now.
Let's
If we
go
can
in and
pull
see
up
the
full
players.
screen.
Yeah. It is over.
This is just
Is-
all but over. It's just rook to c8.
Yeah. Full screen as we get to share the emotions with the players. Shamsuddin, well, it went wrong for him in game 2, but he came back with a vengeance yesterday, winning against Madaminov. He's now on the verge of winning against Nicholas Theodorou. Nicholas just coming to terms with the result. There is nothing to be done after that spectacular rook move. And the emotions there, Tanya, the emotions. Nicholas just running through the whole game in his head. Just thinking about what could have been, what went wrong. But Shamsuddin, a smile
Fantastic.
on his face
It's
as he
gotta
knows
feel
it's over.
good, right? Because you play this attacking game. You come in with these sacrifices. You go all out with the black pieces, and then you finish it off in style. The final move of the game, a rook sacrifice. And for Nicholas, it was all clear. As he looked away, while he's appreciating rook to c8, he's also realizing that everything slipped out because of that bishop retreat. And there we have it. It's handshakes. And Shamsuddin Wakidov gets his second big win of UzChess. He's right back in the mix. And what a way to do it today. A fantastic attacking masterpiece.
Yes, doing it in style. And it took us 4 rounds, but we finally have someone winning with the black pieces. And just like the London buses, they say that they come all at once. So we're going to dash straight to the game between Mukhadin Madaminov against Nodirbek Yakubov. Let's pull up the full screen on the players as we see Mukhadin. Well, he is struggling 2 pawns down. This only hope is to somehow or other, with his opponent's help, get some kind of perpetual. But there's some big ideas on the board. Bishop to b5 is a huge threat. Winning the knight, the queen has to just move away. She moves away to the edge of the board. And now for Nodirbek, it's just about calm and steady calculation.
You even need to be calm and steady. You know, there's a knight on f1. You have to just understand that the king has enough of a route and a hiding space on that a7 square. It's going to march to safety. There are no perpetuals. Double down on that knight, and that would be game over. I am expecting Nodirbek to take a couple of minutes to just make sure that the king indeed hides, and then just go for the most direct line. I'll just back up to show because it played out exactly the way we were predicting it. And after queen takes pawn, bishop takes knight. We saw that check, and very precise there, not taking it with the queen, keeping itself connected to the pin. Queen h5, this is where we are, Yavanka. Bishop b5 would be game over.
Yeah, and just as you were talking, he almost picked up the bishop, but he almost played the bishop out to b5.
It's coming.
It is coming.
There it
is.
is.
And this is it. It's going to be a few checks from the queen, but the king is ultimately going to find a hiding place. Let's break down, where is it going to hide?
Yes, because I just realized if you put it on d7, which was my first initial thought here, Yavanka, to try to get it as quickly as possible to a7, the checks don't work. But you could get out of the pin with a queen trade, forcing that queen trade. And I see that this endgame is still absolutely winning and crushing for black. You just simply keep pushing the pawn. There's nothing to it. The bishop will be much stronger than the knight. The king is too far away, cut off by the bishop, and I think a5 just wins on the spot. You could even give up this pawn, but nothing is stopping the roll of the pawns moving up the board. It's a
Yeah.
very linear line.
But beautiful, beautiful analysis there, Tanya. But let's just drum in why the checks don't work. So queen takes g5, the king can just slide over to the d7 square. And now if white is banking on a perpetual check, well, they are going to be sadly disappointed because where is the perpetual check after this? In fact, it's not there. The knight will fall. It will be game over.
That's it. So queen g7 wouldn't even be an option. Now, on the other hand, if Yakuboev does not want to calculate any endgames, he could also start with the move king to e8, just making sure that it's only after a check the king slides over and there's no queen trade. And the problems in the knight on f1 still continue to exist.
Wow, beautiful. That is being pragmatic until the very end. I love it. King e8, queen to g8, king d7. No queens off for you. There is going to be no more fight in this.
And just to show the idea that you earlier mentioned, how can black actually hide to the corner of the board? And he's getting ready to make his decision. King c6, and the king surely gets to safety in that one. Our live board currently here. No bad moves in a winning position currently for Yakuboev.
No. Even stepping forward with the king to d6 is also going to be good enough because, yes, it allows a few checks, queen to d8, but ultimately the king has a hiding place.
And he does. He calculates the line through as we see him moving towards the left flank. The only way to save the knight for white would be to drop back with the queen, force a trade, but that endgame only delays the inevitable. I think for Madaminov, the key takeaway from this game has to be more confidence. With the white pieces, offering a repetition thrice in a span of 10 moves just gives so much power to your opponent.
And power is exactly what Nodirbek got. As he used that information to his advantage, he kept playing on, he kept taking risks in the position. He did absolutely everything to avoid a draw, and it has paid off big time. As we see the queens come off the board, and now it is just a pawn race. a5, knights are notoriously bad at stopping rook pawns, and the a pawn, that is just going to march up the board.
You literally don't have to care about that central pawn. It's going to be the pawns on the other flank that decide this game. As Nodirbek, he's getting ready to make his decision. And I believe he's not even reaching for his bishop. He doesn't even want to take a pause with bishop to d3. He's just going to march up the board. Jovanka, he's going so direct right now. He's racing his way to victory.
Yeah, he made a reach for the bishop. I reckon he's going to go bishop d3 and say, I don't even want to calculate. Knight
Was it
takes
the bishop
e4.
or the pawn? I felt it was the pawn. Do you think it was the bishop?
It looked like the bishop. He kind of made it
Uh-huh.
like that kind of gesture. And it's a very grandmaster move, right? You know, no calculation involved. The arbiter comes in, optimistically gives them a second score sheet. I don't think we're going to be getting there.
Bishop d3, super controlled in this position. And sure, the white knight can block the advance for one move, but it's just one move as the b pawn will assist the winner forward. All right, well, Yakuboev looks like he's decided to take a pause and calculate his way through.
Yes, and whilst things are looking very good for Yakuboev in a completely winning position, well, we got to go over to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. When we last left it, I said it was going to be tricky, but it was perhaps going to be a draw. It was in reach, but here there have been some wrong decisions as Nepomniachtchi finds himself in a winning knight and pawn endgame. Take a look at the live board. Have a look at those far advanced G pawns and H pawns. Let's do a deep dive and just do a quick explanation of how we got here, because when we left it, the evaluation bar saying it was level.
And it was around this moment, right? Things were extremely tricky with this last move, king to h3, always eyeballing that knight on f5, not having enough squares, threatening the king moving forward. And Nodirbek kept it under control. He wants to ease off the pressure. A check happened. More checks happen. And right now, wow, it was almost a repetition. And then Jan Nepomniachtchi says, I want more. I'm in this to win this. He jumps forward with the knight. Now watch out for threats of check and the knight getting into g6, kill zone for the black king. You don't have the time to pick up the pawn on f2. with the knight on f5 hanging, the black knight offering a trade. It was the right decision. It does come at a cost of a pawn. Now the black knight sprints to pick up that extra pawn that has been lost. First taking control of the e6 square for the white knight to jump in. Knight b3 always in the air with the idea of moving ahead with the king once the knight falls back. King g3 still in the balance, going according to plan here. And once the knight falls back, the king steps its way towards the white pawn. Where did things go wrong for Nodirbek? Everything under control, and this is what he rushed with. King to d5. Instead, Yavanka, he just had to keep the balance with knight d2. But can you really fault the players for not finding this move? He sticks to plan, he tries to win material, and after g5, this is where he made the second mistake. He had to keep the pressure and in fact realize there's a lot of danger on the right flank and come back with the king.
Yes. And just to point out, it would have been a big mistake to take the pawn on c5 because after the trade of knights, the f-pawn will simply march up the board and then a pass pawn would be made via f6, pawn takes, and finally
Beautiful.
the h-pawn will queen. And that would have been game over. As it stands, it is game over on our screens.
I just want to point out, Yavanka, that after f4, knight d2 was so incredibly important because now g5 makes no sense at all. The black king is close enough. Pawn takes pawn, and king f5 would have solved all of Nodirbek's problems. But instead, king d5, one misstep, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is all over Nodirbek's back right now. g5, fantastic move. No knight takes pawn for you. Had to find the very difficult king retreat and accept the mistake on the last move, but a second inaccuracy. This is going to be a costly one. 8-6 will be unstoppable if it comes in. The black king has to race back to defend, but the white king now steps forward and it's an extra healthy pawn for white. Can never be picked up. The knight lands on the right square at the wrong time. This is where we are at, setting up the idea of 8-6 next.
Yes. And the only hope for Nodirbek is if somehow he's able to sacrifice his knight for a pawn and his king will win another pawn. If he manages to pick up all of white pawns, even at the cost of a knight, it's going to be a draw, but that is not going to be happening.
And especially because we've got these two pawns still alive on the other flank, it becomes so much more difficult to have that defensive resource with you. You have to wait first to trade off these two pawns and then think about sacrificing your knight, Yovi. And that's incredibly hard to make it a reality. But the question for Jan is, he can't truly rush with 8-6.
No.
You take, the black king is in time. So what is the plan here to win?
So I completely agree. And so for Nodirbek, one step could be knight to b3.
You hit the pawn, makes a lot of sense.
And then knight to d3 is definitely a no-brainer. You need to protect the c pawn.
It's exactly where this piece has come from, by the way.
And now here, the black king can't move forward, so the black king has to step back.
But if you step back, you're kind of giving progress to the white king, at least for now.
Yeah, but what I wanted to show, is this whole idea that white must not rush with advancing the h pawn, because as you suggested, because if you go h6, you see the evaluation bar immediately go to the middle, because this is the whole plan. The king will pick up the h pawn, and there will be knight takes c5, and the game will be a draw.
He's going for your idea. Knight b3 on the board, Yovi. He's basically saying that after knight b3, you're forced to retreat, Jan. I have a feeling if the king falls back, Jan will not rush through with 8-6. He'll simply take away more squares from the black king.
Absolutely.
He'll go king e5. And maybe you can still hold the balance with a move like knight a5. Well, I say balance, it's definitely not balanced, but still survive for a bit longer. I'm just hoping that after king f5, I go king f7. But you do have a check, and then your king's coming further into the game.
Yes.
And maybe you just keep shouldering the black king, and the white king does find a path to the g pawn and then strike with 8-6 at the right moment.
Exactly. Also, you have to calculate, and this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi is calculating, is can he make a bid for the h pawn?
I just want to show a line. I just have to show this line, Yovi. I'm sorry. But just the problems that exist in black's camp.
Yeah. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's an idea that he can even use right here, right now, in the live position. Okay, he goes for g6. So
that's a bit committal.
No, but same idea. He wants to go h6. Okay, the computer assessment is like no, but the big
knight
idea.
Takes pawn. I want to show your idea.
h6 and pawn
Game
takes.
over.
g7. Pawn cannot be caught.
That's just done for. So you can't really pick up the pawn on c5. So Jan's setting a trap, but it does feel committal, and I don't understand why rush with this. Of course, he's going to move his king closer to the king side pawn. Abdusattor will. He plays the king to f6. 8-6 not possible anymore. Ivanka, he's given Nodirbek a little bit of hope because he's given up on the idea of 8-6.
Yes, I completely agree. And also with that hope comes choices. So for instance, if the white king moves away from f4, the king can step up. The black king can step up to g5. So knight to d7. So we'll see whether Jan has actually calculated this one out to perfection. Now, where is the king going to move?
It feels like that, right? With the
Yeah.
speed with which he jumped in with the knight, that it's like I got this, guys. I've seen the win through. I mean, you don't really have too many options. You could
I
go to
think
e6.
I was going to say, if you step back to e7,
Mm-hmm.
his idea is just to sacrifice the knight. He
Ooh.
wants to go king e5.
Wow.
And then we're all praising his genius. Okay, we're going to see king e6.
Let's go full screen on the players as we are reaching the final moments of this game right now. King e5, and Yovi, your idea on the bottom left board, I just want to finish that off. In style, queening after sacrificing a knight. This would be game over. Knight d7 played. Nodirbek places the king on a more active square, still not giving inroads. But can you go the other way if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yes. And we're going to have to work that one out. King to g5 makes perfect sense. Go all in on the g pawn. So the point is, king takes knight. Now goes h6. Stop that pawn. Well, you have to take it. And how are you going to prevent the g pawn from advancing?
Ooh!
Wow.
Because the knight comes back. Oh, no, knight comes back from d4, Ivanka. Look at this. And suddenly the tables turn because in this king pawn ending, it's the black king that's closer to the white pawn.
Wow.
Unbelievable. But wait a second. I think I know what this is. After pawn takes pawn, the correct move has to be the other way around.
Exactly.
And now g7, you've got no retreat with the knight that's going to give a check and the g-pawn queens. Jan Nepomniachtchi is calculating every single line that exists on the board right now.
Yeah, he is working his magic, thinking, I need to check every single knight move because Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing a risky way to win. But
if he
it
goes
will
king
pay
to
off.
g5, he needs to have seen this line. I'm going to go a little slow here and break this down for everyone one more time. If Jan sacrifices the knight, he best have seen that after 8-6, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, loses the game for white. It's busted for white, and it all relies on the tactic that the black knight steps in and you're just not in time to promote. There's a fork, the knight gives itself up for the pawn, and the black king wins the game. Instead, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's still not made his decision, needs to spot that it's king to f6 that wins the game on the spot. Now g7 unstoppable, the black king not in time. The knight could go anywhere on the board. Sure, you can flick in a check as well, but at the end of it all, the white king will hide itself to safety. g8 coming in next. Does Jan find this? Does he go for this?
He has to find it, Tanya. He absolutely has to find it because he has gone all in on this plan. So for instance, if you were to play knight to e5, Nodirbek will simply repeat the position and go king to f6.
And you know what, Yovi? If you decide to change your mind at this moment, that gives black enough time to get the knight back into the game. I'm threatening checks. You don't have h6 anymore. We see the evaluation bar say Nodirbek is right back into it.
Yes. So it was a risky line for Nodirbek. Also a risky line for Jan Nepomniachtchi here to go for this. It works, but there is only one path forward.
The victory.
King g5.
Yeah, the path to victory incredibly narrow for Jan, and it all comes down to the decision of going g6, which could have been delayed and not to commit yourself. But now that he's gone all in, Nepomniachtchi has to find that piece sacrifice. How much time does he have on the clock? I keep looking at him, glancing towards the clock right now.
He has 11 minutes. And now he has to take care. Just to run through the line one more time. He needs to play king to g5. That is the only way to victory. Yes, it sacrifices a knight. King takes knight. But then he's going to bully the h-pawn through h6. Now, after pawn takes pawn, that is the only move. Otherwise, h7 will lead to a new queen. And now here, he has to tread with the utmost of care. Move the king to the right square. That is f6. Once it gets there, knight takes pawn. G7, and there's no way that the knight can come back and just cover the G8 square. And this would be game over. This would be hats off, bravo. This is the path to glory.
And the path to destruction would be choosing the wrong square for the king in the exact same line, Yavanka. I'm going to just play that one out as well. King to g5, king takes knight, and he comes back with the knight instead, but pawn push, and this is what Jan Nepomniachtchi hasn't spotted yet. King takes pawn would have lost the game for him. He instead chooses another way. He comes back with the knight, and as you predicted, it's king to f6 instantly, ball back on Jan's court. If he falls back with the knight the other way, Nodirbek fighting for his life, and this time with big hope.
Yes, and if he drops the knight back to d3, it's going to be a draw. Or at least suddenly Nodirbek is back in the game. Knight to d3, knight to d4, and black has established a beautiful blockade. The c-pawn can't advance.
Unbelievable. He has to now go back and then spot the line all over again. This is what Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to do. He needs to repeat the position. He goes knight d3, Yavanka. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. It's a blunder on the board. Knight to d3 has been played. Knight d4. The only move that Nodirbek has now to get back in the game. Knight d4 is close to dead equal.
It's close, but he has to find it. Knight to d4 with the whole idea of setting up a knight to e6 check. And Nodirbek has been given a golden chance to save this game.
And let's just explain.
He's reaching for it.
And that's the direction the knight is headed. He's going to play it. You'll see it happen right now. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, he pulls his hand back. Come on, Nodirbek, this is your chance. And he does it.
He does it. Knight to d4. Giving a surprised look to Jan, saying, this wasn't what I expected. This wasn't the way forward. And now for Jan,
and I
he
want
has
to show
to start
the
work
problem
all again.
But the work all over again doesn't exist, because yes, you can go king to e4 and still keep the pressure on. He's getting ready with his decision. I think we're going to see this move on the board. All Nodirbek has to do, he can even fall back with his knight as the players reach out for the new fresh score sheet right now. Move 60 has been reached. You could even go back. But the problem in White's position is that if you repeat, you just don't have time to go the other way, Yavanka. The black knight is beautifully poised to give itself up for the pawn. The black king is about to pick up the remaining pawns. This is going to be a draw, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is regretting the decision to make the move g6 right here. This is where it all went wrong, because Jan had to find the only winning path, which was not an easy one.
Not an easy one indeed. It involved sacrificing a knight, sacrificing a pawn, putting the king on the right square. Jan did not see it, and instead now Nodirbek has a golden opportunity to save this game. Knight to e6. Keep an eye on the c5 pawn, and now the black king will be hunting down those pawns on the right side.
And Nodirbek Abdusattorov is an absolute calculator. He will sit down and work this out. The black king, beautifully placed. The black knight just needs to keep an eye on that c5 pawn from either of these two squares, and there's no improvement possible for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yavanka, I think we have to go through that line one more time.
Absolutely.
It was the moment, it was the golden moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he missed it.
Yeah, he squandered such an opportunity there.
It
Just
was
with
right
that
there.
misstep first up with g6, which was correct, but only if he found the right continuation.
g6, super strong. You're setting up 8-6. If black picks up the pawn, that's two less. You go 8-6. By the way, he does place the knight to b3, keeping an eye on c5. Jan Nepomniachtchi, will he realize in this moment that he squandered away a victory? And what a victory this would have been had he found the right path, Yavanka. This was set up, and after knight to e5, 8-6 in the air, Abdusattorov was forced to put his king to f6. Knight gives a check, king to e6, and this is the moment of truth for Jan. He had to find the move king to g5. He had to go all in on the other side. Sacrifice the knight, the only move that you have. If you try to run away with your knight, white falls back with the knight, and 8-6 is coming up next anyway. King takes knight, 8-6 would have been game over, but what Jan Nepomniachtchi calculated was that king takes pawn runs into knight takes pawn, and what he missed was that king f6 wins the game. There's no way for the black knight to defend against the pawn queening.
No. That would have been a finish that would have netted him into the books. As it stands now, with the knight moving to b3, a slight inaccuracy there from Nodirbek, because now take a look at what's occurring on our screens. The king has moved up to f4.
But still under control, Ivanka, because this is where you came from, right? If the king goes to f4, then you just come back with the knight to d4. It still hasn't been played. Knight b3 is the position on the board. We see Jan's king at the center of the board right now. King f4 does not help the cause. This is a fortress for Abdusattorov. The knight on d3 needs to remain defending the c5 pawn. The king on e4 can't march up on that left flank. Black is in time. He's gone king to f4. Ivanka, you're predicting all the action right now. King f4 on our screens. Knight d4, instant reply by Abdusattorov. He's got this. And you know what, Yovi? Had Jan found that brilliancy, that way to end the game, this game would have gone down in every single endgame manual. And now it still might, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, now it's going to go down in a different way, Tanya. It's going to be a case of shoulda, woulda, coulda. And for Nodirbek, he will be thanking his lucky stars.
What a moment this is for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, giving that vintage Abdusattorov stare, the death stare that he is so known for. Jan Nepomniachtchi knows it. Nodirbek knows it. That this has been saved by the Uzbekistan grandmaster.
And in other news, Tanya and everyone watching at home, it was a win for Nodirbek Yakoboev as he won against his countrymate Mukhedin Madaminov. As expected, it went exactly the way that we predicted. But all eyes on this game as Nodirbek Abdusattorov, well, he can thank Kasia, who was looking out for him, because he is escaping with a draw.
What I'm wondering is that at the end of the game, when the players will analyze this position, had either of them spotted that it was completely winning after the correct king move for Jan? And that's what I'm interested to find out. Jan Nepomniachtchi, does he believe he had a missed opportunity? But I also want to just get your attention that there was no reason for Jan to rush with g6, because then it forces him into the path where victory, yes, it's there, but incredibly narrow. You have to be super precise. But there was no need for Jan to walk into that. Instead of g6, he could have continued to improve the position. Just going back on that on our analysis board right now, fall back with your knight to d3. And the difference in this position is that after the knight comes in, you can go king to e4. And the healthy formation of the pawns just make it possible for white to drive the black king down, and you just simply switch it up. Now h6 is coming in. The king is super active. Knight landing on e6, g7 pawn falling. Jan Nepomniachtchi, did he just realize what he missed?
Yeah, it has dawned on him. A quick glance up in the air as he contemplates how this could have happened. What did he do? And as Tanya's highlighting, g6 was just simply way too committal, losing the flexibility of pushing the h-pawn. And it did work, but only for a specific reason. Jan did not find the way.
And he got two chances, Ivanka. He got it on the previous move, and he could have repeated the move right now as well. But he just didn't spot the idea, Jan.
No. And it's understandable because it hinged on so many factors. It hinged on, first up, sacrificing the knight, then sacrificing the h-pawn, and then on top of that, putting the king on the only square where it could go to. It had to go to f6, and then black would have been helpless to prevent the advance of the g-pawn. As it stands, now we're having this equilibrium where Nodirbek is simply going to be targeting this c5 pawn, and if the white king steps away from g5, the black king will step forward.
If Jan doesn't win this game at the end, I think he's going to regret the decision to push g6 so quickly. That spot, it could have been a miss, and it's an easy miss. We've got the bar directing us that this is winning. If somebody taps you on a shoulder at that point and says white to play and win, you find king to g5. You find it instantly, a player of Jan's level. But with nobody telling you that this is a critical moment, it's such an easy miss that the king has another path into the game via f6 and not capturing the pawn in that line. Now for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's absolutely essential, like you pointed out, to stay connected to the c5 pawn, not allowing the white knight activity into the game. So whether you do it via e6 or you do it via b3, you absolutely must make that happen on the board. And Ivanka, the point is that after knight to b3, the knight is tied down. You bring your king forward, the knight goes back. You move the knight anywhere, black picks up a pawn. 8-6 doesn't help at all. You can pick whichever pawn you want to go for. Take this pawn, take this pawn. Absolutely no tricks in the air. I'm expecting Abdusattorov to go attacking and aggressive with knight to b3. He finds this.
Yeah, he finds this for sure. And it would be an important half point for Nodirbek to save, because a win would have left him, a loss would have left him on 2 points, and he would have been half a point behind the lead, which is currently at 2.5 points. A draw puts him there at 2.5 points in third place. And for Jan, it would have signaled a comeback. He would also have been on 2.5 points and sharing the lead. It's looking like it's a draw. Looks like it will be 2 points out of 4 for Jan.
And again, g6 was not a mistake. It was not an error in any way, but only if you find the right path ahead. Only if you're able to find that line that required calculation and for white to be precise. You miss that, and you're basically letting your opponent back into the game. And that's the storyline that's played out in this. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he realizes what he missed, it's not going to be easy. Because I just want to say, it's been a fantastically played game by Jan. You know, keeping so many things under control, the d-file, winning that pawn, advancing at the right time, pushing the pawns on the right flank, putting immense pressure on Nodirbek. But the moment that time came to cash in on it, the inaccuracy is going to cost him big. And that's the beauty and brutality of chess.
Yeah. As you say, Tanya, Jan Nepomniachtchi playing the game almost to perfection, but falling at the final hurdle. Knight to b3 is what we're expecting, but Nodirbek, he's taking his time, just working out whether he can drop the knight back to e6. But the main thing is he needs to stay connected to the c5 pawn. And for Nodirbek now, it's just a question of holding his nerve.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, whoa.
What is this? Knight to f5.
Whoa, that's a bit of a surprise, because it just felt like Nodirbek had to continue doing what he's been doing so far, right? Making sure that the white knight remains true to the pawn on c5, and now he's allowed the white knight to get active, to start giving some checks on d5. Why would you do that? And this is another check that you have to be careful about.
Knight f2, immediate response there from Jan.
Only move, knight e3 check.
Wow.
Only move to stay in the balance is knight to e3 check, and it looks like Abdusattorov has calculated it all the way through. Ivanka, did you see his hand reaching out for the knight?
It was almost instinctive, but he has to put his knight on e3. Okay, he finds the right move, and now the knight has to dance back. Knight to d5.
Gives a check. The white king will step over, hit that knight. And what Abdusattorov is making a case for is that he's just about to keep checking the white king. You go here, I give you another check. You go here, I give you, well, I was going to say I give you another check, but the moment I see that, I do feel that the knight is being taken away all the way to the other side, Yovi. Maybe he's still fine.
And maybe
he still survive.
Yeah, but it still feels like black is walking the tightrope, because the knight on b5 doesn't have any connection to the c5 pawn. That knight has to be ready and willing to give itself up as soon as the black king is there on the king side, snatching those kingside pawns.
Let's break it down that why it was absolutely essential for for Abdusattorov to give this check. If you step up with your king, you're essentially allowing the white king a path forward, and it's almost a zugzwang. The black king doesn't have too many squares. If you fall back, the white knight will find a way into the game, and 8-6 happens. If you don't step back in this position, you move the knight away, 8-6 is coming in regardless, with a check or without it. By the way, a move on the board, knight d5 check played right now. It was the only move, knight to e3, found by Nodirbek. The king slides over. Again, a good move there, driving the white king away as far as possible to get an inroad towards those kingside pawns.
Yeah, and we're going to have to break this down even more, because the king is going to come to e4. And then where should the knight go? Should the knight go to c7 in order to get to the golden e6 square? Makes a whole lot of sense.
I love it. And the point is that you want your king grabbing these two pawns and the knight to give itself up for the c5
Mm-hmm.
pawn. Has Nodirbek calculated everything? Because the retreat to f5 was slightly confusing for me. It felt like the knight was beautifully placed, already connected to the c5 pawn via the b3 square. Knight c7 played, Nodirbek Abdusatro will be right back into it. He's getting ready to make his move right now. Yovi, what do you think? Looks very confident on the camera.
Nodirbek is the definition of confidence. Since he was at least 16 years old, he's never lacked in that department. And look at him in full focus as he is navigating where to put the knight. Where is he going to go? The most accurate is to maintain connection with that c5 pawn. Thus, you need to put it on c7 and then e6.
I just get the feeling there are still a lot of twists and turns ahead. Nodirbek needs to find, and he
finds
does.
it.
He keeps it precise, Yovi. He's threatening to go king g5. He's threatening to line up the knight against the pawn and win all of Jan's army and give itself up for the final pawn on c5.
Yeah.
Oh, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, a complete shift in body language. From a winning position, when he had that g6, when he was up a pawn, he was getting up, leaving the table. You could see it. But this is a Jan who knows that this has gotten out of hand now. He's still pushing for it though. Knight h3, taking control of the g5 square, expecting Nodirbek to plant his knight at the center of the board. And the big question is, Yovi, how comfortable are you feeling about allowing the white king forward?
Not very comfortable at all, but facts don't care about your feelings, especially if the moves are good. So knight to a3, and where is the king?
But why is this still a draw? If you give a check, I move forward.
I think it will hinge on a tempo, so I don't think you can step back with the knight. Just go king up to f5. Try and keep it simple. He goes knight to a6, also good enough, Tanya.
I like it. It keeps the knight more stabilized because of the b7 pawn. And after the king goes up to d5, are you making a case for king to f5 then?
Yes.
But you still can't go g4 because of the pawn moving forward.
No, but you can still wait with the king on f6. Don't wait with the knight.
And the problem is that the white knight can't move because there's king to g5. You really can't go anywhere. And if you go king to d6, you just wait. And we're seeing this being played out. This exact same position on the board. King d5 played. He does another route. He goes knight c7. And Nodirbek Abdusatro will come right back with the knight to a6 and argue that your knight has to be on h3. King g5 comes in next. The white king has to stay connected to the c5 pawn. Where is progress here for you, Jan?
Yes. And it's very, very important that when it comes to the waiting game, that Nodirbek is ready to wait with the king. You want to be waiting with your king, king f5, king f6. Just keep that dance whilst the knight there is on h3. As soon as the knight steps away, if a knight comes to f4, then it dashes as quickly as possible to the g5 square, where it will eye up the h5 pawn, and the knight on a6 is primed and ready to give itself up in order to get the required draw.
And Nodirbek Abdusatro with that ultimate boss move of leaning back, having a sip of water, and you can tell that this is the image of a man who's done all the hard work, and he knows it. And he's kind of set up the perfect construction. You come back with your king to d5 to stay connected to the pawn, repeat with a check. You move the knight anywhere, the king steps forward. 8-6, not good enough. Yovi, Jan might just be forced to either go c6, liquidate the queen side, which just makes, the job for the knight very easy to come back into the game, sacrifice itself for the two pawns. Regardless of Jan's choice, the draw now inevitable in this one.
The draw so close here for Nodirbek, and he's a man that knows it. The king will move to d5, and then there will be a waiting going on, or perhaps checking knight to c7. The knight will come to f4, then the king can step up to a g5. That is a must, and all is good for Nodirbek as long as he keeps the knight, the pawn on h5 honest, and the knight connected to the c5 pawn. Everything is well.
And Yovi, I just want to make a point here that, again, coming back to that moment when g6 happened, Jan took 1 minute and 14 seconds to play that move. And he could have spent a little bit more time. He had a lot of it left on the clock. And I've seen this story play out so many times where Jan's biggest strength, which is his time management, putting pressure on his opponent's clock, sometimes becomes his biggest weakness, where he just rushes past a very critical moment and then it's a point of no return. A pawn up in a knight and pawn endgame, they often say knight pawn endgames are so akin to king pawn endgames. You're up a pawn, you know that's a decisive advantage. Yan took a decision which forced him to find the only path to victory, and that's a big ask. And here we are, where suddenly Nodirbek is back in the game, just about to draw this position. He's kind of forced Yan's hand. And I think it comes down to clock management one more time. Had Yan just paused, he would have found an alternative. And then again, with the calculation process, that was not an easy line where you sacrifice the knight and win the game.
No, it was not an easy one, and it wasn't the most practical way of getting the win. We saw that g6, however tempting it was like a hand move. He just rushed with it. It was like almost instinct. It wasn't in the correct direction because there was only one way to win. Yan, he is going to be kicking himself tonight. So close to the win. And he just spoilt it, Tanya.
And that would have put him at 2.5 going into the halfway mark at the tournament. He's right in the mix of things Jan Nepomniachtchi would be. And such a fantastic game that has been played from the start by Yan. And then you do everything right. You get a winning position and you kind of rush past that moment for just a moment. And again, g6 was not a mistake by any chance, but psychologically very difficult to continue and humanly a big ask if there's only one path to victory. Missing that, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the fighter that he is, sensing his opportunity, and now just everything once again has been stabilized by black. The knight connected to the c5 pawn, the knight on h3, paralyzed, can't move anywhere. The black king ready to step up and munch on the king side pawns. The white king tied down to defend. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he reaches out for the knight, but no matter where he goes, and now knight g5, knight to f2 has been played. Black king step up with the king to g5. Jovanka, if you want to get fancy here, you could also immediately give your knight up for the pawn. I don't really see a way for white to defend both these pawns on the other side.
There's no need for artistics like that. Instead, you can just go immediately for the job in hand, and that is to go. Oh, okay, I gotta say, it's very interesting actually, because
but it doesn't work, Yovi. You take this pawn, king to f7, you king to pawn, and now after you've taken this, the black knight is in time to deliver a lot of checks.
Okay, let's put it on the board. Knight to e6, king, and the king has to constantly stay connected. Okay, so there's still some stuff to be worked out because king goes to f7.
Then well, you can't really take the knight, can you?
No, you can't take the knight.
Well, I'm just wondering, if I give a check, is it an absolute disaster?
Yes.
And it is, because I thought I could come back with my knight to e6. How are you winning this? Oh, you're going to deflect my knight. Ooh, not from here. Maybe from here. Knight f4 is a big threat.
Not easy, Tanya.
Not easy.
Not easy. Oh, and Jan managing to find a way to keep the game alive. Look at that dodge. And with 3 minutes and 22 seconds, and Nodirbek has to find the antidote.
He has to. We'll dive deeper. I just want to point out the line we were looking at. It felt like unnecessarily flashy, but maybe it was the cleanest path to a draw. The white knight is too far. Yes, you calculate that the knight comes to d3. You take the pawn. Knight goes to, well, e5 or f4. The black king will march forward. And the problem in this position is that you're shouldering the white king. The b pawn will deflect it. And that's how you draw this game.
Very instructive. But as it stands, let's go to the live position because now there are certain questions for Nodirbek. Does he grab on h5? Okay, we're seeing grabbing on c5, king f7 being played out. King takes h5.
On h5, has to pick up the pawn on g7. And now for Nodirbek, he can give a check on e6, but I think the absolute key is to keep the knight there and just start pushing the b pawn. Can we have a full screen view right now of our players and keep our analysis board on the bottom left in that? Let's go blowout on into the arena. This is our final remaining game, and what a mammoth fight this one has been. Jan Nepomniachtchi, always doing what he does best, right? creating chances out of nowhere,
Yeah.
making it so tricky to hold. Let's see what actually happens if you give a check. That's the analysis board on our bottom left. King to f6. Jovanka, the point is that you can start pushing the pawn. You can never pick up the knight because the pawn on g6 hangs. And if you try to deflect the knight with your own knight moving forward, this is somehow still a draw, and I'm not sure how. Help me.
It's very, very complicated, Tanya. And look at that. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left.
Okay, let's just say I move my king to h6. Oh, the point is knight f4 doesn't work here, V, because knight takes knight
And yet
g7, there's
there's
knight
knight
to
h5.
h5. And if you go knight e5, threatening the knight, the black pawn needs to start moving ahead. Jovanka, this is not easy or over by any means.
Well, okay, hang on.
B5.
B5. That's a good step in the right direction.
It is, but it's the
Nodirbek
same
understanding.
position.
Exactly. He understands that if the king goes to f7, you drop the knight back to e6, and the knight cannot be taken because the g-pawn falls. That's immediate draw.
What Nodirbek also understands is that the b pawn is going to play a critical defensive resource in this position. It's going to be a big role in Nodirbek's hold right now. It needs to keep the white knight from getting close to the fight by deflecting it, and at the right time be ready to promote into a queen with all the lines that we just saw. Jovanka, should we just show it one more time? You step up with the king, it could be to f7 or to f6. The black knight will have to fall to e6, stopping g7. You can't pick up the knight. The white knight makes its way to the white pawn and a potential check on f4. To sidestep the check on f4, or at least to get ready for it, you fall back with your king, saying that if you put your knight on f4, now I can take it because I have a defensive check on h5.
Okay.
White knight says, I need to defend my pawn on g6 and now get rid of the knight on e6.
Let's make the board bigger so that we can just zone in on the clock times. With the time ticking for Jan, it's down to 5 minutes on the clock. Both players fully focused, but as Tanya is beautifully explaining, the knight can just find a home on e6.
King f7 on the board. We're going to see this line being played out. Just to finish this point, it will be absolutely essential at this moment for Nodirbek to go b4, and this will hold the draw because you're just in time to queen your pawn as well. Well, if white tries to defend that pawn, king takes pawn, wins the game. If you move forward, black's queening just in time. Jovanka, crazy battle ahead. A queen and knight versus a queen coming up very potentially in this game right now. It will go on for a while, or maybe not. This is how things might end in this game. We've just called the future. Let's see if it plays out. For now, Jan Nepomniachtchi, king to f7, knight to e6 on the board. If he goes knight d3, we might walk down this entire line that we've just shown.
And for Jan, he has to consider other moves. Knight to d3, as we've shown, is a draw. Maybe he's going to try knight to e4, but all roads lead to equality. Maybe even knight h3, Tanya. I suspect that is a move that might get tried. Big idea of going knight to f4 check. Give up the knight in order to get that pawn to promotion.
He goes d3.
He goes knight to d3.
It's on the board. He's keeping it flexible. If the black king falls forward, you do have the option to jump to another square. This is going to be fun. Watch this play out. Jovanka, my prediction is we get that moment where both sides queen and Nodirbek will give a check and trade the queens at the last moment and handshakes. He's reaching for the king. King h6 is about to happen. Big threat on the board. Knight to f4. If you go b4 at this moment, knight f4 wins the game. That's game over. Knight takes knight, g7, thank you very much.
Exactly. You got to control that pass pawn. So knight to f4 is the move. His king h6, of course.
It's on the board.
It's on the board. And now your move of knight to f4, setting up that final trick again. Hey, let's try to decoy. Let's get rid of that all-important defender on e6.
All right, well, now knight to f4 is possible because knight takes knight, there's no check. Notice how Jan very sneakily has put his king on f7, not on f6. So knight to f4, do you just check? I think that could be it. Knight f4.
Well, you can just move the knight. You can go knight to g7, and there's no dislodging that piece.
Ooh.
You can go knight to g5, but that might be a little bit complicated.
Yeah, this is nice.
Are we seeing this?
Let's
King
just keep
h6.
up with our live board. King h6 played. Jan has two very tempting options. Knight e5 is a very linear line, but if you calculate it till the end, we already saw that race. Knight e5, the pawn pushes forward, king takes knight, the pawn keeps advancing, the king goes back, the pawn moves forward, the pawn goes ahead, you queen, I queen, give a check, trade at g8, that's a draw, that's game over. We've already seen that line. I'm not going to put it all the way on the board. But if Jan goes knight f4, it's still a little tricky for black.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky.
Did you see that smile on Jan's face? Can we go full screen on the players right now? I see Jan smiling, and Jovanka, to me, that implies that Jan has calculated that line till the end, spotted king and knight versus king. Look at the frustration on him.
Yeah,
not
happy.
He's not happy.
He's not happy, Tanya. He knows this is just going to be a draw. And once again, it's just about coming to terms with the result, understanding I could have put the ball in the back of the net. This was unnecessary. But it's the mark of a champion. If tomorrow he comes back and uses this game as inspiration, and look at Jan trying to contain his emotions.
And Jan is one of those players, and I think as commentators, as fans, that's one of his very incredible qualities, that you can see his thought process on his face. He's somebody who's so expressive with everything that's going on inside his head. And right now, as he looks away, he's trying to calculate what can he do to make life difficult for Nodirbek, shakes his head because he knows that probably there's not enough juice left in this position right now. Two options for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but both of them, Nodirbek has enough resources. And then once again, a shake of his head as he's resigning himself that this game is headed towards a draw. He comes back with his king to f6, trying to keep it still a little tricky, Jovanka. Jan calculated both the possibilities, the direct line to the draw, and says, I want to keep this game going. Still not allowing b4. If you go king to h5, that's just game over on the spot. Knight f4, finish.
Yep. So you wait with the knight to f8, forcing that pawn to step up. And now there's going to look at the glance. Knight to h. Oh, did you see that? Nodirbek was messing with his opponent. Knight h7.
Nodirbek has calculated everything. And whoa, what?
No, again, he keeps on playing with us.
Not this is not funny.
And well, it just goes to show this is the emotion, Tanya. I want to see. I want to
look
see
at Nodirbek.
the players playing with each other, the banter, the teasing as the king goes to f6.
You gotta love this. Knight to f6 was not played. He finding all the right moves, and you can continue with the checking idea right now if you're Nodirbek Abdusattra. Why is he thinking, Jovanka? Why is he thinking now?
Well, he has a choice, right? He can go.
Okay, but knight h7 is just handshake, no?
Knight h7 is the same. He can go also knight to e4. But also maybe he might try and troll a little bit more, put the knight on f7 or something like that.
It's two very different players. Yeah. It's a tale of two cities right now. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, there is no amusement with anything that's going on. He's just frustrated.
No. Look, he completely was not amused by that. Knight to e4.
Oh, and look at that.
King f7, knight g5.
And we see a repetition. There's going to be a glance of the eyes. Jan Nepomniachtchi offering a draw. Nodirbek doesn't immediately take it.
No.
He doesn't I could have sworn I saw Jan Nepomniachtchi offer a draw right now.
You did, Tanya. That's what I saw as well. As we see the handshake and a draw agreed.
I want to just see if they spot that moment of g6 as they sit and analyze. And please, arbiter, if you could step away.
Yeah, the players are analyzing. But you can't listen in on the players. But for sure, Nepomniachtchi is perhaps talking about an earlier moment in the game. Well, okay, we can try and listen in.
Просто короля ведешь, при конем d4 то же самое делаешь, то же самое.
В смысле зачем? В смысле
Ну да, мне кажется. Ну да. Не, чуть-чуть. Не, я просто король h2 проще было, да? Король такой же 2, типа.
То же самое же.
Не совсем. Я могу там
A little
значит,
bit
сверху
too
6,
low
почти
for
2.
us to
Я
catch
хожу, типа,
as the
подожди.
players. They are analysing, they are just going through that moment.
Не-не-не.
It looks to me like
Сейчас
they're
объясню.
analysing the queen and knight endgame, you know, when
Я хожу,
things
типа, конь
got
4.
very interesting there in the middle game.
All right, well, we will keep an eye on the players. The last remaining game comes to an end for Nodirbek Abdusatra. What a save this has been, and relief on Nodirbek has to be regret for Jan Nepomniachtchi there. And a little bit of banter at the end of all of that, Jovanka, by Nodirbek, you know, putting the knight on the wrong square. They're not immediately accepting the draw, giving some checks from the other angles there.
With some smiles there
with
from
some
Nodirbek
smiles.
as he saves the game with that nice maneuver there with his knight as the players are analysing. But a dramatic day, Tanya. 2 victories, this time with the black pieces. We also had some miraculous draws, some fantastic fights. And in the end, UzChess Cup, it delivers.
As it has every single day. And even the draws are not something to complain of, Jovanka. You know, as they say, that not all draws are made equal. And if we had more draws like the ones that we saw at the Nodirbek Jan Nepomniachtchi board, I don't think anyone will be complaining of that. So up and down, punches being traded there, incredible resources found, some misses, hits and misses all along. And at the end, some banter between 2 of the strongest players in the world.
Absolutely.
Gotta love it.
We gotta love the sense of humor our players show. But let's take a look at today's results. As I mentioned earlier, 2 decisive results. Wins for Yakuboev Nodirbek and also for his countrymate Shamsuddin Vohidov with some stunning moves to win with the black pieces and 3 draws. And that eventually means that we have a 3-way tie at the top. 3 leaders on 2.5 points. Shamsuddin Vohidov with his important win. Arjun is there, and the man that we saw on our screens, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But it is literally a 6-way tie, just half a point behind them. They're on 2 points. So really, still very much early days. Anything can happen. And let's take a look at tomorrow's pairings. So this is what we have in store for you tomorrow at the UzChess Cup in the Masters. And Tanya, what catches your eye?
Wow, I'm just taking all of this in right now as we've got this beautiful matchup ahead of us. Shamsuddin, who's made such a bounce back in the tournament, takes on Jan Nepomniachtchi, and that's going to be quite the fight between these 2 players. Jan, how is he feeling? How will he recover from everything that's happened today? I think for me, Jovanka, another very exciting matchup is going to be Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Arjun. You know, the India versus Uzbekistan rivalry, which has been brewing since the Chennai Olympiad in 2022. And for both these players, I think an incredibly important moment at the tournament to face each other. Arjun starts with the black pieces. Nodirbek will have white, but Arjun always looking for a fight. I think it's going to be a banger of a match.
It is going to be of certainly style. Definitely going to be absolutely one to watch. I'm also got my eyes on Shamsuddin Vohidov against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Whoa, it has been a dramatic day full of twists and turns, tales of the unexpected. But that's where we are going to leave it tonight. 3-way tie out in front, and the chasers, they are hanging on, and the pressure is only going to start to increase as we move deeper into the tournament. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, everyone at home, for following along. It's been a lot of fun, and we'll catch you all tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then.
Day 4 of the UzChess Cup. In round 2, Vachier-Lagrave lost a heartbreaking queen endgame against Hans Niemann, but proceeded to win a similar queen endgame yesterday against Madaminov. All the other games ended in a relative